Chapter 1165. The second floor of the treasure tool tower was filled with mid-level Emperor-grade weapons. Compared to the low-level Emperor-grade weapons on the first floor, it was much less. Of course, this was only relative. Yichen looked around and saw dazzling lights of Emperor-grade weapons everywhere. It was as if he had entered a magical place. The price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade artifact was several times higher than a low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. Yichen took a look and found that the price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade artifact was around 15 million yuan stones, while the price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor was around 30 million. However, for titled monarchs, several tens of millions of yuan stones were nothing. Let's see what kind of swords there are. Yichen not only planned to buy a high-level Emperor-grade sword, but also a mid-level Emperor-grade sword. There was an idiom that went, better safe than sorry. One more sword meant one more preparation. After all, anything could happen. If he only had one sword, once he lost it, his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, Yichen decided to show his face with a mid-level Emperor-grade sword. He would save the high-level Emperor-grade sword for the critical moment. With his cultivation base, using a high-level Emperor-grade sword would be too eye-catching. The saying, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown by the wind, was not without reason. Purple Electric Frost Sword, 14 million yuan stones. Raging Flame Breeze Sword, 13 million yuan stones. Soaring Dragon Treasured Sword, 5 million yuan stones. Wind Feather Sword, 5 million primary stones. Blue Moon Autumn Light Sword, 15 million yuan stones. White Mist Sword, 12 million yuan stones. Dragon Taming Sword, 15 million yuan stones. Frost Flower Sword, 16 million yuan stones. Celestial Ice Sword, 5 million primordial stones. White Star Sky Wolf Sword, 16 million yuan stones. Silver Serpent Sword, 17 million yuan stones. There were many mid-level Emperor-level swords. As the main type of weapons, swords and sabers were the most common. In the end, Yichen chose the Silver Serpent Sword. The Silver Serpent Treasure Sword was a sword that looked like a silver serpent. The sword hilt seemed to be made of pure silver, and it was covered in densely packed silver snake scales. The body of the sword was curved like a snake, and it was radiant with silver light. The tip of the sword was a snake's head. In addition, the Silver Serpent Treasure Sword was a soft sword, and it was suitable for people with great sword arts. It was very difficult for ordinary sword emperors to unleash the full power of the Silver Serpent Treasure Sword. Handing over a 2-star general badge and 17 million source stones, Yichen received the Silver Serpent Sword. Good sword. Yichen observed it carefully, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. The Silver Serpent Sword felt cold in his hand. It seemed to have the power to calm people down. Faintly, Yichen could feel that the sword was trembling like a silver snake. The Silver Serpent Treasure Sword's scabbard was also gorgeous. It was covered in silver snake scales, and it looked more like a silver snake. At the end of the scabbard were 2 red gems that looked like the eyes of a snake, cold and emotionless. Clang. Sheathing the Silver Serpent Sword, Yichen wore it on his waist. 2-star general badge? Battle Tiger Emperor's mouth was wide open, unable to close. Following behind Yichen, he could clearly see that Yichen took out a 2-star general badge. Fortunately, he's a human. If he were an enemy, I would have died without a burial ground for looking down on him like this. Yichen was indeed a 5th heavenly layer life and death realm, but Yichen's battle strength shocked even Battle Tiger Emperor. On the battlefield, if Battle Tiger Emperor thought the opponent was a pushover, he wouldn't even know how he died. Of course, Battle Tiger Emperor felt that Yichen was a freak. He hoped that the other races didn't have this kind of freak, or else he'd be out of luck one day. Battle Tiger Emperor, am I right? Blue Rain Emperor also saw this scene. And your eyesight is indeed good. Battle Tiger Emperor repeatedly nodded. Blue Rain Emperor shook his head. It's not that my eyesight is good, it's a matter of mentality. The universe is so vast and any kind of genius is possible. If I'm not wrong, he should be the only 4-star purple gold commander of my human race. But not many people know about it. The higher-ups have purposely sealed this information. Seems like I'm still too impetuous. I can't compare to you. But this is also a good thing. At least it can remind me not to look down on the people of this world. Battle Tiger Emperor smiled. How is it? Have you chosen a suitable low-grade Emperor-grade artifact? Blue Rain Emperor asked. Not yet. The first one is low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. I have to be careful and choose the most suitable one. Right, what about you? I've already chosen. Blue Rain Emperor took out an armor that seemed to be carved out of emerald. worthy of being a mid-grade emperor-grade armor. Battle Tiger Emperor's face was full of envy. With the silver serpent sword in hand, Yi Chen didn't stop and continued toward the third floor. It can't be. Blue Rain Emperor and Battle Tiger Emperor, who thought Yi Chen was going to go down, gasped and looked at each other in dismay. What? How many foreign race generals did he kill in the Xianwu ruins? Why was there no end to it? Half of the high-grade emperor-grade artifacts on the third floor were gone. Of course, the number was still a lot. This was Yi Chen's main battlefield. He wanted to choose a high-grade emperor-grade sword and a high-grade emperor-grade armor. As for exchanging for a high-grade Heavenly King set in the Paradise of Gods, that could wait. Right now there was still a long way to go before he reached 5 million. He couldn't just ignore it. Defense was his biggest weakness. It was better to deal with it first. Tai Scarlet Firmament Sword, 120 million. Giant Spirit Sword, 110 million. Flying Wave Cutter Sword, 110 million. True Martial 7 Calamity Sword, 120 million. Heaven Rainbow Sword, 90 million. Blood Shadow Ancient Sword, 90 million. The high-grade Emperor-grade swords on the third floor were all rare treasures. Ordinary titled monarchs would treat any one of them as a treasure. After all, high-grade Emperor-grade swords were even rarer in the market. Many people would rather leave them for their descendants than auction them. The True Martial 7 Calamity Sword is not bad, but it doesn't suit me. The True Martial 7 Calamity Sword had 7 sections, and the hilt had a black and white Tai Chi diagram. It looked simple and elegant, filled with an indescribable majesty and heavenly will. But Yi Chen had a feeling that although the True Martial 7 Calamity Sword was good, it didn't suit him. It might have something to do with his personality. All of a sudden Yi Chen's vision was taken away by a sword. It was a sword that faintly emitted Emperor Qi. The sword was pure black and didn't have a trace of brilliance. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary black sword. If it wasn't for its unique aura, it would be hard to notice its existence. It was like the Emperor of the Night, noble, mysterious, and unfathomable. Eternal Night Emperor Sword, 160 million. What a great Eternal Night Emperor Sword. This is it. Without any hesitation Yi Chen chose this unique sword. The sword Qi emitted by the Destruction Sword intent was black and so was this sword. The two complemented each other. Taking out the golden spear Yi Chen wanted to trade for it. Sorry, I can't estimate the price of this spear. Please wait a moment. The staff on the third floor left in a hurry. It seemed like he was going to find someone who could appraise the price of the spear. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly where he was. After a while, an old man dressed in black walked over. Chapter 1166. The black-robed old man's cultivation base was not low, even one level higher than Yi Chen's. He was at the 6th sky of life and death realm. He took the golden spear from Yi Chen's hand and carefully observed it, occasionally using his soul power to scan it. Then he took out a square stone platform and placed the golden spear on it. The platform flickered with a bright light, eventually settling into a green color. Putting away the platform, the black-robed old man raised his head and said to Yi Chen, "This spear is a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, a fine product. Its price is 120 million yuan stones." "What is a fine product?" Yi Chen asked. The black-robed elder explained, "Treasured weapons of the same grade are also divided into good and bad. The lowest grade is ordinary, followed by fine grade, then precious grade, and finally supreme grade. For example, this Eternal Night Emperor Sword is a supreme grade high-grade emperor-grade treasure sword, 1 in a million. If you want to exchange for this Eternal Night Emperor Sword, you need to take out another 40 million primeval stones." "So that's how it is." "All right." Yi Chen nodded and took out 40 million yuan stones, handing them over. Receiving the stones and the spear, the black-robed old man handed them over to the staff and left in a hurry, seeming to be very busy. Holding the Eternal Night Emperor Sword, Yi Chen immediately felt a wave of Emperor Qi pouring into his body. His mind sank into darkness, but it was not the kind of feeling where he couldn't see anything. Instead, it was a feeling of being in the darkness and being able to see everything clearly. It was as if the sword in his hand was not a sword, but a dark night. This sword is much stronger than the golden spear. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and couldn't help but wave the Eternal Night Emperor Sword. Off. The black sword wind surged and the sovereign monarch closest to it was caught off guard. He could not help but be blown away, and his protective quintessence flickered. Stabilizing his body, the monarch glared at Yi Chen. "Sorry." Yi Chen immediately reacted and apologized. "Forget it, I was just like you back then. I couldn't control myself after obtaining a treasure. This titled monarch was not someone who would be unforgiving. Seeing that Yi Qin did not do it on purpose, he did not pursue the matter any further. I'm really sorry. These 10 bottles of lava wine and iced sea wine can be considered my apology. Yi Qin saw that the other party's clothes were torn and he was in a sorry state. Lava wine and iced sea wine from the paradise of gods. Good stuff. The man's eyes lit up and he happily took it. My name is Lang Feng. I'll make friends with you. May I know your name? Lang Feng was also quite famous on the Golden Armor Star. He was titled Scarlet Wind Emperor and was a 5-star general. He was very powerful, but he was not arrogant at all. Instead, he was very willing to make friends. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would definitely not let it go. I am Yi Qin. Yi Qin reported his name. You are the only 4-star purple gold commander of our human race? Scarlet Wind Emperor Lang Feng was well informed and asked hesitantly. You can say so. Yi Qin did not deny and sheathed the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Immediately, the sword became very ordinary without a trace of aura leaking out. I can see that your strength is not just 4-star purple gold commander, right? 5-star purple gold commander should be more like it. To be able to enter the 3rd floor of the treasure tower, a 4-star purple gold commander was not enough. Scarlet Wind Emperor couldn't help but admire Yi Qin. To have such strength at the 5th layer of life and death realm, he could be called a heaven-defying genius. After chatting for a while, Scarlet Wind Emperor said, If you have time, let's go to the Sun Moon restaurant in Golden Armor Nebula Barracks for a drink. The wine there is also not bad, only a bit worse than the wine from the Paradise of Gods. Sun Moon restaurant? You know the Snow Air Emperor? Yi Qin couldn't help but ask. Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed heartily. The Snow Air Emperor is my girlfriend. In order to pursue her, I spent 100 years. However, we got to know each other in the Paradise of Gods. It turned out that Scarlet Wind Emperor used to be a member of the Paradise of Gods. In fact, the majority of titled monarchs and even supremes came from the Paradise of Gods. This was not surprising to Yi Qin. I still want to choose another armor. I'll go to the Sun Moon restaurant later. Yi Qin thought for a while and said, Alright, it's a deal. Let's not go home until we're drunk. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Scarlet Wind Emperor intuitively knew that Yi Qin was a friend worth making. His intuition was rarely wrong. After Scarlet Wind Emperor left, Yi Qin continued to stay on the 3rd floor of the treasure tower. The price of high-grade Emperor-grade armors was astonishing. The cheapest one cost 200 million yuan stones, and some even reached 300 million. This was not a small number even for titled monarchs of the 7th layer. After all, many of them had families behind them and their wealth was not that great. 7 Sea Flood Dragon Armor, 240 million yuan stones. 9 Dragon Armor, 280 million yuan stones. Galaxy Armor, 280 million yuan stones. Radiant Armor, 220 million yuan stones. Scarlet Battle Armor, 220 million yuan stones. Primordial Unity Chi Armor, 300 million yuan stones. Armors were used to protect one's life, so the price was understandable. After a while, Yi Qin chose the Primordial Unity Chi Armor, which was worth 300 million yuan stones. The Primordial Unity Chi Armor was quite peculiar. Its material was similar to jade, and its surface was filled with chaotic chi flows. Upon careful observation, one could see that these chaotic chi flows were moving in a regular pattern, forming an inseparable whole. Handing over the 3-star general badge and 300 million yuan stones, Yi Qin grabbed the Primordial Unity Chi Armor. Dang! Yi Qin flicked his finger. Relying on his touch, Yi Qin could feel that the power of his finger flicking was completely scattered, unable to be concentrated. With further reasoning, it wasn't hard to understand that this primordious singular energy was unique in its ability to disperse attacks. If one struck out with 100% of one's strength, it would be scattered into thousands of parts. Unless one's attack strength surpassed the upper limits of the primordious singular energy, it would be difficult to break through its defenses. There are so many good things here. There are even Emperor-grade armors and the rarely seen supreme armor in the universe. Yi Qin sighed and put away the Primordial Unity Chi Armor. Night fell. Cloud Coming Army Camp, Sun Moon Restaurant. In the most luxurious private room on the top floor, 4 people were sitting there. Among these 4, 2 were Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Air Emperor. The other 2 were not ordinary either, having a cultivation base of 7th layer life and death realm. If someone who knew them were here, they would recognize them as Fire Sparrow Emperor and Stone Emperor. One was a 4-star general and the other a 5-star general. In comparison, Snow Air Emperor was the weakest, being a 3-star general. The four had known each other for a long time. Due to their good relationship, the outside world had given them a collective name: Earth, Water, Fire and Wind Emperors. Earth was Stone Emperor, Water was Snow Air Emperor, Fire was Fire Sparrow Emperor, and Wind was Scarlet Wind Emperor. Among them, Stone Emperor was the oldest, while Snow Air Emperor was the youngest. Lang Feng, it's already so late. Do you think he will come? Fire Sparrow Emperor had a fiery temperament. He took a bite of barbecued meat and asked. Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled. Of course he will. I can't be wrong in judging people. The three were Scarlet Wind Emperor's best friends, and Snow Air Emperor was his girlfriend. The four hadn't seen each other for several years. This time they were meeting at Sun Moon Restaurant. Later on, Scarlet Wind Emperor invited Yi Qin. Fire Sparrow Emperor and Stone Emperor were also quite curious about Yi Qin, so they looked forward to it. He's here. At this moment, Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Air Emperor stood up and walked out of the private room to welcome him. Chapter 1167. Sorry I'm late. Leaving the treasure tower, Yi Qin found a place to test the power of the Silver Snake Sword and Eternal Night Emperor Sword. He had almost forgotten about the gathering tonight. Not late. Come this way, I'll introduce you to two friends. Scarlet Wind Emperor let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Yi Qin wouldn't come. Snow Air Emperor sized up Yi Qin and said with a smile, After a day, I'll look at you in a different light. If this speed of yours were to spread to the other races, I'm afraid it would cause a huge storm. Back in the Black Tortoise ruins, Yi Qin's strength was much weaker than hers. Who would have thought that he would surpass her in just a year? She couldn't help but admire him. Entering the private room, Yi Qin saw Scarlet Wind Emperor's two friends. One was an enchanting beauty wearing a fiery feather robe. Her appearance and figure were both extremely sexy. Her fiery red hair was tied into a ponytail, looking like a throbbing flame. Her eyes were deep red like two red diamonds, and her plump red lips were slightly upturned, giving off a smile that was yet not a smile. At this moment she was openly observing Yi Qin. The other was an old-fashioned youth wearing a gray robe. He didn't look very dazzling, but he couldn't be ignored, faintly emitting an ancient aura. Both of them were at the seventh sky of life and death realm. The feather-robed woman was a beast emperor, while the old-fashioned youth was a titled human emperor. This is Fire Sparrow Emperor, and this is Stone Emperor. Is Yi Qin. Scarlet Wind Emperor introduced the two. Fifth sky of life and death realm, a bit low. It's hard to imagine that you could kill a 3-star general. Fire Sparrow Emperor said honestly. Yi Qin smiled but didn't explain. Come, everyone sit down. Let's not go home until we're drunk. As the owner of Sun Moon Restaurant, Snow Air Emperor warmly greeted everyone. Fine wine and delicacies were served, and the five chatted while eating. The atmosphere gradually rose. How about we play a game? The loser has to answer questions and no lies. Fire Sparrow Emperor suddenly thought of an idea and said, Truth or dare? Yi Qin raised his brows. What game? The Scarlet Wind Emperor asked. Guess the dice. The Fire Sparrow Emperor took out a covered container from his storage ring and flipped his palm. 10 dices appeared on it, each with 1 to 6 points. This container can isolate soul power and energy. It is a special artifact. Wait a moment, I will put the 10 dices in and shake it. Everyone guess a few points. The one with the most ridiculous guess will be asked a question. What do you think? It was very simple. But it's fun. I have no objections. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was the first to raise his hand. I have no objections either. The Snow Air Emperor laughed. Sounds good. The Stone Golem Emperor nodded. In the end, only Yi Qin was left. I can play with it. Yi Qin nodded. Although guessing the dice looked simple, it was actually very difficult. Under the situation where both soul power and energy were isolated, they could only rely on their hearing. However, there were a lot of dice, and when they shook it, there would be a lot of variables. Moreover, they were not ordinary people. The speed at which they shook the dice would definitely be very fast. This was a huge challenge for their hearing. Alright, the game officially begins. The Fire Sparrow Emperor put the 10 dices into the container, all with 1 point on the top. He closed the lid. How about this? I will be the first to shake it and everyone else will take turns. Let's begin. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was a bit impatient. He loved this kind of challenging game. Swoosh. Raising the utensil, the Fire Sparrow Emperor began to shake it rhythmically. The dice inside the utensil bounced back and forth, making popping sounds. The rhythm became faster and faster until the popping sounds became one. At the same time, Everyone's ears perked up as they carefully distinguished the number and position of the dice in the utensil. The Fire Sparrow Emperor slammed the container on the table with his right hand and said, "I will guess last. I guess 34. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was the first. 36. The Stone Golem Emperor followed up with another number. 42. Then the Snow Air Emperor said. Yi Chen thought for a bit and said, 48. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at Yi Chen in surprise. He had guessed the same number as her. 42. The lid opened and inside were 3 4s, 2 6s, 2 5s, 2 3s and 1 2. It was exactly 42. Lang Feng, you are the worst. The Fire Sparrow Emperor pointed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's face was gloomy. How strange. I didn't hear wrong. Stop whining. You lost the bet. All right, I will ask the question, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said proudly. All right, ask. May I ask, when did you and Shui Air consummate? The Fire Sparrow Emperor laughed. Shua. The Snow Air Emperor's face turned red, and he glared at the Fire Sparrow Emperor angrily. The Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed, about 72 years ago. After saying that, he purposely raised his eyebrows. But soon, he let out a muffled cry as his waist was twisted by the Snow Air Emperor. It's my turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor shouted. The Fire Sparrow Emperor passed the container to the Scarlet Wind Emperor. I want to play with a higher difficulty. Everyone be careful. Grabbing the container, the Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't adjust the dice and directly shook it. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. He messed up the original rhythm. In terms of difficulty, it was indeed much more difficult than the Fire Sparrow Emperor. All right, everyone guess. The Scarlet Wind Emperor put down the container. The Snow Air Emperor frowned and looked hatefully at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. She had no clue. It should be 27. 29. The Stone Man Emperor also frowned. 43. Yi Chen's answer was a little more than before. 53. This time the Fire Sparrow Emperor was different from Yi Chen. The Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled proudly and said, "The answer is 30. After saying that, he opened the lid, but the next moment, his face turned red. The number inside wasn't 30, but Yi Chen's answer, 43. This is so weird. The Scarlet Wind Emperor scratched his head. Don't tell me you have some special ability to see the number inside? The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. Yi Chen was shocked. No, I just listen. Damn pervert. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor rolled their eyes. Snow, it's your turn now. You two are indeed a pair. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at the Snow Air Emperor with evil intentions. The Snow Air Emperor had a bad feeling. She knew how difficult the Fire Sparrow Emperor was. Isn't it the person who shakes the dice who asks? Yes, it's me. The Scarlet Wind Emperor came back to his senses. Have you eaten breakfast? A very boring question. Yes. The Snow Air Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Next, it was the Snow Air Emperor's turn. The one who guessed the most was the Fire Sparrow Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor asked him who he liked. Green-clothed Emperor. The Fire Sparrow Emperor answered without hesitation. The Snow Air Emperor smiled bitterly. She had forgotten that the Fire Sparrow Emperor never knew the meaning of shyness. The Green-clothed Emperor was an 8th-layer life and death realm titled Monarch. Yi Chen thought to herself. After playing for 2 hours, everyone stopped. Yi Chen was really too perverted. He didn't get it wrong even once. How could they play anymore? The Fire Sparrow Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Chapter 1168. Why don't we talk about the strange things that you've encountered? The Scarlet Wind Emperor suddenly suggested. Strange things? I've encountered a few. The Stone Emperor's eyes lit up when he heard the Scarlet Wind Emperor's suggestion. That sounds good. The Snow Air Emperor nodded. I'll go first. The Scarlet Wind Emperor organized his thoughts and said, everyone should know about the astral beasts. I wonder, what is the biggest astral beast that you have encountered? About 10,000 miles. I've seen star beasts that were 100,000 miles long. That one? I saw a complete star beast skeleton in a secret realm. Its head and tail were more than 1,000,000 miles long, and its eye sockets could fit an ordinary planet. Everyone expressed their opinions. Yi Chen, what about you? The Scarlet Wind Emperor asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Less than 5,000 miles. He had only seen a handful of star beasts and he had never seen one that was that big. Do you know how big the biggest star beasts I've seen was? The Scarlet Wind Emperor deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Say it or not. The Fire Sparrow Emperor curled his lips. "Eeh." The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, "The biggest star beasts I've seen were 1,000,000 miles long, and its eyes were comparable to a grade 1 life planet. It had a horn on its head and I couldn't see the end of it. It seemed to have pierced through the sky. I was scared out of my wits at that time." "You're bluffing. How big was that star beast?" the Fire Sparrow Emperor asked. "I don't know, but it should be around 1,000,000,000 miles long." "Then why are you still alive?" the Fire Sparrow Emperor asked. "A star beasts that were 1,000,000,000 miles long were definitely heaven-defying monsters. They could probably kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor with just one breath. How could they be sitting there?" The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, "Actually, I didn't see it. I only saw an image. In the image, the star beasts were chained by 9 chains of unknown length. The images are real, so it's possible that there are astral beasts that are 1,000,000,000 miles long." The Stone Emperor was very knowledgeable, so he didn't doubt the existence of such heaven-defying beasts. "That's right. Rumor has it that the star beast supremacy is several 100,000,000 miles long. Although it's not as big as this one, it's not too far off." The Snow Air Emperor helped the Scarlet Wind Emperor. "Alright, I'm done. It's your turn." The Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at the Stone Puppet Emperor. The Stone Emperor nodded. "Then I'll tell you about the legend of the Headless Sovereign." "Headless Sovereign?" The 4 of them, including Yi Qin, stared blankly for a moment before focusing their attention. 9th Heavenly Layer Life and Death Realm Supremes were supreme existences in the universe. So why did they lose their heads? Perhaps anyone would want to know. "The Celestial River is one of the most miraculous existences in the universe," the Stone Emperor slowly explained. "It practically divides the universe in two. If you want to cross it, you can't fly. You can only take a boat. I saw the Headless Paragon in the Celestial River." "The Heavenly River?" Yi Qin held his breath. He had heard of the Heavenly River, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 wonder in the universe. No one knew how long the Heavenly River was, nor where its source was. It was only known that the Heavenly River had existed since ancient times, and no one had ever been able to find out how long it was or where its source was. Even Supremes would feel powerless when facing the Heavenly River. Outside the Heavenly River, one could freely fly, and there was no limit to how far one could go. However, above the Heavenly River, no one could fly. If one tried to fly, they would fall into the Heavenly River. If one wanted to cross the Heavenly River, one could only obediently take a boat or walk on the river's surface. It was said that the Heavenly River contained countless treasures, corpses, and countless immemorial beasts. It was the #1 wonder in the universe, an unknown place. Yi Qin had read about the Heavenly River in a book, and he had never forgotten about it. However, a year later, an incomparably huge water monster appeared. It looked like a loach but was millions of times more ferocious. It opened its mouth and spat out water from the Heavenly River, covering the entire sky. The ship nearly sank. Even the 3 8th layer Life and Death Emperors weren't its match. Just when we thought we were going to be buried in the Heavenly River, a figure appeared. This figure wasn't very big, only 10 meters tall. However, standing there, it looked like an indomitable giant. His supreme aura spread out, calming the surging waves of the Heavenly River. With a grab of his hand, the water monster was bound by an invisible force, unable to move. In the end, it rapidly shrank and was stuffed into his neck. Only then did I realize that this figure didn't have a head. Blood flowed out from the wound all the time. I thought that he should be using the water monster's essence blood to replenish himself, so that he wouldn't run out of essence blood in the end. Of course, I was also worried that this headless sovereign might consider us as a source of essence blood. Fortunately, my worries didn't come true. The headless sovereign glanced at us, then turned around and walked toward the boundless Heavenly River, disappearing in the end. However, when I turned around, I saw that the 3 8th layer Life and Death Emperors had tears streaming down their faces. They said that the headless sovereign belonged to our human race, and that he was definitely a senior of the past. A sorrowful aura pervaded the treasured ship. Everyone was silent as they gazed at the direction where the headless sovereign disappeared. After returning, I specifically looked up some information about the headless sovereign. I found that he had existed for who knows how many years. He had always been wandering above the Heavenly River, never going anywhere else. Because of the vastness of the Heavenly River, meeting the headless sovereign was something one could only come across by chance. Even sovereigns would have a hard time finding him. Unwittingly, Stone Emperor stopped his narration. However, no one noticed it. They were still stuck in the scene he described. In their minds, the image of the headless sovereign seemed to appear. It was so lonely and sorrowful. Yi Qin was the first to sober up. Without saying anything, Yi Qin picked up his wine cup and clinked it with Stone Emperor's. Soon after, the others also sobered up and drank in silence. The path of cultivation was not always smooth sailing. The headless sovereign made them feel a sense of cruelty. They did not know who the headless sovereign was, nor did they know who had cut off the headless sovereign's head. It was hard for them to imagine what it was like for a headless person to stay above the celestial river for countless years. Perhaps he was looking for something, or perhaps there was something that he missed. It's really uncomfortable to tell such a sorrowful story. You should punish yourself with 3 bottles of wine. Fire Sparrow Emperor glared at Stone Emperor. Alright, I should. Stone Emperor laughed and raised his head to drink. The gathering continued until the next morning. The 5 separated, but they had already arranged a time to meet again. Chapter 1169. The mysterious gravity star was not that big. It was about 12,000 li in diameter, and its gravity was only 1% of that of a white dwarf star. Without a cultivation base of the third sky of life and death realm, going there would be no different from asking for trouble. If one was not careful, one's body would collapse and one's Tao would disappear. Even if one was at the third sky of life and death realm, one would still need to replenish Yin Yuan from time to time. Of course, in such a harsh environment, one would not be able to stay in there forever. One would have to leave every once in a while since everyone had their own limits. There were a lot of people training on the mysterious gravity star. As far as the eye could see, every 1,000 meters, there would be a third sky of life and death realm or above sitting there. There were 3 mountain ranges on the mysterious gravity star. These 3 mountain ranges were very precious, because they could be used to create a large number of caves. If one were to train inside, it would not be easy to attract attention. The caves in the mountain ranges were almost all occupied by the big parties. Some of the lone king warriors would not be able to enjoy such treatment. In the 3rd mountain range there were 2 caves in the middle of a short mountain. The stone doors of the caves were tightly shut, and the light of arrays and restrictions were faintly flickering. Obviously, these 2 caves had been arranged with a lot of arrays and restrictions to prevent people from intruding. Outside of one of the caves, an old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged. The old man was wearing blue robes and his body was tall and majestic. His bulging muscles were full of explosive power, and his aura was shocking. If one did not look at his face, one would think that he was a strong man. It would be hard to guess that he was actually an old man. Vaguely, the old man's skin had a layer of bronze color. The young man next to him was not as tall as the old man, but he was still much taller than normal people. He was wearing a luxurious silver robe, and there was an endless heroic spirit between his brows. His skin was covered in a layer of faint silver, faintly discernible. The existence of an old man and a young man was very strange. After all, this was someone else's cave. But about 100,000 li away from the mysterious gravity star, a battleship appeared. The cabin door opened and Yi Chen walked out. Putting away the phantom ship, Yi Chen's body flickered as he flew toward a certain place on the mysterious gravity star. I wonder if Su Jing and Qing Qing have broken through to the 4th sky of life and death realm. Yi Chen thought. There was still less than a year before the next opening of the God Test Field. If Su Jing and Murong Qing Qing could not break through to the 4th sky of life and death realm, it would be very difficult for them to occupy the top 10 positions on the Sky King list. If they missed this opening of the God Test Field, they would not have another chance in the future. The gravity of the mystic gravity planet was very strong, so Yi Chen's flying speed slowed down. After a few dozen breaths, Yi Chen finally saw the low mountain peak. What happened? Yi Chen immediately saw an old man and a young man standing outside Su Jing's immortal cave. Frowning, Yi Chen drove his Jinyuan and flew over. Who is it? Stop. The silver-clothed youth opened his eyes, and his stern voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Who are you people? Yi Chen continued flying and snorted coldly. If I tell you to stop, then stop. As he spoke, the silver-robed young man was about to make his move. Stop. The azure-clothed elder stopped the silver-clothed youth and glared at him. Elder He, you are too reckless. If you disturb her training and something bad happens, how can you bear the responsibility? The azure-clothed elder reprimanded the silver-clothed youth. Yes. The silver-clothed youth lowered his head unwillingly. Swish. Yi Chen landed on the flat ground in front of the cave and scanned the azure-clothed elder and the silver-clothed youth. Frowning again, Yi Chen realized that these 2 were not humans but beasts. To be more specific, these 2 were giant dragons, and their dragon aura could not be hidden from Yi Chen's senses. Could it be that the giant dragons had found out that Su Jing was a gold dragon and wanted to bring her back to the dragon race? Yi Chen thought for a moment, and his guess was not far off. Yi Chen's guess was right. Chen Qinghai and Shi Tao were indeed here to take Su Jing away. It turned out that the mysterious gravity star was not always peaceful. Battles would occasionally break out. One time, Su Jing and a lone king warrior at the fifth sky of life and death realm fought fiercely. During the intense battle, Su Jing did not bother to hide her true form and transformed into a gold dragon, beating the opponent back. Not long after, the news of the gold dragon being found in the mysterious gravity star reached the dragon race. The upper echelons of the dragon race sent an elder and a young elite to the vermilion bird star, hoping that the two could bring the gold dragon back. After all, the gold dragon was a high-level giant dragon which was at the same level as the crystal dragon. Once it matured, it would definitely become the pillar of the dragon race. The elder and young elite sent by the dragon race were precisely Qin Qinghai and Shi Tao. Qin Qinghai's true form was a bronze dragon, while Shi Tao's true form was a silver dragon. These two were the main members of the dragon race and had a very high status. "You are members of the dragon race," Yi Qin said. Qin Qinghai nodded. "Indeed. I wonder who you are, little brother?" "The person inside is my woman," Yi Qin said straightforwardly. The dragon race was the number one race of the beast race, and the beast race was the vassal of the human race. Yi Qin had heard a long time ago that the dragon race was rather arrogant and domineering. They did things swiftly and decisively, not giving others any face. A lot of people did not like the dragon race. However, although there were very few members of the dragon race, each of them had a very powerful battle power. Any one of them would be an absolute warrior within the same realm. "Your woman?" Not only Shi Tao, even Qin Qinghai's face darkened a bit. "Nonsense. The gold dragon of our dragon race is not something that you, a mere fifth sky king warrior, can match up to. Don't be a toad lusting after swan meat." Shi Tao could not help but yell angrily. Yi Qin said in a deep voice, "Whether I'm worthy of her or not, it's not up to you to decide. Please go back. We'll pay a visit to the dragon race when we have time in the future, but not now." Before figuring out the ins and outs of the dragon race, Yi Qin did not intend to let Su Jing return to the dragon race. Who knew what the dragon race was waiting for her? Of course, if returning to the dragon race was beneficial to Su Jing, Yi Qin would not stop her. However, the premise was that the two sides had to have a proper discussion and not put on a high and mighty appearance. Revealing a forced smile, Qin Qinghai said, "No matter what, the fact that she is a gold dragon cannot be changed. Our dragon race also needs her. If it's for her own good, you should let her return to the dragon race. Only in the dragon race can she receive the best training. What do you think?" As he spoke, Qin Qinghai released a bit of his aura. Bang! The berserk aura was suppressed to a small area. Those who were far away would not be able to sense it. However, Yi Qin could clearly sense it because this aura was directed at him. This was the aura of an 8th level life and death heavenly emperor. Although battle emperors had the strength to challenge 8th level life and death heavenly emperors, they were still lacking something. First of all, 8th level life and death heavenly emperors had the ability to teleport, which was not something that battle emperors could compare with. Secondly, 8th level life and death heavenly emperors had higher grade artifacts, which were basically emperor grade artifacts. Under normal circumstances, 8th level life and death heavenly emperor's strength was no lower than mid-level battle emperors. Moreover, Qin Qinghai was a bronze dragon. Dragons might not be invincible in the same realm, but they were at least among the experts. Chapter 1170. What, you want to threaten me? An aura containing the destruction sword intent was released, contending against the opponent's aura. Yi Qin's expression turned serious. In a one-on-one battle, he was naturally not Qin Qinghai's opponent. The latter's strength might have already surpassed high-level combat emperors and reached peak combat emperors. A dragon's strength was no joke. Not to mention Qin Qinghai, even Shi Tao who was right next to him, Yi Qin did not have the confidence to win against him. The latter was at the 7th sky of life and death realm, and his power was probably no lower than a mid-rank battle emperor. Although Yi Qin had almost familiarized himself with the Eternal Night Emperor sword and could perform 70% of its power, it would still depend on who his opponent was. In short, Yi Qin's cultivation base was still a bit low. If he could enter the 6th layer, not only would his Zhen Yuan become much purer and more vigorous, he would also be able to display the might of the immemorial single Qi and Eternal Night Emperor sword. Of course, if he could integrate 90% of the space profound into momentary glory, Yi Qin's strength would reach a whole new level. It's not a threat. I just want to let you know the determination of my dragon race. Qin Qinghai said slowly. The determination of the dragon race? I wonder if you can represent the dragon race. Of course. Qin Qinghai didn't want to push too far. He could see a frightening potential in Yi Qin's body. As an 8th-layer life and death heavenly emperor, his eyesight couldn't be that bad. Yi Chen's aura contained a destruction sword intent, which was almost at the 8th step. With such a powerful sword intent at the 5th layer, it wasn't hard to imagine that he was no ordinary person. Perhaps he was one of the 4-star purple gold commanders of the human race. Humans are really strong. Although their physiques are much weaker than our dragon race, their geniuses are endless. Qin Qinghai sighed inwardly. Then remember my words. If you take her away by force, I won't be able to stop you. However, you must be prepared to face my wrath. Yi Chen's greatest weakness was time. However, time would pass and he would continue to improve. One day he would reach the apex and look down on the starry sky. Impudent. Shi Tao was young and impetuous, so he was angered by Yi Chen's words. Qin Qinghai stopped Shi Tao and said, "We won't take her away by force. You don't have to worry about that." Regardless of whether there was Yi Chen or not, Qin Qinghai would not forcefully take Su Jing away. He felt that there was no need for that at all. In his opinion, which giant dragon did not want to return to the dragon tribe? Unfortunately, he did not expect Yi Chen to appear. Sensing Yi Chen's potential, Qin Qinghai hesitated slightly. The dragon tribe were not fools, who would go around stirring up trouble for no reason. Just as Yi Chen had said, Yi Chen was powerless to stop him now. In the future it would be hard to say. I hope so. Seeing that Qin Qinghai's tone had relaxed, Yi Chen knew that he could not be too forceful. Seriously speaking, Su Jing's return to the dragon clan was also a good thing, but first, it had to be within the scope of control. He could feel that when he said that Su Jing was his woman, the other two's expressions did not look good. It was obvious that they did not wish to see a union between a dragon and a human. He hoped that the higher-ups of the dragon clan would not have this idea, otherwise they could only become enemies with the dragon clan. How about this, let's wait for her to come out first? Qin Qinghai suggested. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. Elder, this brat is too arrogant. Shi Tao transmitted his voice to Qin Qinghai. Qin Qinghai replied, as a genius of the human clan, he naturally has the confidence to be arrogant. We should try our best to take her away without harming the harmony between us. If we really can't do it, we can only return and report the news to the higher-ups. They will not run away anyway. As an elder of the dragon clan, Qin Qinghai was not only powerful, but also very clear-headed. Now they had two choices. One was to forcefully take the golden dragon away and offend Yi Chen. The consequences were not too serious, but it was not necessary. The second was to stabilize the other party and see how the situation turned out. In the cave abode, Su Jing's body emitted a strong golden dragon force. This was a sign that she was about to break through. Whoosh! A large number of primordial stones piled up in front of her. Su Jing quickly absorbed the energy in the primordial stones. The energy in the primordial stones was in a chaotic state. It could be converted into any form of energy including dragon force. 100,000. 500,000. As a golden dragon, Su Jing's body contained a huge amount of dragon force. When she broke through to the next realm, the amount of primordial stones required was also exceptionally high. Previously, when Yi Chen entered the 4th sky of life and death realm, he had only spent several tens of thousands of primordial stones. However, Su Jing had already used up 500,000 primordial stones. The gap was not small at all. When 1,000,000 primordial stones were used up, the dragon force in Su Jing's body underwent a qualitative and quantitative change. With a dragon roar, Su Jing had broken through. This is the 4th sky of life and death realm? Su Jing felt that her strength had increased a lot. The dragon power of a giant dragon was somewhere between Jin Yuan and Qi power. It was neither pure Qi power nor Jin Yuan, but the unique dragon power of a giant dragon. This made the giant dragon very powerful. Not only could it have a powerful spirit body, but it also had some effects of Jin Yuan. As her cultivation increased, the uniqueness of the dragon power became more and more obvious. Releasing her soul power, Su Jing sensed the commotion outside the cave. The existence of arrays and restrictions could isolate the soul power from scanning, but the people inside could still send their soul power out. Walking to the stone door, Su Jing waved her hand. Immediately, the stone door opened with a loud bang. Yi Chen. Su Jing greeted Yi Chen. You broke through. Grabbing Su Jing's hand, Yi Chen's eyes brightened. Su Jing faintly nodded and couldn't help but look at Qin Qinghai and Shi Tao. Indeed a pure golden dragon. Qin Qinghai carefully sized up Su Jing and nodded from time to time. Su Jing's brows creased. She didn't like people commenting on her in front of her. Seeing Su Jing's expression change, Qin Qinghai knew he was being rude. He hurriedly said, I am Qin Qinghai, an elder of the Dragon Clan. This time I am here to take you back to the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Clan you will improve much faster than before. Also, the Dragon Clan has many secret techniques of the Dragon Clan. After learning these secret techniques, you will be a true dragon. Sorry, I don't want to go now. Su Jing directly refused. Shi Tao didn't know why, but when he saw Su Jing, his heart beat very fast. Su Jing and Yi Chen were holding hands, which made him very uncomfortable. He said, in the Dragon Clan there are other golden dragons. Don't you want to see them? I said, I don't want to go now. Su Jing repeated again. What's so good about this human? You don't even want to return to the Dragon Clan. You are a dragon, not a human. Only the Dragon Clan is where you belong. Shi Tao's voice grew louder. Yi Chen said, didn't you hear me clearly? She doesn't want to go to the Dragon Clan for now. We can talk about this later. Shut up. Shi Tao exploded. Mind your words. Yi Chen was also a bit annoyed. Do you have the guts to compete with me? Don't worry, I will suppress my cultivation base to the fifth sky of life and death realm. I won't take advantage of you. Shi Tao stared at Yi Chen. All right. Yi Chen had nowhere to retreat. Otherwise, the opponent would continue to pester him. Chapter 1171. Shi Tao. Qin Qinghai transmitted his voice to Shi Tao. Elder, don't stop me. I have to fight him. Shi Tao thought that Qin Qinghai was going to stop him, so he said firmly. Qin Qinghai smiled bitterly, I'm not stopping you. I'm just telling you to be careful. His strength is not to be underestimated. Don't treat him like an ordinary fifth-layer life and death realm warrior. Don't worry. Don't you know my strength? Shi Tao was extremely confident. As a silver dragon, his spirit body had long since reached the seventh step. Combined with his silver dragon power, there weren't many in the same realm who could contend against him. Even if he suppressed his cultivation base to the fifth layer, he would still have the confidence to defeat most seventh-layer life and death realm-titled monarchs. After all, his dragon race martial skills and tricks had nothing to do with his cultivation base. This place is too small. Let's fight in the starry sky. Shi Tao's figure flickered, piercing through the sky. Shi Tao's temperament is a bit fiery. I'll stop him at the critical moment. Qin Qinghai also thought that Shi Tao had a great chance of winning. What he meant was that when Yi Chen was in danger he would stop Shi Tao just in case Shi Tao accidentally hurt or kill Yi Chen, which would not be a good thing. Don't worry about that. I believe he can't hurt me. Yi Chen said indifferently. All right. Qin Qinghai laughed heartily. With a flicker he appeared in the starry sky. This could no longer be described as speed. This was teleportation, a true teleportation. Eighth-layer life and death realm heavenly kings were not only powerful in terms of attacking power, but also in terms of overall quality. Let's follow. Yi Chen pulled Su Jing's hand and activated his sword domain, soaring into the sky. Although he couldn't catch up to Qin Qinghai, he was still a bit faster than Shi Tao. Soon the four arrived in the empty starry sky. The mysterious gravity star was very far away, so the shockwaves of the battle wouldn't reach it. Tell me your name. I, Silver Dragon Emperor Shi Tao, will never defeat a nameless person. Shi Tao's body was shining with a silver radiance as if he was plated with a layer of silver. Even his eyes and hair were silver. His weapon was a pair of gloves. Dragon race's dragons were more proficient in claw and fist arts. Yi Chen. Since Shi Tao had suppressed his cultivation by 2 levels, Yi Chen did not intend to use the Eternal Night Emperor sword. The silver snake treasured sword was sufficient. Yi Chen held the sword hilt with his right hand and said calmly. Yi Chen, good. Let the battle begin. Take my punch. Shi Tao didn't waste any more words. Silver flames erupted from his body, making him look like a silver sun. A fist emerged from the silver sun. At first, this fist was still 100 miles away, but in the next instant, it was only 3 meters away from Yi Chen. The huge silver fist seemed to fill up the heavens and earth, and there were runes on its surface. Shio. Yi Chen turned into a beam of light, instantly disappearing from where he was standing. The silver fist hit nothing but air. The fist energy exploded, spreading all the way to the depths of the starry sky. When he reappeared, Yi Chen was less than 3 miles away from Shi Tao. He unsheathed the silver serpent sword and a snake-like sword chi shot out, coiling around Shi Tao's neck. So fast. Qin Qinghai was shocked. Yi Chen's speed just now was far from the speed of light. If he was given time to accelerate, he might be able to break through the barrier and reach the speed of light. Break for me. Shi Tao was ultimately not an ordinary person. He struck the silver serpent sword chi first. Clang, the silver serpent sword chi was extremely tough. It crazily moved and collided with Shi Tao's fist thousands of times. Finally, with a bang, it exploded into a ball of silver sparks. On the other hand, Shi Tao didn't expect the silver serpent sword chi to be so hard to deal with. He couldn't help but retreat 10 steps and was at a disadvantage. With an ashen complexion, Shi Tao angrily shouted, "Don't be complacent." Boom. Shi Tao punched out again. This time, a silver dragon-shaped force rushed out from Shi Tao's fist. Giant Dragon Fist, Rank 5 Sacred Dragon Fist. Sacred Dragon Fist was a secret martial art of the dragon race. Su Jing had used it before. Back then, Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting, who was ranked second on the Heavenly King list, had also used it. The highest Sacred Dragon Fist that Su Jing had used was rank 2, and Tyrannosaurus Yang Ting had used rank 4. This Shi Tao was obviously a level higher, reaching rank 5. The Silver Dragon power, after being stimulated by rank 5 Sacred Dragon Fist, had directly evolved into a dragon-shaped force. Yi Chen could sense that the dragon-shaped force contained a unique profound, the Profound of Power. The Profound of Power involved the operation of the entire universe. Any object could only operate with power. Therefore, when the Profound of Power was perfected, it would surpass the Profound of Space. If a true body refinement king didn't touch upon the Profound of Power, then it would be a waste of cultivation. After all, body refinement kings were much weaker than other kings in other aspects. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen raised the silver serpent sword in his right hand and heavily swung it. A flaming sword chi swept out. Peak Third Revolution Sword Art, True Inferno Sword. What? Peak Third Revolution Sword Art? Qin Qinghai was startled once again. He had roamed the starry sky for so many years, yet he had never seen a fifth-layer life and death realm martial artist create an extreme third revolution martial art. No wonder the opponent didn't seem to have any stage fright. Although it was slow, it was fast. The dragon-shaped chi collided with the flaming sword chi. Bang. As if two huge planets were colliding at an extreme speed, layers of ripples spread out. Each wave was higher and fiercer than the last, as if this place had turned into an ocean world. Eventually, the dragon-shaped chi and the flaming sword chi perished together. However, it was not over yet. The seemingly extinguished flaming sword chi suddenly surged out with a second wave of attack. The true Inferno Sword's aftereffects had arrived. Caught off guard, Shi Tao had no time to dodge. With both of his arms crossed, his whole body was blown away. His body flickered with a silver light and his face turned pale. Is this the Profound of Power? Yi Chen could feel that the opponent's power profound had greatly weakened the aftereffects of the Burning Sky Shock power. It made sense since everything involved the use of power, and the true Inferno Sword was no exception. At the explosion site, the power profound was in chaos, so the aftereffects of the Burning Sky Shock power would definitely be affected to a certain extent. Otherwise, the attacking power would be much more than this. Body refining kings are indeed frightening. Most of the giant dragons of the dragon race were body refining kings. Shi Tao flew back for more than 10,000 li before stopping. He coldly glanced at Yi Chen. Your sword art is not bad, but your attacking power is too weak. You don't even have the qualifications to scratch my itch. Really? You can try. I will try. The silver flame on Shi Tao's body grew even stronger, reaching the limit of the fifth sky of life and death realm. He was only one step away from the sixth. A silver light shone as Shi Tao attacked at an extremely fast speed. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 10 punches in total. 10 beams of silver dragon-shaped chi attacked toward Yi Chen from different angles. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. His right arm holding the silver snake sword started to turn illusory, as if he had suddenly grown 9 right arms. However, this was still nothing. The silver snake sword in Yi Chen's hand also started to change. Starting from the sword hilt, a layer of ink-like black spread to the sword tip, filled with a destructive sword intent. 7th step Destruction Sword Intent activated. Chapter 1172. Sword Intent could turn the rotten into the miraculous, and the Destruction Sword Intent was even more so. Although this Silver Dragon Emperor had suppressed his cultivation base to the 5th layer of life and death realm, Yi Chen estimated that if he went berserk, he wouldn't be much weaker than the Dark Dragon Emperor who was battling the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. One was a silver dragon and the other was a dark dragon. Both were giant dragons. Of course, in terms of giant dragon rank, the silver dragon was a bit weaker. Like the gold dragon, the dark dragon was also a high-grade giant dragon. One sword for one, the 10 dragon-shaped chi dispersed one after another. The sword art containing the Destruction Sword Intent was no longer an ordinary sword art. It possessed the power of destruction. Go! 10 arms returning to 1, Yi Qin slashed at Shi Tao. In the next moment, a dazzling black sword chi slashed out. Wherever it went, the temperature was astonishing, as if this sword chi was condensed from the essence of the sun. Third Revolution Extreme Sword Art, Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. Break for me. A bad premonition arose in Shi Tao's heart. He roared, and the silver chi around his body suddenly surged, reaching the 6th layer of life and death realm. As his realm increased, the power he grasped became even more powerful. The 5th step Sacred Dragon Fist was incomparably powerful, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. Shameless. Su Jing coldly snorted. Shi Tao had previously said that he would suppress his cultivation base to the 5th layer of life and death realm, but now he was clearly breaking the rules. The silver dragon-shaped chi was vivid and lifelike, rushing out along Shi Tao's fist and colliding with the dazzling black sword chi. Clang 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere, lighting up the starry sky within millions of li. A frightening shockwave mixed with black and silver radiated in every direction. An ordinary planet far away let out a few crisp sounds before exploding with a loud rumble. But before it could explode, it was blown away by the shockwave, disintegrating and sending dust everywhere. Crick. With great difficulty, the black sword chi cut open the body of the silver dragon-shaped chi. The dragon-shaped chi had been able to hold on for a while, but as soon as its body was cut open, it immediately became like a deflated balloon. Its power flowed for 1,000 miles and with a boom it dissipated. The black sword chi was free and in a flash, it appeared in front of Shi Tao. How is this possible? Shi Tao's face turned pale with fright. With his 6th sky of life and death realm cultivation base, even a 3-star general would not dare to block his 5th step Saint Dragon Fist. Yet, his opponent had actually broken through it with brute force. Moreover, this sword chi contained the destruction sword intent could even ignore his power profound, which could greatly reduce the power of his opponent's ace attacks. There was no time to think about why. Shi Tao crossed his arms again, wanting to block this sword chi. Boom. The black sword chi exploded and shattered. Countless tiny sword chi shot toward Shi Tao. Shi Tao's silver flames were forcibly sliced apart, and he had to endure the torture of 1,000 cuts. However, Shi Tao was still a 7th layer life and death realm monarch, even if he was suppressed by 1 layer. Not only did he have a 7th step spirit body, his physical defense was astonishing, and he was also wearing a peak-level Emperor-grade armor. The destruction sword chi couldn't injure him, and at most it could make him look a little embarrassed. However, this was a spar, not a life-and-death battle. If he was at a disadvantage, then he was at a disadvantage. There was no reason to argue. When the might of the sword chi dissipated, Shi Tao had already retreated more than 10,000 li. From the beginning until now, he had never gained the upper hand, even after raising his cultivation base to the 6th sky of life and death realm. On his tall and sturdy body, tiny snake-like black sword chi roamed about, appearing exceptionally nimble. Sword chi containing the destruction sword intent was not so easy to remove. It would attach itself to the opponent's body, and as long as the opponent was the slightest bit careless, the sword chi would pierce through and wreak havoc inside. To remove the destruction sword chi, martial will and one's own energy were both indispensable. His arms violently shook as Shi Tao raised his realm to the limit. Swish. Swish, swish. Waves of destruction sword chi were forced out by a formidable force, shooting out like sharp arrows. 10,000 li away, Yi Qin did not make a move. He believed that the result was obvious. If the opponent had kept his word, this spar would have already been decided. Sheathing the silver serpent sword, Yi Qin said to Su Jing, "Let's go." In the future he would pay a visit to the Dragon Clan with Su Jing, but not now. In any case, they still had a long life ahead of them and there was no need to be impatient. What? Do you admit defeat? Shi Tao said with a loud voice. Yi Qin turned his head and said, "You are the one who lost. You know it very well." I admit that I underestimated you, but you also did not injure me. If it was a life and death battle, so what if I fell into a disadvantageous position for a while? The one who laughs in the end will be the real winner. Shi Tao was a bit sullen. If he had known that Yi Qin was this powerful, he would not have said the words of limiting cultivation base. Now he was just shooting himself in the foot. What do you want? Yi Qin asked. A real battle has no time limit. The loser will listen to the winner. Of course I won't let you die. Shi Tao said coldly. You really have a good plan. Yi Qin's expression was unsightly. His opponent was a silver dragon, and coupled with a top-tier overlord armor, it was almost impossible for Yi Qin to injure him. Yi Chen's cultivation base was 2 levels lower, and his armor was only a high-tier overlord armor. His defense was naturally far from his opponent's. In the end, Yi Chen would definitely lose. This was something that couldn't be helped. Many times, even if one's combat strength was about the same, it didn't mean that one couldn't win. What if I don't agree? Yi Chen wasn't stupid. He wouldn't restrict himself. Facing such an opponent, he would choose to leave. With his speed, it would be hard for him to catch up. Yi Chen was worried about Elder Qin Qinghai. Qin Qinghai could teleport, which was a very terrifying ability. You have to agree even if you don't want to. The silver flames on Shi Tao's body surged. He stood there like a silver sun. Enough. At this moment, Qin Qinghai spoke. Elder. Shi Tao looked at Qin Qinghai. Enough, let them leave. We will return. Qin Qinghai waved his hand. But, Shi Tao's expression changed. Qin Qinghai glared at him. Have you forgotten what the higher-ups told you? They told you to listen to everything I say. What, you don't even listen to me? Shi Tao wouldn't dare. You can leave. But I hope that you will consider this. This lady is a member of our dragon race and we have very few members. We won't mistreat her, Qin Qinghai said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Actually, it's not that we can't talk about this. But first, both sides must be equal. Remember not to bring him here next time. Yi Chen was sure that the dragon race would send a second group. He didn't want Shi Tao to be among them. This dragon was too arrogant and looked down on everyone. Shi Tao could hear the contempt in Yi Chen's voice. All right. Qin Qinghai nodded. He also felt that he had used the wrong method. Mainly, he wasn't too happy that the gold dragon's partner wasn't a dragon. Let's go. Qin Qinghai grabbed Shi Tao's shoulder. With a flash, they disappeared. Let's go too. Yi Chen and Su Jing flew towards the mystic gravity planet together. Chapter 1173. On the mysterious gravity star, Murong Qingqing had yet to exit her seclusion. In terms of foundation, Murong Qingqing was still a bit weaker than Su Jing. Su Jing was a golden dragon, and she could enter life and death realm upon reaching adulthood. This kind of solid foundation was not something Murong Qingqing, who had the bloodline of the Dark Witch, could compare to. Unless Murong Qingqing could truly become the Dark Witch, the situation might be reversed, and the golden dragon would be even weaker than the Dark Witch. Let's go back first. Yi Chen said to Su Jing. Sister Qingqing should be able to break through to the 4th layer in a few days. Su Jing nodded. Leaving the mysterious gravity star, Yi Chen took out the phantom and the two entered. Shwa. The phantom's speed continued to increase until it finally disappeared into the void. Fiery star, fiery city. The phantom stopped in the air above the fiery city lord mansion. As the phantom was put away, Yi Chen and Su Jing entered the mansion together. Whoa. A cheerful wolf howl resounded as a red shadow pounced at Yi Chen. Little wolf. The red shadow was Yi Chen's spirit beast, the dream-eating wolf. Ever since he became the fiery city lord, Yi Chen had placed the dream-eating wolf in the mansion, letting it guard the mansion. Although the dream-eating wolf had long since become a demonic beast king, it had never been able to transform. Yi Chen finally understood that the dream-eating wolf should be a strange beast in the universe similar to the giant star beast. It could not transform at all and could only appear as a demonic beast for the rest of its life. Of course, this was only Yi Chen's speculation. In fact, there had been giant star beasts that could transform in the past, and each of them had monstrous strength comparable to peak supremes. Caressing the dream-eating wolf's head, Yi Chen smiled. Train hard and become a demonic beast emperor as soon as possible. Who knows, you might be able to transform after that. Master, it doesn't matter to me whether or not I can transform. My aesthetic view is different from yours. Dream-eating wolf didn't mind his appearance. That's true. Yi Chen realized that his first impression was the strongest. The city lord's mansion was very big, not inferior to a huge city. There were lakes, mountains, continuous buildings, and even a large grassland. There was enough space for everyone to have their own courtyard, the only difference being the size. However, the most important thing about the city lord's mansion was not these. The most important thing was the countless arrays and restrictions. Only with these arrays and restrictions could the city lord's mansion not be attacked. Otherwise, no matter how good the place was, it would be nothing more than a clay chicken and pottery dog. On the grassland of the city lord mansion, Yi Chen was practicing the space profound sword technique, momentary brilliance. Among the 3/3 revolution peak sword techniques, instant of glory could be said to be the sword technique that had followed Yi Chen the longest. Ever since he created it, he had been using it ever since. This was partly due to the space profound, but it was also due to the momentary brilliance sword technique itself. It should be known that the sword technique itself was not good, and there was a limit to the profoundness it could contain. How could the foresight and creativity of many years ago compare to the present? However, momentary brilliance sword technique was different. This was a sword technique that had the ability to continuously improve. From the meaning of the name, momentary brilliance pursued a momentary brilliance, regardless of anything else. Therefore its charm could not be increased anymore. At most, it could increase the technique a little. This was also the main reason why it could follow Yi Chen all this time. After his space profound reached 90%, momentary brilliance needed to be further improved. Buff, buff, buff. He brandished it in a simple manner and stabbed it forward. At the tip of the sword, brilliant light blossomed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the brilliant light was incomparably mysterious. It seemed to contain a massive star within it, and when its power erupted, the massive star would explode and bloom with its final splendor. Not enough. Yi Chen could feel that the sword intent had not been used up. In other words, this sword was not mature enough. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed and 3 weeks had passed. Yi Chen's improvement was very small. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen stopped using the sword technique. Looks like I still need an opportunity. Sheathing the silver serpent sword, Yi Chen walked towards Su Jing's cultivation area. On the other side of the grassland, Su Jing was punching again and again. The wind from her punches surged, turning into golden dragon-shaped chi that swept in all directions. It could be seen that Su Jing did not use her dragon force or martial intent. Otherwise the power would not be so little. 3rd level Sacred Dragon Fist? Yi Chen seemed to have noticed something. Clearly, Shi Tao's 5th Order Sacred Dragon Fist had given Su Jing some inspiration. She had taken the 2nd Order Sacred Dragon Fist's foundation one step further and created her 3rd Order Sacred Dragon Fist. Although she still didn't know if this 3rd Order Sacred Dragon Fist was authentic, she had taken this step and her battle prowess had multiplied. Su Jing's comprehension is also very good. Yi Chen revealed a smile on his face. Yi Chen. Su Jing noticed Yi Chen and stopped. This is the 3rd level Sacred Dragon Fist, right? Yi Chen asked. Su Jing nodded. There's a huge gap between the 2nd and 5th Order Sacred Dragon Fist, but the fist intent is the same. I can't deduce the 4th Order Sacred Dragon Fist, but I can do the 3rd Order. In a few days the dragon race's 2nd batch of envoys should arrive. I'll have a good talk with them then. The dragon race was located in the Azure Dragon Star region, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. And on the desolate star of Elysium, Su Jing had already comprehended the profound meaning of power to a very high level. Although she did not know the fist intent of the Sacred Dragon Fist like the back of her hand, she was at least familiar with it. Otherwise, she would not have been able to deduce the 3rd level Sacred Dragon Fist after seeing it once. Once she obtained the fist intent behind the Sacred Dragon Fist, not to mention the top 10 of the Heavenly King list, she would have a high chance of getting first place. Su Jing did not say anything. In fact, if the other party was not so overbearing, there was no harm in going. She also wanted to see those dragons like her. How could Yi Chen not see through Su Jing's thoughts? He muttered, I'll go back to the God Paradise first. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back in half a month. He planned to break through to the 6th life and death realm. The purity and density of Zhen Yuan between the 5th and 6th life and death realm were about 10 times higher. Once he broke through, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, he would be able to control the Eternal Night Emperor sword and the immemorial Qi armor. With a stronger strength, he would at least have more confidence. Yeah, don't worry. I'll go to the mysterious gravity star often to see if Sister Qingqing has come out. Su Jing seemed to know what Yi Chen was thinking. On the same day, Yi Chen returned to the God Paradise. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and tried his best to circulate Zhen Yuan again and again, each time a bit faster than the previous one. Yi Chen's foundation of the 5th life and death realm was already very solid. In the past few years he had often used the Tower of Time to temper his Zhen Yuan. This time, after encountering the remnant fist intent of the Supreme in the core area of the Black Tortoise Ruins, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan and mental power had been tempered once again. At this moment he already had a 100% chance of breaking through to the 6th life and death realm. Chapter 1174. 100 days in the Time Tower was 1 day in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed in the Time Tower, but only 8 days had passed in the outside world. On this day Yi Chen's body shone with an intense cyan light. This cyan light was so bright that Yi Chen's entire body looked like a shining cyan sun. Within the cyan light, an extremely frightening power was brewing and rising. I'm about to break through. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a stream of yuan stones flew out of his storage ring, hovering above Yi Chen's head. In the next moment, the surging yuan stone energy poured into Yi Chen's body through his Baihui meridian. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. 1,000,000. Breaking through to the sixth sky of life and death realm required a huge amount of yuan stones. 1,000,000 yuan stones was like a drop in the bucket. 2,000,000. 3,000,000. 5,000,000. 7,000,000. When the number of yuan stones reached 8,000,000, Yi Chen finally broke through. Bus. A huge cyan lotus formed above Yi Chen's head, slowly rotating. Only Yi Chen knew why there was a huge lotus above his head. It was because his green lotus sword spell had reached the peak of heaven realm from high-rank heaven realm. Martial arts and secret arts were not the same. After top-rank heaven realm secret arts, there were heavenly king secret arts, emperor secret arts, and even emperor secret arts. Secret arts were similar to martial arts and had a lot of room for improvement. However, after top-rank heaven realm martial arts, it was basically the peak. After that, there were only supreme martial arts. Supreme martial arts contain the mysteries of the universe. Under normal circumstances, only supreme martial artists could create them. The strength of supreme martial artists lay in being the strongest in every aspect. When combined, it was simply unparalleled looking down on the universe. After his green lotus sword spell reached the peak of heaven realm, Yi Chen realized that his Jin Yuan was even more like sword Yuan, being shockingly pure. This was also the reason why he spent 8,000,000 yuan stones to break through. Of course, Yi Chen did not lack yuan stones. 8,000,000 yuan stones was just a drop in the ocean for him. However, it was a lot for others. Many solitary kings relied on accumulating wealth over the years to accumulate so much. Otherwise, how could they have so many yuan stones? Moreover, the Zhen yuan consumed in each battle had to be quickly recovered with yuan stones. For example, if Yi Chen's Zhen yuan was exhausted, he would have to spend more than 8,000,000 yuan stones to recover his Zhen yuan. This was not a small number. Without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan stones, one would not dare to continuously fight. In short, life and death realm first and second layer heavenly kings were the poorest. Some of them might not even be able to take out several thousand yuan stones. Life and death realm third and fourth layer heavenly kings were normal, and they might be able to take out several tens of thousands of yuan stones. As for fifth and sixth layer heavenly kings, their wealth was very unstable, ranging from hundreds of thousands of yuan stones to millions of yuan stones. This was because they had spent countless years to reach this realm, which was enough for them to slowly accumulate a lot of wealth. Of course, other sixth layer kings were different from Yi Chen. They estimated that they had spent less than 1,000,000 yuan stones to break through to the sixth layer. Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was much more vigorous and pure than theirs. Top heaven realm martial arts were not something to be trifled with. In short, people could not be compared with each other. A dozen years ago, Yi Chen's wealth was only a few 100,000 yuan, which was earned from selling king-grade battleships and supreme-grade swords. Now, he could casually spend hundreds of millions, so he did not feel too much pain. Standing up, Yi Chen walked out of the time tower. Leaving the god paradise on the god ship, Yi Chen did not directly go to the mysterious gravity star. If Murong Qingqing succeeded in breaking through, she would definitely return to Inferno Flower City. If not, it would be useless to go there now. It would be better to return as soon as possible, lest he be absent when the Dragon Clan emissary arrived. Returning to Inferno Flower City as expected, Murong Qingqing had not returned. She was probably still in seclusion. Master. Lung Xinghan was about to leave when he bumped into Yi Chen. What are you going out for? Yi Chen asked. I've joined a team to explore the Whirlwind Secret Realm. We're leaving today. Whirlwind Secret Realm? Yi Chen had heard of the Whirlwind Secret Realm before. It was not too dangerous, but it was still dangerous for kings at or below the third sky of life and death realm. Of course, he would not stop Lung Xinghan. Geniuses needed to be polished before they could shine. Yi Chen was rather strict with his 4 disciples. He only gave each of them 100,000 yuan stones, and after they used it up, they would have to earn more. Only after they reached the third sky of life and death realm would he give them more. Be careful, people are unpredictable. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Master's teachings are correct. Disciple understands. Lung Xinghan was not a newbie. Although he could not compare to Yi Chen, who had experienced hundreds of battles, he was still outstanding. He would not be easily deceived and fall into danger. On the prairie, Su Jing was practicing the third step Sacred Dragon Fist. Compared to a week ago, Su Jing's third step Sacred Dragon Fist was much more skillful, and her fist intent was astonishing. You're back? Su Jing stopped. Is there still no one from the Dragon Clan? Su Jing shook her head. No rush, they should be here soon. It was impossible for the Dragon Clan to give up on Su Jing. The importance of a golden dragon was obvious. It was enough to become the pillar of the Dragon Clan. In the following days, Yi Chen stayed in the City Lord's mansion and learned more about the situation of the Yi clan and the Falling Dust Sword sect. Regarding Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Chen's feelings were quite complicated. They could be considered geniuses, and as long as they were tempered, they would certainly have some accomplishments in the future. However, Yi Chen was also afraid that they would fall during their training. This was quite possible, as not every genius could walk to the end. 90% of them died on the path of advancement. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't know whether to let Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao work hard or live a peaceful life. Of course, with their potential, breaking through to the life and death realm would not be a problem. It was just a matter of time. As for the Falling Dust Sword sect, Zhang Haoren had been working very hard. He was often not in the City Lord's mansion and was not there at the moment. Everyone had their own ambitions, and Yi Chen knew that Zhang Haoren would not be satisfied with being ordinary. Everyone yearned for a glorious future. On the other hand, Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei felt that their current days were quite good. They did not have any extravagant expectations as long as they could break through to the life and death realm and have a lifespan of 100,000 years, then watch their descendants grow up slowly. Moreover, in the Falling Dust Sword sect, they did not have to worry about their own survival. Another week passed in a flash, and the City Lord's mansion was very peaceful. Two figures appeared on the star teleportation formation closest to planet Fiery Flame. One was Qin Qinghai, and the other was a white-haired old man. The old man had a benevolent look on his face, and a faint smile could be seen on his face. It was as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was looking at the world with a smile. Little guy, we will meet soon. I wonder how much you have grown? I am looking forward to it. Chapter 1175. In a pavilion on a high mountain, Yi Chen raised his head and gazed at the starry sky. Vaguely, he felt that someone important had arrived. He knew this person and their relationship was not shallow. Who could it be? Putting down his cup, Yi Chen stood up. On the prairie, Su Jing also sensed something and stopped her third step sacred dragon fist. Su Jing, let's go welcome the guests. Beside Su Jing, Yi Chen's figure appeared. Pulling Su Jing's hand, the two walked out of the mansion and flew into the sky. Not long after, two figures flew over from the distant horizon. This is... Yi Chen and Su Jing's faces revealed pleasant surprise. Close. As the silhouettes got closer and closer, Yi Chen and Su Jing could finally see their faces clearly. One was the dragon elder Qin Qinghai, whom they had met half a month ago, and the other was a white-haired, benevolent-looking old man with a familiar smile. Senior Dragon King. Master. Yi Chen and Su Jing went up to greet them. Little guy, disciple, long time no see. Dragon King laughed heartily and increased his speed. Qin Qinghai kept pace with him, neither too fast nor too slow. Finally, the two sides met. Senior Dragon King, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Just as I expected. Yi Chen sized up Dragon King. Apart from his cultivation base increasing by a lot, reaching the 6th layer of life and death realm, Dragon King didn't seem to have changed much. In a flash, 20 years had passed. Meeting again, Yi Chen couldn't hide his joy. Dragon King's contributions couldn't go unnoticed in Yi Chen's growth. It could be said that Dragon King and Suanho had created half of Yi Chen. Master. Su Jing stood beside Dragon King obediently. Dragon King sized up Su Jing and Yi Chen. Good, you've grown much better than I imagined. What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in? Dragon King joked. Senior Dragon King, this way please. Yi Chen invited Dragon King and Qin Qinghai into the mansion of the governor. In a pavilion on a high mountain, a gentle breeze blew gently and white clouds floated around. The stone table was filled with all kinds of top-grade fruits. Yi Chen filled Dragon King's and Qin Qinghai's cups and sat down. The Dragon King took a sip of wine and said, the fact that all of you are here means that the crisis of Elysium has been resolved. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Although you won't say it, I know that you must have doubts in your hearts. Since I'm still alive, why didn't I bring people to rescue Elysium? Yi Chen said, there must be a reason why Senior Dragon King didn't do that. Yi Chen won't make wild guesses. The Dragon King smiled and turned to Su Jing. Little girl, you've finally transformed into a real dragon. This is all thanks to Master. Su Jing replied. The Dragon King waved his hand. I just did what I should do. It's not my credit. However, you still have to return to the Dragon Clan. There's no reason for a dragon not to return. This person beside me is Elder Qin Qinghai of the Dragon Clan. You've already met him before, so there's no need for further introductions. Yi Chen asked, Senior Dragon King, why are you with Elder Chen? Are you also from the Dragon Clan? He remembered that Senior Dragon King wasn't a dragon. He just had the bloodline of a flood dragon. Chen Qinghai explained, the flood dragon is also a member of the Dragon Clan. It's impossible for everyone in the Dragon Clan to be dragons. Dragons are too rare and golden dragons are even rarer. Yes. The Dragon King nodded. I have the bloodline of a flood dragon, so I joined the Dragon Clan. Speaking of joining the Dragon Clan, I'll have to start from the path of death. Yi Chen and Su Jing didn't say anything. They just listened quietly. Back then, with my strength, I charged into the path of death with no chance of survival. However, since I dared to do so, I naturally made preparations. This preparation was a dragon scale. This scale came from the body of a supreme dragon, and it contains the power of the supreme dragon. It's mysterious and unfathomable. Even after so many years, its power hasn't weakened at all. Yi Chen listened attentively. The supreme dragon was naturally a 9th layer life and death realm dragon. And the dragon scale on the body of the supreme dragon possessed a mysterious power. It was easy to understand. This dragon scale should have come from the little girl's relative. Perhaps her father or perhaps her mother. I'm not too sure either. Back then, I sensed that the aura on the little girl's body was very similar to that of the dragon scale. That's why I suspected her identity and brought her back to the dragon god celestial palace. The Dragon King explained. So that's how it is. Yi Chen suddenly saw the light. No wonder the Dragon King knew Su Jing's identity. It turned out to be a dragon scale. It should be known that Su Jing was no different from a human. Even if she was a real human, Senior Dragon King wouldn't be able to see through Su Jing's identity at once, unless he was a supreme. Su Jing's complexion changed. She had always wanted to know her origin. However, after hearing the Dragon King's words, she knew that she would have to find out herself in the future. The experts guarding the death path were much stronger than me. They destroyed my body in an instant. Fortunately, I had already condensed a drop of blood essence on the dragon scale. Under my stimulation, the dragon scale stealthily broke out of the death path and escaped. Afterward, I was reborn from a drop of blood and slowly recovered. However, the starry sky was boundless and I didn't know where to go. After drifting for several years, I discovered that the dragon scale was reacting to a certain direction. So, I carried the dragon scale and rushed in that direction. Along the way, I discovered a new use of the dragon scale. It turned out that the dragon scale could carry me through the void at an astonishing speed. Just like that, after several years, I found the place where the dragon scale was reacting to. That place was the life planet of the Azure Dragon Starfield's dragon race. At this point, the Dragon King paused for a moment, raised his glass and took a sip of wine. When I arrived at the life planet of the dragon race, 10 years had passed. Because I have the blood of the flood dragon in me, the dragon race recognized my identity, and I became a member of the dragon race. Worried about the safety of Elysium, I reported to the higher-ups of the dragon race, hoping that they would send people to rescue Elysium. However, later I realized that I didn't know where Elysium was, and no one knew the direction of Elysium. It was as if this was a forgotten world. Forgotten. Yi Chen was deep in thought. Generally, the inhabited worlds of the human race were near the 4 major life-star regions. Elysium was indeed too far away. It was millions of light-years away, very far away. Without the positioning of the battleship, he wouldn't have been able to find where Elysium was. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The demons and the other alien races must have found out about the existence of Elysium by chance, while the human race didn't know about it. Otherwise, why didn't the human race send people to support it? Fortunately, Elysium is still lucky after all. I can breathe a sigh of relief now that you've come out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. The Dragon King sighed with emotion, and then a look of relief appeared on his face. Chapter 1176. Then the Dragon King said that he had accidentally heard about the birth of a golden dragon, and it was a woman. The Dragon King had a strong premonition that this golden dragon should be Su Jing. After all, there were only so many golden dragons in the Dragon Clan, and they could be counted with 2 hands. How could it be so easy to find an unknown golden dragon in the outside world? Therefore he had volunteered to come with Chen Qinghai. Along the way, Chen Qinghai described Yi Chen and Su Jing's appearances, and Dragon King was even more certain of his premonition. This is the Supreme Dragon Scale. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. As he spoke, Dragon King took out a palm-sized golden dragon scale. Although it was small, its supreme dragon chi couldn't be concealed. Vaguely, Yi Chen seemed to see an immeasurably long divine dragon shuttling through the universe. Wherever it went, stars would fall and the sun and moon would lose their radiance. Su Jing could sense the dragon qi within the golden dragon scale. However, she shook her head. Master, this is your dragon's scale. I can't take it. Su Jing didn't think that Dragon King should hand over the supreme dragon scale, even if it might have belonged to her parents. After all, if her parents wanted to leave something for her, they had many ways to do so. Clearly, this dragon scale wasn't meant for her. Dragon King smiled bitterly. Don't decline. I'm a bit embarrassed. Dragon King smiled bitterly. Don't decline. Speaking of which, I'm still a bit embarrassed. Back then, I relied on the supreme dragon scale to escape. After my blood drop rebirth, a part of the scale's power integrated into my essence blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach the sixth sky of life and death realm so quickly. In addition, the dragon transformation pond's power also originates from the supreme dragon scale. Right now, there's not much power left in the supreme dragon scale. The reason why I'm giving it to you is not only because it has a great relationship with you, but also because it's the key to finding your kin. I've asked around, but there's no one in the dragon race. At this time, Qin Xinghai also said, many years ago, a supreme of our dragon clan went missing, and there has been no news of him until now. I think he must have gone to the Elysium you speak of and left you there. As for where he went, no one knows. This was a secret of the dragon clan and very few people knew about it. Qin Xinghai didn't know about it at first, and only found out about it after returning this time. Take it. Yi Chen nodded to Su Jing. Stretching out her hands, Su Jing received the supreme dragon scale. Buzz. The supreme dragon scale shone brightly, forming an unbreakable connection with Su Jing's draconic aura. A majestic phantom of a giant golden dragon appeared, staring at Su Jing. Father. Faintly, Su Jing knew that this was her father's aura, and her eyes became a little moist. The phantom of the giant golden dragon didn't say anything. With a whoosh, it rapidly shrank back into the golden dragon scale. In the next moment, the golden light on the golden dragon scale retracted, and it returned to its original state. Then a shocking scene occurred. The golden dragon scale fused into Su Jing's palm, and in the end, it turned into a golden dragon scale imprint, looking extremely lifelike. Seeing this scene, the Dragon King fell into deep thought. Although this supreme dragon scale had first fallen into his hands, no matter what he did, he couldn't fuse with it. It seemed like the supreme dragon scale was only a transition in his hands, and it was only in Su Jing's hands that it was truly complete. Also, he felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Regarding the supreme dragon scale, the Dragon King's feelings were actually very complicated. The existence of the supreme dragon scale was a huge burden, causing his progress to be slow. But also because of the supreme dragon scale, he could break through the shackles in Elysium, and didn't die even after 1,000 years. In the end, it even helped him break through the path of death and come to the Dragon Clan. Originally, the Dragon King planned to wait until Su Jing became a true golden dragon before handing over the supreme dragon scale, but he didn't live to see that day. Now it was finally returned to its rightful owner. Handing over the supreme dragon scale to you can be considered as relieving one of my worries. Now let's talk about returning to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King said seriously to Su Jing and Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, we still don't know much about the Dragon Clan. Senior Dragon King, can you tell us about it? Perhaps you have some misunderstandings about the Dragon Clan, but I've lived in the Dragon Clan for nearly 10 years. I can feel that the Dragon Clan advocates freedom. We won't lose our freedom just because we join the Dragon Clan. Freedom is the true essence of the Dragon Clan. If we lose our freedom, we will no longer be the Dragon Clan. You can rest assured on this point. The Dragon King explained. Indeed, the Dragon Clan advocates freedom very much. The entire universe knows this. Qin Xinghai nodded at the side. This time, the Dragon Clan's higher-ups had instructed them to let the Dragon King be the leader. He only needed to cooperate with the Dragon King. Yi Chen and Su Jing naturally believed the Dragon King's words. Yi Chen continued, then can the giant dragons marry humans? It was impossible for him to give up on Su Jing. Su Jing blushed. Theoretically, such a thing can't happen, Qin Xinghai said truthfully. Hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded and said, theoretically, it is indeed impossible for the giant dragons to marry outsiders. But your situation is different. How is it different? The Dragon King said, the reason why the giant dragons can't marry outsiders is not because there is a hard and fast rule. The giant dragons are different from other demonic beasts. The giant dragons will only be attracted to the giant dragons. There is a slight possibility that the flood dragons will also be attracted to them, but it is impossible for them to be attracted to humans or other races. However, before this little girl transformed into a golden giant dragon, she was a human. That's why she developed feelings for you. In this case, the situation is naturally different. Don't worry, the Dragon Clan does not have a hard and fast rule. It is completely up to them to choose their own partners. However, your case is too special. You should know that in the history of the Dragon Clan, there has not been a case of a giant dragon marrying an outsider for countless years. The Dragon Clan will not object? This was a pleasant surprise. Yes, true freedom naturally includes choosing a partner. At that time, Shirtao and I were too shocked, so we lost our composure. Qin Qinghai smiled bitterly. Yi Qin and Su Jing looked at each other. They were very happy. Then when do you plan to go to the Dragon Clan? In fact, Qin Qinghai hoped that Yi Qin and Su Jing would go to the Dragon Clan immediately. Yi Qin transmitted his voice to Su Jing. Why don't you go first? I will go after Qing Qing comes out of seclusion. Let's go together. Su Jing shook her head. Yi Qin frowned slightly. Let's wait for another month. If Qing Qing still hasn't come out of seclusion in a month, you can go to the Dragon Clan first. The earlier you go, the earlier you can learn the Sacred Dragon Fist and other Dragon Clan martial arts. In the end, only Qin Qinghai left. Yi Qin and Su Jing decided to go after some time, probably within a month. As for the Dragon King, he naturally stayed in the City Lord's mansion to catch up. The only pity was that Su Anho had been away for more than a year. No one knew where she went. Time passed quickly. On the 16th day, Murong Qingqing finally came out of seclusion. This also meant that everyone was about to set off for the Dragon Clan of the Azure Dragon Star Field. Chapter 1177. Through the astral teleportation array, the four arrived at the Azure Dragon Star region. Of course, arriving at the Azure Dragon Star region did not mean that they had arrived at the Dragon Race. The planet where the Dragon Race resided was called the Azure Dragon Star region. It was the core life planet of the Azure Dragon Star region and also the largest life planet. The closest astral teleportation array to the Azure Dragon Star region was 2,000 light-years away. With the speed of an Emperor-class warship, it would take about 4 hours to arrive. After 4 hours, the four finally saw the Azure Dragon Star region. There's actually such a big planet. What the four of them saw was an incomparably huge cyan planet. Compared to it, the flame star was simply a tiny speck. The Dragon King said, "The Azure Dragon Star is a level 9 life planet. The distance between the two poles is more than 1 billion miles. Oceans and lakes occupy 40% of the planet's surface and 60% of the land." A level 9 life planet was the highest level of life planets. There were not many of them in the 4 major star regions. However, with a diameter of more than 1 billion miles, it was huge. The Azure Dragon Star seemed to be in front of them, but the four flew for a long time before they arrived above it. The entire Azure Dragon Star was very green. As far as the eye could see, there was green everywhere. Green mountains, green forests, green grasslands, green valleys. However, Yi Qin found that the plants on the Azure Dragon Star were unbelievably huge. Even the grass was 10 meters or even dozens of meters tall. The trees in the forest towered into the sky. Ordinary trees that were more than 10,000 meters tall were terrifyingly thick. A single leaf on their branches could even be used to build a house. There were also some tall trees sparsely scattered on the grasslands. In addition, there were all kinds of dragon race monsters living on the Azure Dragon planet. There were Tyrannosaurus-like earth dragons, single-horned dragon snakes that had the bloodline of flood dragons, winged dragons with wings on their backs, and purebred flood dragons that lived in lakes. A primordial aura wafted over, shocking everyone. Of course, the dragon race was not entirely made up of dragon race monsters. There were many other monsters. This was a world of monsters and there were no real humans. In a huge valley, an earth dragon was fighting with a horned dragon snake. The earth dragon was extremely strong, and its claws and teeth were sharp. The horned dragon snake was also quite strong. Its tail kept lashing out and its body wrapped around the earth dragon. However, in the end, the earth dragon was slightly better, and it bit the horned dragon snake's body. Beside the lake, a green flood dragon suddenly jumped out and bit the back of a raging bull, dragging it into the water. As expected of the dragon race, Yi Qin felt that the environment here was very good. It had a primitive flavor and the strong preyed on the weak. Due to the powerful aura exuding from Yi Qin's group of four and the addition of the golden dragon aura from Su Jing's body, these low-level Dragon Clan demonic beasts and other demonic beasts didn't dare to get too close. Even the winged dragon, the hegemon of the sky, chose to take a detour. In front of us is the Dragon Country. Dragon King pointed at the continuous city wall 1,000 li ahead. The city wall was 10,000 meters tall, and its entire body was bronze in color, as if it was made of bronze. It stretched all the way to the horizon. Yichen opened his soul eye to take a look and found that the length of the city wall was exactly 300 million li compared to the entire Azure Dragon Star. It was not that big. However, if it were to be placed on an ordinary life planet, it would be able to cover several planets. After Dragon King's explanation, everyone realized that the Dragon Country was the core of the dragon race. Only demonic beasts of the dragon race could enter. Swish, swish. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air in front of the 4 of them. Teleportation. They were 2 8 Sky of Life and Death Realm Emperor warriors. One was wearing a golden armor, tall and sturdy, about 40 years old. The other was wearing a dark golden robe with no facial hair on his face. He looked to be about 60 years old. Both of them had golden pupils, and the aura coming from their bodies was very similar to Su Jing's. However, it was thousands of times more powerful. Their gazes immediately landed on Su Jing's body. The tall and sturdy man was pleasantly surprised. It is indeed a golden dragon. There is not a trace of impurity. No, it is even purer than I imagined. It is so pure that it is dazzling. I am the descendant of the golden dragon sovereign. Naturally, I have the purest golden dragon bloodline. The old man in the dark golden robe seemed much calmer, but he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Golden River Elder, Golden Armor Elder. Dragon King cupped his fists toward the 2. Golden River Elder and Golden Armor Elder were the elders of the dragon race. Their titles were Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor. Their status was much higher than Qin Qinghai's, because they were true golden dragons. Comparing golden dragons and bronze dragons, golden dragons were naturally more prestigious. Golden River Dragon Emperor was the old man in dark golden robe. He waved his hand and said to Su Jing, "Little girl, what is your name?" Su Jing. Su Jing replied. "Ehe, little girl Su Jing, welcome to my Golden Dragon clan. Including you, we have 9 members. Golden dragons were very rare and every one of them was very precious. Perhaps it was because of the golden dragon chi on his body that Su Jing felt very close. She said sincerely, I am very happy to contribute to the golden dragon bloodline. Good. Golden River Dragon Emperor smiled. Golden River, hurry up and bring her to the main hall. Let those guys see our new member, Golden Armor Dragon Emperor said impatiently. Everyone follow us. This time the 2 of them didn't teleport and led the way. After crossing the city wall, the 6 of them entered the country of dragons. Yichen discovered that other than the many tall buildings in the country of dragons, there was no difference from the outside. Yichen looked. Murong Qingqing pointed at a huge arena and said to Yichen. Yichen looked over. Thousands of miles away, there was an arena that spanned thousands of miles. There were many figures sitting around the arena. They were obviously dragon race demonic beasts in human form. In the arena, 2 figures were fighting fiercely. If it was a normal sparring match, Murong Qingqing and Yichen wouldn't be so surprised. However, these 2 seemed to have a deep grudge against each other. When they fought, they didn't show any mercy. Every move they made was a killing move. Suddenly the 2 transformed. One turned into a flood dragon, and the other into a winged dragon. They continued fighting. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor saw that Yi Chen and the others were looking over and explained, "This is the country of dragons' life and death arena. When 2 sides have irreconcilable hatred, they can go up and fight. Of course, both sides must agree. You know that any race will have conflicts unless they don't have intelligence." Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, no matter which race it was, there would always be disharmony. Killing was the law of the universe. The strong preyed on the weak was the source of evolution. If they fight like this, won't they seek revenge when they get out? Yi Chen asked. Golden River Dragon Emperor said, "Of course, but when their strength is equal, they will choose to fight in the life and death arena. Our dragon race respects strength. If we can kill our opponent in the life and death arena, it will be a great honor." After flying for a while, the 6 of them arrived at a teleportation array. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor said, "Through the teleportation array, we can directly go to the square outside the Dragon Hall." Saying that, the teleportation array activated. In a flash of light, the 6 of them disappeared. Chapter 1178. Everything in the dragon race was big. Even after they transformed, their bodies were about the same size as humans. This view didn't change. This was a 10,000 li plaza, paved entirely with lapis lazuli. Perhaps lapis lazuli was not that precious to life and death kings, merely the most common material for refining supreme-grade low-grade artifacts. However, it was a bit frightening to see such a large area covered in lapis lazuli. The amount of lapis lazuli here was enough to refine hundreds of millions of supreme-grade low-grade artifacts. It was hard to imagine where the dragon race had gotten so much lapis lazuli. There was more than one teleportation array on the plaza. Every once in a while, there would be another teleportation array. Of course, there were also people leaving through teleportation arrays. Let's go. Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor led the way. After passing through a 1,000-mile-long road, everyone arrived in front of a grand and majestic hall. This palace was too huge and one couldn't even see the top. After reaching 100,000 meters, it was covered by countless clouds, and even soul power couldn't penetrate it. There were 24 of li-long dragon statues in front of the palace. One was a golden dragon, and the other was a crystal dragon. The statue's eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart, giving off an extremely intimidating feeling. Let's go in. Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor took the lead, followed by Yi Chen's group of 4. Inside the spacious palace, there were already many people waiting. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. These people were all at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Without Supremes, 8th layer life and death heavenly kings were the peak experts. Don't think that just because you have the strength of Battle Emperor, you can contend against 8th layer life and death heavenly kings. This only meant that your offense was powerful enough, barely reaching the boundary of Emperor realm. Battle Emperor and Battle Emperor were just terms. It didn't mean that they had the same battle strength. This was a condition. What condition? It was when the artifacts were the same, or when there was no artifact or external assistance. Yi Chen's artifact was Heavenly King grade, while 7th layer Emperors and 8th layer Emperors' artifacts were Emperor grade and Emperor grade. How could they compare? If an ordinary Emperor warrior had the same weapon as Yi Chen, excluding teleportation, Yi Chen could indeed contend with this ordinary Emperor warrior. The only difference was that his protective energy was much weaker, but his attack power was not that different. Unfortunately, the others were not fools. Who wouldn't use an Emperor-grade treasure? Only a fool wouldn't use it. Battle the Arch was a term for the God of War pagoda in the Paradise of Gods. That was because in the God of War pagoda, the conditions were the same. The opponent would not have a more powerful artifact than you. When it came to the 7th and 8th sky, there was another saying. The 7th sky was divided into low-level Emperor, middle-level Emperor, high-level Emperor, and top-level Emperor. The 8th sky was divided into low-level Emperor, middle-level Emperor, high-level Emperor, and top-level Emperor. For example, Qin Qinghai in Yi Chen's opinion, was at least a peak battle emperor, but among the 8 emperors he was only a middle emperor. For example, Yi Chen was a middle emperor but in front of a high emperor he was only a peak emperor. All in all, battle emperors and battle emperors were a fair evaluation of strength. Unfortunately, the universe was not fair. No one would choose to use artifacts of the same level to fight you. Because he had the Eternal Night Emperor sword and the mixed element single chi armor, Yi Chen didn't need to be afraid in front of the 7th layer emperors. He was basically one of the strongest, equivalent to a 5-star general. As his strength increased, the terms battle emperors and battle emperors were no longer suitable for Yi Chen. It was better for him to stay in the Paradise of Gods. The way to compare strength, there was half emperor and battle emperor. Haha, Golden River, Golden Armor, congratulations. Your Golden Dragon bloodline has gained another member. TSK, he already has a 4th layer cultivation base. Moreover, his Golden Dragon bloodline is even purer than the two of you. Your Golden Dragon bloodline has struck gold. These 8th layer life and death realm heavenly kings were all elders of the Dragon clan, and they all came forward to congratulate. Golden River Dragon Emperor and Golden Armor Dragon Emperor couldn't hide the joy on their faces as they politely said, "You're too kind. Our Golden Dragon bloodline has very few members. It's extremely difficult to raise them." These words were not completely polite. The Dragon clan had 5 great dragon bloodlines: Crystal Dragon, Golden Dragon, Silver Dragon, Bronze Dragon, and Iron Armored Dragon. Among the 5 great dragon bloodlines, Crystal Dragon and Golden Dragon bloodlines were the rarest, with less than 10 members. Crystal Dragon bloodlines were even rarer, with only 7. Silver Dragon bloodlines had more than 20, Bronze Dragon bloodlines had nearly 100, and Iron Armored Dragon bloodlines had more than 400. In terms of quality, the Golden Colossal Dragons and Crystalline Colossal Dragons were naturally unparalleled. Within the same realm, they could look down on other Colossal Dragon bloodlines. However, in terms of quantity, they could not catch up. The Golden Colossal Dragons had 2 elders, the Crystalline Colossal Dragons had 2 elders, the silver colossal dragons had 4 elders, and the bronze colossal dragons had 12 elders. Qin Qinghai was only one of them. The iron-armored colossal dragons had the most with nearly 20 elders. So many experts? Murong Qingqing had never seen an 8th-layer life and death realm heavenly king before. Now that she saw so many, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Inferior beings always felt stifled in front of superior beings. Is this the core strength of the dragon clan? There were a lot of emperors present. Not only did they have the 5 great dragon bloodlines, but there were also sub-dragon bloodlines such as Flood Dragon and some other elders with dragon bloodlines. Of course, there were certainly some who couldn't come due to other matters. Among the demonic beast clan, the dragon clan could be called the #1 power for a reason. However, thinking of the demons, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even the demonic beast clan and the human clan were far inferior to the demons. He really couldn't imagine how powerful the demons were. Perhaps they even had a lot of supremes. Su Jing's appearance made the other dragon bloodlines very envious. Although the Golden Dragon clan had a small population, each and every one of them could eventually grow into a powerhouse. There were more than 400 iron-armored dragon clan, but some of them didn't have much potential and would stop at the 6th layer of life and death realm for their entire lives. Iron-armored dragon geniuses like tyrannical dragon Yang Ting were few and far between. Why isn't Great Elder here yet? Perhaps he's been delayed. After waiting for a while, everyone started discussing spiritedly. The patriarch of the dragon clan was the sovereign of the dragon clan. Normally, he would not come out, so everything in the dragon clan was handed over to the great elder of the dragon clan. The great elder was the strongest among the elders of the dragon clan. He had been the great elder of the dragon clan for tens of thousands of years. He was the crystal dragon emperor of the giant crystal dragons. But right at this moment, a tall figure appeared beside the main seat of the palace. A faint 7-colored radiance spread out like a dream. The great elder of the dragon clan, Crystal Dragon Emperor, had appeared. Chapter 1179. Head Elder. The dragon race worshipped power. Be it status or power, the Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor was worthy of everyone's respect. At this moment, even the Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armor Dragon Emperor cupped their fists to show their respect. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor's eyes had 7 colors, giving people an unfathomable and noble feeling. He nodded, glanced around and finally stopped at Su Jing. Good seed. Indeed the purest Golden Dragon bloodline. It was hard to fake a Golden Dragon bloodline, and even harder to fake a Golden Dragon bloodline. Su Jing was a Golden Dragon, and she had already received the approval of the Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor. Do you know about your childhood memories? The Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor had heard about Su Jing from the Dragon King, but he still couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know where the missing dragon sovereign had gone. The addition of a sovereign would have a huge impact on the dragon race. No matter how many king-level warriors there were, as long as they were not sovereigns, it would be useless. Sovereigns were the most intimidating existences. After thinking about it carefully, Su Jing shook her head. She indeed did not know about the memories before she was 10 years old. What a pity. The Sky Crystal Dragon Emperor sighed. This is the Golden Dragon token of your Golden Dragon bloodline. Drop your blood and refine it. From now on, you will be a member of my dragon race. As he spoke, he took out a token that seemed to be made of gold from his storage ring. There was a lifelike golden dragon carved on it. Normally, when demonic beasts with the sub-dragon bloodline joined the dragon race, they would be given a token by the other elders in charge. However, the dragon bloodline was different. The dragon bloodline was very rare, and it had to be personally approved by the great elder, who would then give the token. Furthermore, the dragon token was different from the other tokens. It was a heavenly king-tier artifact, and it had a special refining method, making it impossible to forge. With the Golden Dragon token, Su Jing could be considered a true Golden Dragon of the dragon race, otherwise she would not have been approved. Thank you, Head Elder. After receiving the Golden Dragon medallion, Su Jing dripped a drop of golden blood onto it. The golden dragon carving on the medallion seemed to have come to life, and it began to swim about on the medallion while a series of dragon roars rang out. In the next instant, the Golden Dragon medallion transformed into a streak of golden light that branded itself onto Su Jing's wrist. After bestowing the Golden Dragon medallion, the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor smiled and said, "Golden River, Golden Armor, congratulations. You have one more member. Why aren't we crystal dragons so lucky?" Dragons could only give birth to one child in their lifetime, and no one knew when they would have another child. It was possible that they would not have a child until they died. This was the rule of the universe, a fate that could not be changed. For countless years, the number of crystal dragons and golden dragons had been in the single digits. It was no wonder that the crystalline dragon emperor was envious. Hee, there's no point in being envious, golden armored dragon emperor said proudly. Moving his gaze from the golden river dragon emperor and the golden armored dragon emperor to Murong Qingqing, celestial crystal dragon emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "Dark witch bloodline, how strange." What? Dark witch bloodline? In the hall, the elders were shocked when they heard the celestial crystal dragon emperor's words. They could tell that Murong Qingqing was a demon and cultivated demonic power, but they could not tell that Murong Qingqing had the dark witch bloodline. One had to know that the dark witch bloodline was even rarer than the golden dragons and crystal dragons. It was a bloodline bestowed by the heavens, and it was basically impossible to inherit the bloodline. In the entire demons, the number of dark witch bloodlines and dark goddess bloodlines could be counted on one hand. If the golden dragon bloodline was the top bloodline, then the dark witch bloodline and dark goddess bloodline were the top bloodlines. Haha, if the demons knew that a dark witch bloodline had appeared among the demons, I wonder what expression they would have. It must be very unsightly. One of the elders among the bronze dragons laughed. An anomaly. She is definitely an anomaly. Although she is not a real dark witch, she is very talented. Once she grows up, she will probably be half a dark witch. Many elders of the dragon clan commented. Work hard. I want to see how strong you will be when you become a powerhouse. The celestial crystal dragon emperor smiled at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I will not disappoint you. Nodding, the celestial crystal dragon emperor shifted his gaze again. Although Murong Qingqing was talented and had the dark witch bloodline, as long as she was not a real dark witch, he would only be surprised and not shocked. In comparison, the golden dragons were much better. Finally, his gaze fell on Yi Chen. The celestial crystal dragon emperor was as curious about Yi Chen as he was about Su Jing. He was curious about Su Jing because of her origin and the missing dragon clan sovereign. He was curious about Yi Chen because of Yi Chen's strength. He had already learned from Qin Qinghai that Yi Chen's strength was not inferior to Shi Tao's. In fact, Shi Tao was much weaker when it came to weapons of the same grade. In addition, Yi Chen was the only 4-star purple gold rank commander of the human clan. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, Yi Chen's strength had surpassed 4-star purple gold rank commanders. If there was a 6-star purple gold rank commander, Yi Chen would be one. He was an incomparably dazzling genius with the potential of a sovereign. Any talent or bloodline seemed to be inferior to him. Suddenly, the celestial crystal dragon emperor pointed a finger at Yi Chen. The finger, which was emitting a 7-colored luster, seemed slow but was actually fast. It rapidly bombarded towards Yi Chen and grew bigger and bigger. No one had expected that the celestial crystal dragon emperor would suddenly attack. The golden river dragon emperor and the golden armor dragon emperor were ready to stop it. After all, Yi Chen came with Su Jing. If he was killed, it would be hard to explain to Su Jing. Moreover, killing someone needed a reason. Just as the two of them were about to attack, the celestial crystal dragon emperor's voice sounded, I'm just testing you. Don't worry. Testing you? The golden river dragon emperor and the golden armor dragon emperor did not attack in the end. The dragon king, Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were all shocked. However, they could not move. An invisible force had bound them. They could only watch and not move. They were extremely anxious. Only Yi Chen could see that the celestial crystal dragon emperor did not have any killing intent. Of course, he wasn't sure. It was not necessary to have killing intent in order to kill someone. Sometimes, a superior would kill someone with a mere thought. There was no time to take out the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Yi Chen pulled out the silver serpent sword and used his most powerful momentary brilliance. Puff puff puff. Layers of explosions rang out. The silver serpent sword seemed to have broken through layers of shackles and stabbed towards the 7-colored finger. This was the pressure of the finger. Ordinary king tears would collapse under the pressure of this finger. Ding. The 7-colored finger and the tip of the sword clashed, causing brilliant sparks to burst out. However, before the sparks could disperse, they suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the heavenly crystal dragon emperor had attacked once again. This time, it was even faster and more powerful than the previous one. Even Yi Chen couldn't react in time, and could only rely on his powerful instincts. Ding. The momentary brilliance was used to the limit. It merged with the void and blocked the celestial crystal dragon emperor's finger again. Good. The celestial crystal dragon emperor laughed loudly and attacked a third time. Chapter 1180. The third finger of the Celestial Dragon Emperor had already exceeded the limit of Yi Chen's combat power. Unless Yi Chen replaced the Silver Snake Sword with the Eternal Night Emperor Sword, he would not be able to block this finger. However, there was no time to do so. Once he did, he would be hit. Although Yi Chen could see that the Celestial Dragon Emperor was testing him, he did not want to admit defeat. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen once again used his sword to meet the seven-colored finger. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The Silver Snake Sword was bent, and Yi Chen was sent flying. His right arm was numb and he could barely hold the Silver Snake Sword. Not bad, not bad. The fourth finger of the Celestial Dragon Emperor followed closely. He wanted to see how many of his fingers Yi Chen could block. With each finger he would increase his strength until Yi Chen could no longer withstand it. The fourth exchange. The fifth exchange. The seventh exchange. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He could not block it anymore. The Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor had a good grasp on the attacking power. It would not be too strong but not too weak either. Each time it would only increase by 1%. It was like adding a straw to a camel's body. If it were under a situation where he was not carrying any weight, he could still handle it. However, when he was at his limit, he felt like he had to put in 10 times the effort to block every finger attack. It was even more difficult than fighting with someone 10 times more powerful than him. The eighth exchange. The ninth exchange. Yi Chen's body began to feel weak. The finger power of the Celestial Dragon Emperor was very strange. The mixed elements unity chi could not block it at all. It could always easily penetrate through. Otherwise Yi Chen would not be so embarrassed. The 10th finger. The 10th finger of the Celestial Dragon Emperor quickly attacked. Distance was completely meaningless in front of him. Even though Yi Chen had retreated to the entrance of the hall, he could not dodge. I have to block it even if I can't. Yi Chen would not dodge, nor would he retreat. In his eyes, this was a battle without any killing intent. If he could not block it with his current strength, then he would make another breakthrough. As soon as he swung his sword, the humming of the sword filled the air. The pressure from the seven-colored finger was slightly reduced. With a puff, the seven-colored finger and the tip of the sword collided. In the next moment, Yi Chen was forced to take 3 steps back. It didn't seem to be very difficult. At least, it was much easier than blocking the third finger. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Emperor stopped attacking. A trace of surprise appeared on his face as he said, as expected of a peerless genius. He actually managed to raise his sword domain from the middle stage of the 5th layer to the peak of the 5th layer despite the boundless pressure. It turned out that Yi Chen had used the pressure brought by the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor to temper his comprehension of the sword Tao that he had yet to digest while exploring the sword world. His sword domain had improved further, rising from the mid-stage of the 5th level to the peak of the 5th level. There was still the late stage of the 5th level in between. The improvement of his sword domain allowed Yi Chen's control over his surroundings to increase greatly, and it indirectly increased his offensive strength. Otherwise he would have definitely been blasted out of the hall. This is all thanks to Great Elder. Yi Chen cupped his fists and said. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. I didn't mean to help you break through. I was just testing you. What a genius. He actually used the Great Elder's pressure to break through. Although the physique and talent of the human race is much weaker than our dragon race, they are the ones who create the most miracles. Otherwise, our demon race wouldn't be willing to be the human race's lackeys. The geniuses of the human race are like the stars in the sky. Our demon race can never compare. In the hall, all the dragon race elders exclaimed in admiration. The human race was a complicated race. They were the weakest, but they were also the strongest. The demon race was so powerful that they were justifiably the strongest race in the universe. Even powerful races like the Yeksha race and the evil spirit race did not dare to compete with them. They were willing to be second or third in rank. However, in countless battles, although the human race had been defeated again and again, they had never been completely defeated. That was because they would always produce amazing and peerless experts at critical moments. There were even times in the past when the demon race had suffered great losses and the human race had gained a lot of the upper hand. If the demons were the #1 race in the universe, then the human race was the race that created the most miracles in the universe. Of course, they were also the most complicated race. The strength that Yi Chen displayed was still far from the Supreme Being level, but at least he had the potential of a Supreme Being. This made many dragon race elders extremely envious. The invisible force that bound the Dragon King, Su Jing and Murong Qingqing dissipated. The three heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just a test. They had been too paranoid. As a member of the dragon race, You can choose a place in the country of dragons that is no larger than 1,000,000 miles as your territory. Without your permission, no one else can set foot there. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor said to the Golden River Dragon Emperor and the Golden Armor Dragon Emperor, "You two help me with the matter of choosing a territory. You are dismissed." After saying that, the Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. The Golden Armor Dragon Emperor smiled at Su Jing and said, "Choosing a territory is very simple. I have the star shrinking device of the Azure Dragon planet. You can choose any one. Those marked in red are owned. The rest are ownerless." Every planet with life had a star shrinking device, and the Azure Dragon planet was no exception. "Okay, let me take a look." After a while, Su Jing said, "This one. This place is not bad. It has everything including a big lake." The Golden Armor Dragon Emperor nodded. After leaving the hall, several figures suddenly came up to them. "Is this the new big sister? I'm Xiao Jin, also a golden dragon." The one who spoke was a child about 7 or 8 years old. He raised his head and looked at Su Jing curiously with his golden eyes. Su Jing patted his little face and picked him up. "Xiao Jin, bring big sister Su and her friend to this place. You should know the way, right?" The Golden Armor Dragon Emperor showed the marked location on the star shrinking device to Xiao Jin. "I do. Come, I'll bring you there." Xiao Jin jumped down from Su Jing's back. A dragon's roar sounded and golden light shone everywhere. Xiao Jin turned into a golden dragon that was more than 10 miles long. "Go on. Xiao Jin will bring you to the destination," the 4 people from the Golden Armor Dragon dynasty said. When the 4 of them stood on Xiao Jin's back, Xiao Jin soared into the sky and flew into the distance. "You'll be living here from now on. There's still a lot of time before the divine trial field opens, enough for you to learn the sacred dragon fist to rank 5. Yi Chen said to Su Jing, who was beside him, as astral winds blew against their faces. "I can't compare to little sister Jing. I don't know if I can make it to the top 10 of the Heavenly King list next year." Murong Qingqing wasn't very confident in herself. There were too many geniuses in the 4 major galaxies, and there were also other geniuses from Elysium such as Duguju. Su Jing said, "I'll help you ask if the dragon race has any high-level demons martial arts. If there are, I'll help you get some." Demons were proficient in the Profound of Darkness, and the demons' martial arts were mainly based on the Profound of Darkness. Using magic power to perform the martial arts of the demons could stimulate the power to the limit. A complete martial art of the demons could at least give Murong Qingqing some inspiration. Chapter 1181. Xiao Jin's flying speed was not slow. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Looking down from above, everyone scanned Su Jing's territory with their soul power. This land with a radius of 1,000,000 miles could be described as magnificent. There were endless mountains, vast forests, unfathomably deep lakes, crisscrossing rivers, hilly areas, basins, plains and plateaus. In short, except for deserts, this place had all kinds of environments. Moreover, it was exceptionally pleasing to the eye, far better than any other habitable planet. It wasn't that there was no life in the territory. There were many life forms here. There were demonic beasts that liked to live deep in the mountains, there were demonic beasts that liked to live deep in the forests, there were incomparably large water beasts in the lakes, and there were also water monsters that stirred up trouble in the rivers. These demonic beasts were temporarily unable to take human form, so their intelligence was limited. Their existence added a thick primitive flavor to the land. Good place, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Star. Yi Chen praised. The dragon race worshipped freedom, so he did not expect their territory to be so vast and magnificent. Compared to this place, the Flame Star was like a remote mountain. Tens of millions of li behind the dragon race's main hall, there was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was surrounded by layers upon layers of white clouds. Counting carefully, there were a total of 9 layers, and each layer was separated by over 1,000,000 meters. The peak of the mountain was above the 9 layers of clouds, meaning the 9 heavens. Such a tall mountain should have been visible from a higher altitude, but the peak seemed to have disappeared, unable to be seen at all. There was only chaos. Surrounding them was a boundless sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds there were floating boulders. Palaces were built on the boulders, and there were also small mountains. Waterfalls poured down from the peaks of the mountains, rumbling loudly. Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor appeared in front of a palace, clasping his hands and bowing, "Patriarch, please enter." A deep and mighty voice came out. Hearing this, Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor walked into the palace. "The little girl from the Golden Dragon bloodline is here?" From the depths of the palace, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked out. He was wearing a bronze crown and luxurious clothes. His bronze eyes exuded a strange charm and influence. Even Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor did not dare to look at him for too long. Yes, there is also a peerless human genius and a demonic genius. Oh, let me see. The middle-aged man's bronze eyes shone brightly, piercing through the void. As expected, it's his descendant. After so many years, I still can't find a way to save you. You're really stupid. For a woman, you're willing to abandon your own clan, your own descendants? Sigh, the will of a supreme being cannot be shaken. Perhaps if it were me, I would make the same choice as you. The muscular middle-aged man murmured. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor didn't dare to interrupt. The bloodline of the Dark Witch. Not a bad talent. When they grow up, they will probably be equivalent to half a Dark Witch. This brat is lucky. Or perhaps these two little girls are lucky. The majestic middle-aged man smiled and said to Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor, "What is this kid's name?" Yi-Chin. Yi-Chin, I'll remember you. Perhaps this young man will be the key to saving him. As for whether or not this will happen, we can only leave it to fate. The bronze light in his eyes dimmed and the muscular middle-aged man looked away. This child can only be befriended, not hostile. Yes. The Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor was surprised. He didn't expect the patriarch to think so highly of this child. It seemed that this child was really extraordinary. However, after thinking about it, it didn't matter. The supremes of each clan all had their own people that they thought highly of. With the vision of a supreme being, it was naturally very terrifying. In terms of vision, only a supreme could surpass a supreme being. A vast territory naturally needed a lot of buildings. It was impossible to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a seat. Of course, this didn't need Su Jing to worry about. On the second day, a large number of Dragon Clan construction workers came to build various palaces and manors. When the palaces and manors were finished, the Dragon Emperor would also come to arrange formations and restrictions. This was the treatment of giant dragons, and other sub-dragon bloodlines couldn't enjoy it. After Su Jing's inquiry, she discovered that the Dragon Clan had collected many demons' martial arts, from low to high. These demons' martial arts were not very important to the Dragon Clan, so Murong Qingqing was allowed to go in and choose a few demons' martial arts. As for Su Jing, she went to the Dragon Clan's martial arts tower. And Yi Chen was interested in the Dragon Clan's Shadow Recording Pagoda. The Shadow Recording Pagoda stored a large number of shadow recording crystals, and it had a total of 7 floors. Arriving at the first floor, Yi Chen's gaze swept across the shadow recording crystals on the bookshelf, and his eyes fell on one shadow recording crystal. There was a label next to the shadow recording crystal, and on it was written, Iron Spear Dragon Emperor vs. Ghostface Emperor. A battle between emperors? Yi Chen immediately approached it, picked up the shadow recording crystal, and immediately injected true essence into it. Buzz! A beam of light shot out and an image condensed in the void. In the boundless starry sky, the dozen or so people stood at random places far away from each other. Even further away from the dozen or so people, there were 2 people facing each other. One of them wore black battle armor and held a black spear in his hand. The other person had a pair of wings on his back and also held a spear in his hand. However, he wore a ghost mask on his face. Interesting, it's the Dragon Emperor against the Wuxia Emperor. Yi Chen could tell at a glance that the one holding the spear was the Dragon Clan's Iron Spear Dragon Emperor, and the one holding the spear was the Wuxia Emperor's Ghostface Emperor. Both of their auras were very obvious. There was no sound in the entire battle, only images, and the images occasionally fluctuated. The Iron Spear Dragon Emperor's spear art was very powerful, and he thrust his spear again and again without any gap between them. In comparison, the Ghostface Emperor's spear art was not just a little bit weaker. However, as a Wuxia Emperor, the Ghostface Emperor's pair of wings on his back allowed him to move like a ghost. Sometimes he would teleport to dodge attacks, sometimes he would dive at high speed, turn into a beam of light, and sometimes he would circle around the Iron Spear Dragon Emperor. All in all, the Ghostface Emperor's agility was very shocking, and he relied on it to fight evenly with the Iron Spear Dragon Emperor. In the end, it was a draw and no one could do anything to the other. This is a battle between elementary emperors. It was very difficult for elementary emperors to kill each other, and generally the gap between them would not be too big. The first floor was a battle between elementary emperors, and the second floor was a battle between intermediate emperors. Occasionally, there would be shadow recording crystals of intermediate emperors killing elementary emperors. On the third floor, Yi Chen became especially serious. In the third floor's shadow recording crystal, The basic strength of the high-level emperors was far higher than Yi Chen's. There were countless rank 4 martial arts, and when combined with emperor-level weapons, their destructive power was astonishing. The fourth floor was even more amazing. The battle between peak-level emperors was simply earth-shattering. Is this a battle between the golden armored dragon emperor? Suddenly Yi Chen found a shadow recording crystal, and there was actually a dragon clan elder, the golden armored dragon emperor. The opponent of the golden armored dragon emperor was not a peak-level emperor, but a high-level emperor, and his strength was much weaker than the golden armored dragon emperor. A dazzling golden light burst out, and the opponent was beaten to death by the golden armored dragon emperor. I didn't expect the golden armored dragon emperor to be a peak-level emperor. The sacred dragon fist that the golden armored dragon emperor used at the end was extremely powerful. It was unknown what rank it was, but it was estimated to be at least rank 7. Chapter 1182. The sacred dragon fist had a total of 9 ranks, and each rank was stronger than the previous. It was known as the fist art closest to a supreme martial art. It was also one of the inherited martial arts of the dragon race, which had existed since ancient times. The reason why the celestial dragon emperor could become the great elder was related to his comprehension of the rank 9 sacred dragon fist. The golden armored dragon emperor was a golden dragon after all, so the sacred dragon fist could not be lower than rank 7. It was very likely that it had surpassed rank 7 and reached rank 8. High-level dragons cultivated the sacred dragon fist far faster than other dragons. Right, if the golden armored dragon emperor is a top emperor, then what level is the celestial dragon emperor? Supremacy is impossible. Is there another level above the top emperor? Yi Chen was a little curious about the strength of the celestial dragon emperor. After searching through the 4th floor, Yi Chen did not find any recording crystal of the celestial dragon emperor, but he did find one of the golden river dragon emperor. The realm of the sacred dragon fist seemed to be lower than the golden armored dragon emperor, but the martial art created by the golden river dragon emperor was very powerful. The perfect fusion of the 4 profounds of metal, wood, water and thunder was clearly an extreme rank 4 martial art. So powerful. In the image, the golden river dragon emperor shot out a palm, and a golden river surged violently. The enemy on the opposite side was so frightened that he could not even teleport and was annihilated in an instant. I am afraid it is much stronger than the golden armored dragon emperor. It is indeed an extreme rank 4 martial art. Yi Chen was greatly touched. This was the first time he had seen a rank 4 martial art. It was simply too powerful. The most terrifying thing was that the palm had frozen the space, and the enemy could not teleport even if they wanted to. If a rank 4 martial art is so powerful, then what about a rank 5 martial art or even a supreme martial art? Supreme martial arts were a little special. They did not pursue revolutions but perfection. For example, the fusion of yin and yang profounds, the fusion of 5 elements profounds, or the fusion of life and death profounds were all perfect. Therefore, it was a supreme martial art that could not be surpassed. I am still far from it. Yi Chen continued to walk to the 5th floor. Sure enough, there was another level above the top emperor and below the supremacy, which was the quasi-supremacy. And the celestial dragon emperor's strength was the quasi-supremacy. The strength of a quasi-venerable was basically invincible among the 8th heaven sovereign realm experts. Under the supremacy stage, only a quasi-venerable could contend with a quasi-venerable. Top sovereign realm experts couldn't even catch up to them. Yi Chen did not deliberately look for the battle of the celestial crystal dragon emperor. Instead, he randomly picked one up and looked at it. After all, there were not many image recording crystals on the 5th floor. There were only a dozen or even a few on each shelf, and they were all categorized. Yes, it's the battle of the green-robed emperor. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on a recording crystal. The label beside the recording crystal read, Green-Clothed Emperor vs. Flame Demon Emperor. Yi Chen had heard of the green-robed emperor's name before. The Firebird Empress had said that the person she liked was the green-robed emperor. Originally, Yi Chen had thought that the green-robed emperor was an ordinary 8th-stage sky sovereign. He hadn't expected him to be a quasi-sovereign. The scene changed, and the battle between the green-clothed emperor and the flame demon emperor began. The flame demon emperor was the emperor of the demons. The martial arts of the demons he displayed contained the profoundness of darkness, fire, and wind. Although it was 3 profoundness, one should not forget that the profoundness of darkness was much stronger than the ordinary profoundness. When the 3 profoundness were combined, it was equivalent to an ultimate 4th revolution martial art, or even the threshold of a 5th revolution martial art. Unfortunately, the green-clothed emperor was stronger than him. The martial arts of the green-clothed emperor contained 5 profoundness, namely the profoundness of metal, wood, water, fire, and wind. Among them, the profoundness of water and fire were opposites. 7 fingers. Just 7 fingers. The flame demon emperor collapsed. His entire body revolved and was annihilated with a single point as the center. In the end, he disappeared without a trace, but the treasured weapon on his body was left behind. The surrounding people were very surprised and they were all talking about something. They probably didn't expect the green-clothed emperor to be so strong, or they didn't expect the green-clothed emperor to create a 5th revolution martial art. It doesn't seem difficult for a quasi-sovereign to kill a peak sovereign realm expert. The flame demon emperor was not a quasi-sovereign, but a peak sovereign realm expert. His strength was about the same as the Golden River Dragon Emperor. Of course, this also reflected the terror of the green-clothed emperor. One must know that both of them were wearing emperor-class armors. With the strength of the flame demon emperor, his armor should be a high-class emperor-class one. Even wearing a high-class emperor-class armor, he was still killed by the green-clothed emperor. One could imagine how big the gap in battle power between the two was. The green-clothed emperor turned around and floated away. After a while, Yi Qin found the recording crystal of the celestial crystal dragon emperor's battle. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin poured his Zhen Yuan into the crystal. A quasi-sovereign against a supreme. The opponent of the celestial crystal dragon emperor was also a quasi-sovereign, the green spirit emperor of the Greenman race. The green spirit emperor was very arrogant. Although he couldn't hear his voice, Yi Qin could guess from his expression that the other party was provoking the celestial crystal dragon emperor. It was no wonder. Both of them were quasi-sovereigns and it was very difficult to kill the other party. Therefore the green spirit emperor seemed unscrupulous. The celestial crystal dragon emperor had a sneer on his face, and his lips moved slightly. Idiot. According to the shape of the celestial crystal dragon emperor's lips, Yi Qin could easily guess the content of the green spirit emperor's words. The green spirit emperor was enraged, and he immediately launched a fierce attack. His huge fist flashed with a green light, filling up the entire starry sky. Even the space was torn into black cracks. Suddenly the image started to distort. One moment, it returned to the past and the next moment, it returned to the future. Time and space distortion. Yi Qin suddenly squinted his eyes. Time and space distortion did not necessarily require one to be proficient in the space profound and time profound. Space and time were like a never-ending river. Although a human could not reverse the flow of the river, it was still possible to create some small waves in the river. Of course, this required an extremely terrifying power and destructive power. Being proficient in the space profound and time profound was even more powerful than this. One could follow the flow of the river and create a whirlpool. It was possible to return to the past and kill the opponent. It was more controllable, but the degree of terror was thousands of times greater. It was simply a power close to that of a god. However, if one could truly master this ability, they would already be one of the most powerful supreme beings. A battle between supreme beings was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of method might only be able to injure the opponent, but it was unrealistic to use it to kill the opponent. In the image, a dreamy colorful light suddenly burst forth. This colorful light penetrated the distorted space and time, like a colorful sun. At the center of this colorful sun, the celestial crystal dragon emperor's eyes were sharp as he punched out. In the next moment, a 7-colored dragon-shaped energy rushed out. The distorted space and time could not affect it at all. The green spirit emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying. Layers of colorful light covered his body, which greatly weakened the green spirit emperor's aura. The green spirit emperor's face was full of disbelief as he muttered something. The celestial crystal dragon emperor's expression was cold. He walked towards his opponent step by step, and with every step he took, the void would fluctuate. After a few more exchanges, the green spirit emperor was beaten into a very sorry state. His aura became weaker and weaker. In the end, the green spirit emperor escaped, spraying green blood along the way. Powerful, powerful. Is this the 9th stage sacred dragon fist? He has already reached the limit of his power. Even the distorted space and time could not affect him. Although the distorted space and time was created by a quasi-venerable and not a supreme being, it was still possible. Chapter 1183. The rank 9 sacred dragon fist could be said to be the pinnacle of strength. A single punch could distort time and space, or it could be said that it was distorting time and space itself, creating bigger waves in the river of time and space. A small wave was destined to be engulfed by a big wave. The Green Spirit Emperor was not weak. No matter what, he was still a quasi-venerable. Unfortunately, he encountered the stronger Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor and the terrifying Ninth Order Sacred Dragon Fist. With the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor's Crystal Dragon physique and the power of the Ninth Order's Sacred Dragon Fist, a crushing defeat was inevitable. It would be good enough if he could leave alive. With a flash of inspiration, Yi Chen suddenly activated the image recording crystal again and carefully watched the battle between the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor and the Green Spirit Emperor. Space, time, space. Yi Chen was immersed in the charm of the distortion of time and space. The distortion of time and space transmitted by the scene might be a little less real, but it was still real, and it could give Yi Chen enlightenment. And Space Profound was his main profound. He watched it 10 times in a row. So that's how it is. Time and space are inseparable. Time originates from space and cannot exist alone. Without space, time loses its meaning. Space was born first and then time. Space and time are mother and son. Without space, the world would be in chaos, so how could time be born? If I can comprehend space profound to perfection, I will be able to comprehend time profound. Yi Chen had never understood how to comprehend time profound, because he had no way to start. Time was an invisible existence, and he could only determine the changes of time through the changes of all things. However, there was no need to understand it now. As long as space profound was perfected, time profound would inevitably appear. Without perfected space profound, it would be useless no matter how much he tried to comprehend it. It could be said that the battle between the Heavenly Crystal Dragon Emperor and the Green Spirit Emperor had inspired Yi Chen. The space of the universe was extremely firm and difficult to tear, but once it was torn, even time would be affected. This was because time and space were closely connected, almost as if they were one. As for the space in Elysium, it was different from the space in the cosmos. Elysium was attached to the cosmos and absorbed the power of the cosmos. It belonged to the cosmos, but it was not a part of the cosmos. Therefore, tearing space in Elysium would not cause time to change. Perhaps there would be a change, but it would be very weak. Yi Chen still wanted to go to the 6th floor, but he was blocked by a layer of golden light at the entrance of the 6th floor. Alright, let's find a place to digest my understanding of space ultimacy. Instant of Glory is just one step away from becoming a rank 4 martial art. After leaving the Imaging Pagoda, Yi Chen flew towards Su Jing's territory. Other places would work too, but he didn't know if there was a master there. Su Jing's territory had a radius of 1,000,000 miles, so it was easy for her to find a place to cultivate. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at Su Jing's territory. Releasing his soul force, Yi Chen soon found a suitable grassland. Space Terra Explode. In Yi Chen's mind, the scene of the Green Spirit Emperor tearing space kept replaying. Space was similar to time, and it was also an invisible existence. However, when the Green Spirit Emperor tore space, time and space immediately distorted, producing an explosion. Space tearing produces an explosion. My instant of glory is also pursuing a momentary explosion. If it can have a bit of charm, it will be a success. Yi Chen thought. Standing on the grassland, Yi Chen closed his eyes and tried to recall. All of a sudden, Yi Chen moved. The silver snake sword was instantly unsheathed, and Yi Chen slashed out. It was extremely natural but also extremely violent. Nature and violence were combined together. Bang! A huge pit appeared on the grassland. This sword strike, Yi Chen didn't use quintessential essence or sword intent, but its power was quite terrifying. This was the Azure Dragon planet. If it was on an ordinary planet, the power would be thousands of times greater. No, I still haven't perfectly integrated the profound meaning of space and sword art. It's too simple and crude. Yi Chen wasn't satisfied. He hadn't grasped the essence. Again. Yi Chen continued to recall and slash. Over and over again. In the boundless sea of clouds in the palace, the majestic middle-aged man's eyes burst with a bronze light. He smiled and said, as expected of a shocking genius of the human race. His comprehension is not something ordinary people can compare with. Although this sword art is still very immature, it is gradually approaching the essence of space. I estimate that it won't be long before this sword art is completed. It's a pity that he can't be used now. Otherwise, if he fought with a foreign race sovereign, his growth rate might be even more astonishing. How could the majestic middle-aged man not see that Yi Chen's cultivation in martial arts had reached an extremely high realm? Among titled monarchs, there were basically few who could compare with him. Only the martial arts cultivation of sovereigns could give him inspiration. However, with Yi Chen's current strength, if he fought with an 8th heavenly sovereign, he would definitely lose. An 8th heavenly sovereign's teleportation ability was enough to make Yi Chen unable to escape. It could be said that the biggest difference between an 8th heavenly sovereign and a 7th heavenly sovereign was whether or not they could teleport. If they couldn't teleport, they were born to lose. However, I can't spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. According to my current progress speed, it's already quite impressive. If I go any faster, my foundation won't be able to keep up, and it will affect my future progress. With a smile, the majestic middle-aged man retracted his gaze. 1 day, 2 days. 1 week, 2 weeks. The inspiration in Yi Chen's mind had reached a terrifying level, and he was just short of the final step. No. 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 Yi Chen constantly denied his swordplay. He had reached a bottleneck that he had to step over. If he stepped over it, not only would his instant brilliance reach the power of a 4th-rank martial art, but it would also allow his swordplay cultivation to reach the next level. In the future, it would be easier for him to comprehend other 4th-rank martial arts. Terror explode. 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 Oh. On the grassland, a gust of wind blew, causing the endless grass on the grassland to lower their heads, creating ripples that affected each other. Boom. Inspiration flashed in his mind like a thunderbolt. Yi Chen was enlightened. A chain reaction. Yes, a chain reaction. Yi Chen was too focused on the eruption, but he neglected the process. The eruption was only the result, the process was the most important. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. The silver serpent sword in his hand seemed slow but was actually very fast. During the process, the sword energy kept increasing, and when the sword energy reached the limit, it exploded. The grassland in front of him suddenly fluctuated. At the next moment, the surface of the grassland was distorted, and the soil was destroyed. Silently, a huge crater appeared. It came so suddenly, so violently. Instant brilliance, 4th rank. Chapter 1184. After staying on the Azure Dragon planet for a while, Yi Chen decided to leave. As for Su Jing and Murong Qingqing, they needed to cultivate without any distractions, and the Azure Dragon planet was perfect for them. Little guy, this is a gift from our dragon clan. On the plaza, Golden Armor Dragon Emperor tossed out 2 jade tags toward Yi Chen. One was entirely blue, and the other was shining with a colorful light. What are these? Catching the jade tags, Yi Chen examined them. Both had huge dragon carvings on them, looking quite extraordinary. The blue jade tag is the guest token of our dragon clan. As for the colorful jade plate, it is a sealing jade plate. This jade plate is very rare, and has the power of the sacred dragon fist sealed inside. In a life and death crisis, you can unseal the jade plate and release the power of the sacred dragon fist. The power of the sacred dragon fist is closely related to your cultivation. With your 6th sky of life and death realm cultivation base, you can probably only release the power of the 7th-step sacred dragon fist. That's right, it's a guest badge of our dragon clan, which means that from now on, you are a guest warrior of our dragon clan. In other words, from now on, you are a guest warrior of our dragon clan. If you have any problems that you can't solve, you can come to our dragon clan for help. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor said with a smile. Thanks. Even rank 7 sacred dragon fist's power was already very powerful. It could instantly kill a low-level emperor, and even a mid-level emperor would be heavily wounded. No need to thank me. If you live longer, it will be good for our dragon clan. I'll try my best. The Phantom took off, flying toward the atmosphere of the Azure Dragon planet. Try your best to stay alive. The alien race will not allow you to become stronger. Golden Armor Dragon Emperor mumbled to himself. He had seen too many geniuses fall in the hands of the alien race. He himself was not a world-shaking genius, but he had encountered countless dangers in his life. If he had not survived even one, he would not be here anymore. In other words, the more frightening Yi Chen's talent was, the more dangerous his situation would be. The alien race would do anything to eliminate him, lest the human race have another supreme. Suddenly, Golden Armor Dragon Emperor smiled. The human race is not anxious, but our dragon clan is. Paradise of God. Right now, I have shown too much power. I'm afraid that the non-human kind has been planning to kill me for a long time. If I show a little bit more power, a little bit scarier, the non-human kind will probably launch a bigger plan and send out more powerful assassins just to be safe. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. This saying is not without reason. It seems that I shouldn't provoke the foreign races too much for a long time. Let's wait until I have some confidence. After looking at the God of War pagoda, Yi Chen shook his head and turned to leave. The God of War pagoda had a total of 10 levels. Reaching the 10th level would give one the power of a battle emperor. If passing the 10th level, one would have the power of a battle emperor. Yi Chen had the so-called Battle Emperor power a long time ago, so passing the 10th level was not a problem for him. It was said that passing the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda and Survival Tower would give a lot of Shinbi, enough to exchange for 3 high-grade Heavenly King sets. And high-grade Heavenly King sets were equivalent to high-grade Thearch tier armor. In addition, high-grade Heavenly King sets could also increase one's energy and combat power by several times. In terms of value, they were several times more valuable than high-grade Thearch tier armor. However, Yi Chen did not plan to pass the God of War Pagoda and Survival Tower so early. This was mainly because once he passed the God of War Pagoda and Survival Tower, he would leave his name on the God of War tablet and Survival tablet on the 10th level. One had to know that all the God of War tablets and Survival tablets were the same. Once he left his name, the other members of the Paradise would also know. In this way, he would not be able to hide it even if he wanted to. He could only wait for the non-human kind to assassinate him. He could not always hide in his house and not go out. Of course, this was mainly because the reward was not high enough. If it were enough for Yi Chen to exchange for a peak Heavenly King set, perhaps Yi Chen would consider it. A high-level Heavenly King set would cost 5 million, and a peak Heavenly King set would cost 30 million. In terms of defense, a peak Heavenly King set was comparable to a low-level Emperor armor. Moreover, it could amplify one's energy by 10 times under the 7th layer of Life and Death realm, which was equivalent to 10 times the battle power. At Yi Chen's level, 10 times the battle power might not be much. A slight improvement in his martial arts would increase his battle power by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, sometimes it was crucial. After all, there was a limit to one's defense. In the following days, Yi Chen stayed in the 2nd floor of the Time Tower. He was not trying to increase his cultivation base, but trying to comprehend the sword domain. The higher the sword domain, the harder it was to improve. Although the sword domain had great benefits in improving the sword domain, one had to have a deep understanding of the sword domain. Otherwise, one would not be able to absorb too much of the sword Tao essence. At this moment, Yi Chen's sword domain had already reached the peak of the 5th layer, only one step away from the 6th layer. The peak of the 5th layer and the 6th layer seemed to be separated by only one step, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Domain was the obstacle for all experts. Even Supremes would have a headache when it came to domains. The majority of Supremes' domains were still at the 8th layer, and some Body Refinement King's domains were still at the peak of the 7th layer. If Yi Chen could push his sword domain to the 6th layer, it would undoubtedly be a qualitative improvement. Time flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the high-rank hunting battlefield. The Demon Hunter squad had become a taboo in the high-rank hunting battlefield. Basically, no alien race Paradise squad dared to approach them. As soon as they saw the Demon Hunter squad, they would run away, making the other members of the Demon Hunter squad very depressed. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He knew that everything had two sides. Without opponents, the Demon Hunter squad focused all their attention on killing god insects. They could only rely on killing god insects to accumulate Shinbi. Fortunately, everyone was afraid of them, so they had no scruples. They searched everywhere for god insects. The more powerful they were, the better. Ordinary god insects, elite god insects, and commander god insects. They killed batch after batch. After 7 days, the Exorcist team had killed 100 ordinary god insects, 30 elite god insects, and 10 commander god insects. The team's total profit, including the team's rewards, had reached 1,211,000 divine coins. Yi Chen alone took the greater half, 700,000 divine coins. Although it was not as much as before, it was still a lot. After leaving the hunting tower, Yi Chen returned to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. At the same time, the geniuses outside were surging. 10 years had passed, and the God's trial field was about to open again. Rumor had it that this time, the number of people entering the Paradise of God would be increased. In the past, there were only about 10 people, but this time, it might increase to 20 or even 30 people. The main reason was that the Paradise of God had too few members, and they needed to replenish some new blood. Of course, the number of people was in the hands of the Paradise of God's deity. He was the manager of the Paradise of God, and in his eyes, there must be a standard. If one didn't pass the standard, he would most likely not let them enter. Chapter 1185. 1 month later, the God's trial field opened. All the geniuses under the age of 50 from the 4 major life star fields rushed over, ready to display their skills and stand out. Among these geniuses, there was a group of unfamiliar geniuses who were very eye-catching. It was a woman who was obviously from the dragon race. Her sacred dragon fist was extremely tyrannical, much stronger than Yang Ting's from the previous generation. Based on the form of her sacred dragon fist, People guessed that she was a high-level golden dragon of the dragon race. Everyone had seen a lot of beautiful women who cultivated demonic chi. There were a large number of beautiful women on the scene. Each and every one of them had top-notch looks and temperament. However, compared to this beautiful woman who cultivated demonic chi, all of them were slightly inferior. Although it was just a little bit, it was very difficult to surpass her. After all, even beautiful women had their limits. Obviously, this beautiful woman had reached her limit. Moreover, her strength was not weak. She was one of the top geniuses present. There was a white-haired young bladesman with a terrifying saber art. It was hard to describe how terrifying his saber art was. It was even stronger than the peerless bladesman Lung Fifan from the previous generation. Up until now, no one had been able to block his saber. There was a woman in red with an ethereal temperament. Her movements were very fast. She was the fastest among the geniuses present. In addition, her palm art was also very good. There was not a trace of smoke in it, but it had great destructive power. Her sword art was extremely cold, almost catching up to the genius sword King Yi-Chin of the previous generation. There was a woman in blue whose saber art was only slightly inferior to the white-haired young bladesman. No one knew where they came from. Just like Yi-Chen's sudden appearance, they quickly became famous in the 4 major life star fields and shook the entire genius world. These people were naturally geniuses from Elysium. In the end, 28 people stood out and qualified to enter the God's Paradise. 7 of them were from Elysium: Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Snow Sword of Gojoseon, Lan Sanmei and Jiang Tian. In Elysium there were actually a few geniuses at this level such as Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujian and the others. However, these people were already over 50 years old, which was quite a pity. Among the 7, Su Jing and Duguju ranked 1st and 2nd, Snow Sword of Gojoseon 4th, Jiang Tian 5th, Dantai Mingyue 7th, Lan Sanmei 14th and Murong Qingqing 15th. In terms of perception, Murong Qingqing was slightly inferior to the other 6. Before Elysium's Wild Star was discovered, Murong Qingqing's ranking was actually very high. Paradise of God. Su Jing, Duguju and the other 28 people looked around curiously. It was their first time coming to the Paradise of Gods, so they were very interested in everything. Welcome to the Paradise of Gods. Yi-Chin flew over with a smile on his face. He had come out a day earlier. After all, the people of Elysium had entered the Paradise of Gods, so he had to do his part as a host. Fuck, what's going on? Sword King Yi-Chin has to personally welcome this group of newcomers. Yi-Chin is the #1 person in many paradises. Ordinary people can't even see him. Maybe he's a friend of the Sword King. Yes, it should be. Only friends don't care about the difference in strength between them. Many members of the Paradise of Gods were discussing. Yi-Chin wasn't just like the sun at noon in the Paradise of Gods. In other paradises, Yi-Chin was also a topic that had to be talked about. Whether they admitted it or not, Yi-Chin was the #1 person in the Paradise of Gods. It couldn't be changed. Yi-Chin had many titles and nicknames such as Genius Sword King, Paradise's #1 person, Strongest Battler and King of Hunters. Genius Sword King was Yi-Chen's title in the beginning. Now he was the Sword King title, the same as in Elysium. As for the #1 person in the Paradise of Gods, it was everyone's respectful title. Strongest Battler and King of Hunters were the terrifying achievements of Yi-Chin in the advanced hunting battlefield. In just 10 years, Yi-Chin had changed the situation in the advanced hunting battlefield where only a few families were dominant. Why is this guy the #1 person everywhere he goes? Jiang Tian was very unhappy. If you have the ability, you can be the #1 person too. Lan Sanmei heard Jiang Tian's muttering. Looking at Su Jing's group of 7 being invited to the Paradise of Gods hotel by Yi-Chin, the remaining 21 newcomers were curious and envious. They couldn't help but ask around. Although they had heard about Yi-Chen's achievements, they didn't know the details. Moreover, news always needed time to spread. Yi-Chen's achievements in the past few years hadn't spread like wildfire. After asking around, the 21 newcomers were dumbfounded. In just 10 years, he had become the #1 person in the Paradise of Gods. This was too abnormal. Immediately, their fighting spirit rose. The Paradise of Gods was just the beginning. They had nothing to be proud of. They could only struggle from the bottom. In the hotel, the 8 of them sat around a table. Jiang Tian also had a share. The past was the past and there were no grudges between them. There was no need to be so petty and exclude each other. After ordering a table full of top-grade wine, Yi-Chin said, "It's very difficult to earn Shinbi in the early stages of the Paradise of Gods. You have to be mentally prepared. In the next few years, you will all have to struggle in there and won't be able to leave the Paradise of Gods. I believe 100 Shinbi is very important to you. You won't waste it. Entering and exiting the paradise of gods cost 100 Shinbi. Going back and forth would cost 200 Shinbi. This was a huge sum for newcomers. After all, they could only earn Shinbi by challenging the God of War Pagoda and Survival Pagoda. There was no other way. You have already survived. There's no reason we can't. Duguju didn't seem to care. Not bad. The snow sword of Gojoseon nodded. Everyone, let's drink. I hope all of you can succeed. Yi-Chin didn't tell them how dangerous the Paradise of Gods hunting battlefield was. He believed that they had already investigated it. It would be pretentious if he told them. The next day, everyone started challenging the God of War Pagoda. The results were shocking. Su Jing and Duguju both made it to the 4th level, the same result as Yi-Chin. The snow sword of Gojoseon, Jiang Tian, and Dantai Mingyue were on the 3rd level. Lan Sanmei and Murong Qingqing were on the 2nd level. This result wasn't too exaggerated. One had to know that when Yi-Chin participated in the divine trial, he wasn't even 40. Now everyone was close to 50, and in history the 1st and 2nd place of the divine trial were actually around 40 years old. Top geniuses usually participated at this age. If one really waited until they were 50 to participate, they wouldn't be considered top geniuses. It was just that this year was a little special. For example, if Ajio and Leng Fifan also waited until this year to participate, they would definitely be the 1st and 2nd place. If Yi-Chin also waited until this year to participate, he would be the 1st. 1st and 2nd place weren't important. What was important was what kind of results one could achieve in the Paradise of Gods. It could be said that the Paradise of Gods was the true starting point for a genius. What you had achieved before was nothing. Here, anyone could easily defeat you. If you couldn't keep up, you would only be eliminated and gradually become a lower class. Chapter 1186. Not staying too long in the Paradise of Gods, Yi-Chin, Scarlet Wind Emperor, Snow Emperor, and the Air Emperor agreed to meet at the end of the month. On the ship of God, Yi-Chin quietly headed to the Black Tortoise Star Field's Golden Armor Planet. Golden Armor Planet, Sun Moon Restaurant. Haha, we were waiting for you. I thought you would be a few days late. Scarlet Wind Emperor welcomed him with a smile. Yi-Chin saw the Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Stone Golem Emperor and said, "Looks like I'm the slowest." "Of course you're the slowest. We arrived 3 days ago." The Fire Sparrow Emperor curled his lips. The 5 sat down and started eating. When they were almost done, they started talking. "Brother Yi, we agreed to meet at the end of the month. You should have guessed something, right?" Scarlet Wind Emperor drank a mouthful of wine and said. Yi-Chin said, "It should be a team exploration." "You hit the nail on the head. Not bad." Scarlet Wind Emperor gave a thumbs up, admiring Yi-Chin. Yi-Chin smiled. "What secret realm? I'm not interested if it's an ordinary secret realm." His own disciple had started to explore secret realms. Yi-Chin was somewhat curious. After all, he had been in the 4 major star fields for more than a decade. It was inexcusable that he hadn't entered a star secret realm even once. Violet's secret realm. Snow Air Emperor continued. One of the 3 Emperor-level secret realms. Secret realms were divided into many levels. The lowest was the King level, followed by the Heavenly King level, then the Emperor level, and the most terrifying Supreme level. Emperor-level mystic realms were more suitable for the 7th heavens titled monarchs. To 7th heaven titled monarchs, it wasn't considered too dangerous. However, this was just an ordinary Emperor-level mystic realm. As one of the 3 great Emperor-level mystic realms, the Violet Flower mystic realm was 10 times more dangerous. Even peak-level monarchs would face considerable danger if they entered. Correspondingly, there were many treasures within the Violet Flower mystic realm. There were all sorts of Emperor-level spiritual herbs within. The magnificent purple immortal grass was a peak Emperor tier spirit herb. It could heal soul injuries and restore soul force. It was not an exaggeration to call it a life-saving spirit herb at a critical moment. Other than spirit herbs, there were also many other treasures in the Violet Flower secret realm. As long as one could come out alive, they would not return empty-handed. "Did you find any life and death fruits in the Violet secret realm?" Yi-Chin suddenly asked. "Fruit of life and death?" The Snow Air Emperor was astonished. "What do you want this for? This thing is useless to us. It is only useful to those who have no hope of advancing to the life and death realm." Yi-Chin didn't hide anything. "This is for my parents. So that's how it is. However, I really don't know if the Violet Mystery Area has the fruit of life and death. I think it should. After all, the Violet Mystery Area is rich in spiritual grasses." On the side, the Stone Emperor said, The life and death fruit is a very special spirit plant in the universe. It doesn't grow in a fixed place. It can exist in any special place. If you want to find it, you might not find it in your entire life. But if you're lucky, you can find it anywhere. That's true. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Why did you think of me? Actually, we haven't known each other for that long." Hearing this, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said, "What? Are you afraid that we'll cheat you?" "Not really. I'm just a bit curious." The Scarlet Wind Emperor explained, "There's no need to think about 8th level Sky Emperors. They usually choose to explore Emperor level secret realms. Although we know many people below 8th level Sky Emperors, there aren't many who are strong enough. Most importantly, everyone has their own circle. The 4 of us are a circle. I don't know if you're willing to join us." As he spoke, the Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at Yi Chen. "Since you guys don't mind, then Yi Chen will gladly accept. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Yi Chen didn't act pretentious and said straightforwardly, "A pleasant cooperation." The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Snow Air Emperor revealed a faint smile. Yi Chen's potential and strength were obvious to all. Whether it was because of Yi Chen's outstanding temperament or because of Yi Chen's potential, it wouldn't be wrong to make friends with him. "When do we leave?" Yi Chen asked. "There's no rush. I have an incomplete map of the Violet Flower Secret Realm. Let's study it first. It's better than wandering around." The Scarlet Wind Emperor took out an incomplete map. Although it was called an incomplete map, it was actually quite complete. The material was similar to sheepskin, but it was many times tougher than sheepskin. It faintly glowed and there were many lines carved on it. Yi Chen looked over and found that the lines were very dense. He couldn't see anything at all. When he focused, he discovered that it was a miniature map. He needed to magnify it by 1,000 times to see it clearly. It was obvious that this map covered a very large area. "I obtained this map fragment from an auction. If it's real, then it can save us a lot of time and also avoid a lot of danger. The areas marked in red should be dangerous areas, and the areas marked in green should be treasures. However, I've been to the Violet Flower Secret Realm a few times, and I haven't found a similar terrain. Take a look and see if you've seen any familiar terrain." The Scarlet Wind Emperor completely spread out the map fragment. Yi Chen had never been to the Violet Flower Secret Realm, so he didn't have the right to speak. He silently memorized the map. After half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Stone Man Emperor pointed at a small dot. This dot was magnified by 1,000 times and it was a Jade Maiden Peak. He said, "I've been to this place before." "Good, like this we've deciphered this map." The Scarlet Wind Emperor was in high spirits. As long as they could find the Jade Maiden Peak, this map would be of great use. "Let's depart in 3 days. Everyone get ready." Putting away the map, the Scarlet Wind Emperor suggested. "Sure." Yi Chen nodded. "We have no objections." 3 days later, the 5 of them set off. The Violet Flower Secret Realm was not located in the 4 major life star fields. It was located 300,000 light-years to the southeast of the Black Tortoise Star Field. The 5 of them first used the transmission array to arrive at the southeastern edge of the Black Tortoise Star Field, then boarded the Scarlet Wind Emperor's small Emperor-grade warship. Speaking of this small Emperor-grade warship, it was something the Scarlet Wind Emperor found in a secret realm. At that time it was very broken, and he had to spend countless essence stones to find someone to fix it. In terms of speed, an Emperor-grade warship was 3 times faster than an Emperor-grade warship. Crossing 300,000 light-years would only take a dozen days. The interior of the Emperor-grade warship was luxurious, many times more luxurious than Yi Chen's phantom ship. The southern part of the Black Tortoise Star Field is occupied by the demons and other alien tribes. The Violet Flower Secret Realm is not too far from these alien tribes. This time, we will inevitably run into the demons and other alien tribes experts. Everyone be careful. In the space, every secret realm was dangerous, but the majority of the danger came from the alien tribes, unless it was the secret realms in the 4 major life star fields. However, the secret realms in the 4 major life star fields were mostly king-grade secret realms, heavenly king-grade secret realms, and higher-grade secret realms were rare. What's there to be afraid of? If one comes, we'll just kill one. The Firebird Emperor's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Chapter 1187. 10 days was not a short period of time for ordinary people, but for Yi Chen and the rest, it was just a blink of an eye. Casually drinking some wine and looking at the image recording crystal, the time passed by quickly. We're here. On this day, Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled a small Emperor-grade battleship and appeared in the sky. Through the crystal, the 5 saw a faint purple whirlpool, which was the entrance to the Violet Secret Realm. Emperor Shui Kong said, "There are dozens of entrances to the Violet Secret Realm, and the locations of these entrances are not fixed. This time we appeared on the ocean and the next time we might appear on land. It's purely a matter of luck. If we're lucky we might be teleported to the location on the map, saving a lot of time. Let's go in." Stone Emperor said to Scarlet Wind Emperor. "Alright." Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled the battleship and entered the whirlpool. Buzz. The whirlpool wriggled and the battleship disappeared. The next moment, the battleship arrived on a green ocean. On a closer look, it was not an ocean but a boundless green zone. There were many kinds of plants below, including vines, trees, flowers, and shrubs. It looked very crowded and green. "I've never been here before," Stone Emperor said suspiciously. "I've never been here either." "Who cares? The Violet Secret Realm is unimaginably huge. Up until now, no one has even explored a tenth of it. It's normal that you've never been here." Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't mind as he continued to control the battleship. The interior of the Violet Secret Realm was filled with dense air currents, making it impossible to travel through the void. Regardless of the grade of the battleship, it would need to reach light speed to travel through the void. It was completely different from the instant movement of an 8th layer Emperor. However, an Emperor-grade battleship was still an Emperor-grade battleship. After flying for an hour, the five still couldn't see the edge of the green zone. Even with Yi Chen's soul eye he couldn't see it. Worthy of the Violet Secret Realm. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. His soul eye could see things a billion li away, but he couldn't see the edge of the plant zone. This meant that the plant zone's width far exceeded a billion li. It was many times larger than True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, and Sky Sword Continent combined. It could even be called a green continent. "Look, there seems to be a battleship wreckage below." The Flamingo Emperor seemed to have discovered something. "Battleship wreckage? What's going on?" Soon Yi Chen's group of 4 also saw the wreckage of a warship scattered on the ground hundreds of thousands of miles away. These warship wreckages were all covered by plants, and without careful observation, it would be hard to notice. "It looks like it was torn?" The Stone Golem Emperor's expression changed. Yi Chen said, "It seems like this is an Emperor-class warship. What could possibly tear it apart?" Tearing apart and destroying were two different things. Destroying wasn't difficult, but tearing apart was much more difficult. The Scarlet Wind Emperor muttered, "I'm afraid we've come to a dangerous place. Below us, there might be terrifying plant life similar to the monarch flower." Plant life forms were very difficult to deal with. Their attacks were usually overwhelming, and there was no way to escape. Once one was entangled, there was only a slim chance of survival. Among them, the Emperor flowers were the most notorious. "Let's go up first," the Snow Air Emperor suggested. "And?" The Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded and raised the Scarlet Wind higher. The sky above the Purple Flower Secret Realm was filled with purple air currents. The higher they went, the denser the purple air currents were. There were also purple electric currents flashing in the purple air currents. It was said that at a certain height, the powerful purple electric currents could even endanger a beginner-level Emperor warrior's life. The Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't dare to go any higher after about 5,000 meters. The purple electric currents hit the Scarlet Wind's energy shield, making crackling sounds. The consumption of the source stones increased rapidly. The higher the level of the warship, the faster the consumption of the source stones. Of course, the 5 of them weren't ordinary people, so they didn't care about the source stones. Whoosh. The change in altitude caused the Scarlet Wind to slow down. The resistance of the purple air currents was very strong. "I hope we can leave this plant area safely." The Scarlet Wind Emperor let out a sigh and smiled bitterly. Adapt to the situation. It's impossible for there to be danger in such a large plant area. Although it was Yi Chen's first time exploring the Galaxy Secret Realm, he didn't feel nervous at all. Maybe he was born for an intense life. After flying for another hour, a small Emperor-class warship appeared in front of them. The warship didn't maintain a high altitude, so it probably hadn't sensed the danger in the plant area. "It's the Yiksha race's Emperor-class warship." The Fire Sparrow Emperor sneered. "They're in danger." Yi Chen's pupils shrank. He could feel a sense of danger coming to the underground. Since the Purple Flower Secret Realm was way too special, there were so many plants that he could not even imagine. For a moment he could not tell what was going on with his soul eyes. He only knew that it was not a good thing. As soon as Yi Chen's voice faded, whoosh, 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 countless air-piercing sounds rang out as black vines shot towards the Emperor-class warship. The black vines were so fast that the warship didn't even have time to react before it was tightly bound. Oh my god, why are there death god vines? Run. The door of the Emperor-class warship opened and 4 figures flew out. In the next moment, the energy barrier of the warship twisted, and dozens of vines pierced through the warship, tearing it apart. The monarchs of the Wuxia race who had flown out of the warship didn't care about what happened to the warship. All of them flew up quickly, their faces pale. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the black vines. One of the monarchs had his right leg entangled and he was dragged down. He tried to cut off his right leg, but it was too late. 2 more vines had wrapped around his body. No matter how much energy he used, it was useless. If he didn't attack directly, he wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the death god vines. The monarchs of the Wuxia race were dragged into the depths of the ground, and their screams stopped. The other 3 monarchs of the Wuxia race attacked the black vines crazily. Huge saber chi, fist force and water arrows tore the black vines apart. However, at this moment, a purple lightning struck down, and the monarchs of the Wuxia race who had flown up the highest screamed and fell down. He had risen too high, and the purple electric currents in the sky were attracted by his body. They gathered together and turned into a thick purple lightning that struck him. His body was covered with purple electric currents, and he was also dragged down by the black vines. Only the 2 monarchs of the Wuxia race were left. One of them saw the Scarlet Wind Thearka's Scarlet Wind ship and hurriedly said, "Run in that direction." These 2 bastards. The Scarlet Wind Thearka's expression was ugly. The death god vines were plant life forms that were even more terrifying than the archflower. Given the death god vines' power, they might not be able to penetrate the Scarlet Wind ship's defenses. However, they could still entangle the Scarlet Wind ship and drag it down. The Scarlet Wind ship was his lifeblood. Go. The Scarlet Wind the Arch steered the Scarlet Wind ship away from the 2. Stop. The monarchs of the Wuxia race who were flying in front slashed at the Scarlet Wind ship. With a bang, the Scarlet Wind ship shook, and its speed decreased significantly. Chapter 1188. Courting Death. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was not a benevolent person. Moreover, the other party was one of the mortal enemies of the human race, the Wuxia race. On the Scarlet Wind ship, 24 puppet cannons were aimed over. Boom, boom. 24 scarlet red beams of light shot out. 2 titled monarchs of the Wuxia race had to increase their speed to shake off the death god vines, so they were unable to dodge in time. One of them was hit by one of the cannons, and although the other managed to dodge, he was also affected by the shockwave. The Scarlet Wind ship was a Theark-class battleship, and its puppet cannons were very powerful. Even a peak tier the Arch would be severely injured and lose his ability to fight if he was hit. The Theark tier monarch of the Wuxia race who was hit instantly burst into red flames. Even his Theark tier armor was damaged. This showed how powerful the Theark tier puppet cannons were. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another as the 2 of them were dragged down by the death god vines. After settling the problem, the Scarlet Wind Emperor continued to control the Scarlet Wind battleship to fly at its maximum speed. However, he didn't think that it would be easy to get rid of the death god vine, so he began to accumulate energy for the main cannon. Scarlet Wind had 24 puppet cannons. Among them, 22 were secondary cannons and 2 were main cannons. Each shot of the secondary cannons would consume around 200,000 yuan stones. Normally, the power of the main cannon was similar to that of the secondary cannons, but the material of the main cannon was better, and the formations carved on it were more powerful. It could continuously accumulate yuan stone energy. When the yuan stone energy was accumulated to the limit, a shot of the cannon would be dozens of times more powerful than the secondary cannons. Even a low-level emperor warrior would be severely injured or even killed. Of course, puppet cannons were inanimate objects, and they could only attack in a straight line. Unless a low-level emperor warrior stood still, the chance of being hit was infinitely close to 0. I didn't expect to encounter a death vine here. The Snow Air Emperor's face was filled with worry. The death god vine was named after the death god, and naturally it wasn't just a rumor. The emperor-ranked death god vine was an overwhelming existence to any 7th heaven titled monarch. In a one-on-one battle, there was almost no chance of victory. Furthermore, titled monarchs that were weaker than high-class emperors were cannon fodder that could be instantly killed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Reaper Vine caught up. Die. The Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled the 22 secondary cannons and started firing. Unfortunately, the puppet cannon could only attack in a straight line. It was not flexible enough, so it was hard for it to hit the Reaper Vine. Fortunately, it slightly suppressed the Reaper Vine's attack speed. Turn right. There's a Grim Reaper vine ahead too. It was at this time that Yi Chen quickly spoke, reminding the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Fuck. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly controlled the Scarlet Wind to make a right turn and drew a beautiful and rapid red arc in midair, barely dodging the attack of the Death God vines. Hold on a little longer. The main cannon's energy is almost fully charged. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's forehead began to sweat. Not only was he worried about whether or not he could escape from this vegetative zone, he was even more worried about whether or not his Scarlet Wind would encounter any mishaps. This was his lifeblood, and if he were to sell it he could easily earn a few billion. Furthermore, there was no market for it. Woohoo! Scarlet Wind broke through the purple air currents and flew at its limit. Yi Chen reckoned that if it was his phantom, it would have been torn into two by the Death God vines. After a dozen breaths, the Scarlet Wind Emperor said joyfully, "All right, these two detestable fellows have a taste of the power of the main cannon of the Emperor-level warship." The main cannon turned around and aimed behind him. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering explosions were heard. The Scarlet Wind ship shook violently as if it could not bear the recoil of the main cannon. The five of them scanned the area behind them with their soul power and saw two red beams of light shooting into the ground. In the next moment, two terrifying fireballs exploded. The fireballs grew bigger and bigger until they formed a hemispherical shape. Each of them covered a radius of a few hundred miles. In the end, they collided with each other as if a red sphere had been split in half. The black vines of the Death God vines were shattered by the fireballs, falling down powerlessly. They could no longer chase after the Scarlet Wind ship. Success. The Scarlet Wind Emperor wore a smile on his face. The main cannon of the Emperor-level warship is indeed powerful. Yi Chen was astonished. The Purple Flower Secret Realm was similar to a life-preserving planet, and it had a severe rejection of energy. Even so, the main cannon of the Emperor-level warship could still destroy hundreds of miles of ground. How could it not be powerful? Two cannons cost 10 million yuan stones. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said proudly. Tisk, isn't it just an Emperor-level warship? The Fire Sparrow Emperor said with disdain. The Snow Air Emperor laughed. Little Sparrow, are you jealous? Meh. Jealous of him? Shut up. It seems like we have provoked a really powerful creature. The Stone Man Emperor looked serious as he pointed to the right. Tens of thousands of miles to the right, a horrifying black vine that was over 10,000 miles long and hundreds of meters thick broke out of the ground. This black vine was not only bare, but it also had many branches, and there were even more vines on the branches. It was like an inescapable net. Compared to it, the Death God vines were not even worth mentioning. Is that the Emperor-level Death God vines? Since when has the Purple Flower Secret Realm become so dangerous? This time, everyone was a little dumbfounded. We can see the edge there. Let's go there. There was always a way out. Yi Chen used his soul eyes and finally saw the edge of the green land. It was a purple air current with lightning flashing. Although it did not look very safe, it was better than fighting the Emperor-level Death God vines. Let's go. At this moment, no one had any will to fight. If the Emperor-level Death God vines caught up, they would definitely die. This green land should be the Death God vines' territory. The Scarlet Wind was fast, but the Emperor-level Death God vines were even faster. 20,000 miles. 10,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 2,000 miles. Swoosh. A vine that was slightly thinner but was still a dozen meters thick extended from the main vine and ruthlessly lashed at the Scarlet Wind. Immediately, the Scarlet Wind was sent flying. Its energy shield was extremely distorted and was on the verge of shattering. Everyone leave the Scarlet Wind now. As soon as the Scarlet Wind was thrown away, the Scarlet Wind Emperor knew it was not good. He quickly opened the cabin door and let everyone out. Swoosh, swoosh. The five rushed out, and the Scarlet Wind Emperor put away the Scarlet Wind. In terms of traveling speed, the Scarlet Wind Emperor could not compare to the Scarlet Wind Emperor himself. However, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was safer because its energy shield could withstand multiple attacks from a beginner-level Emperor-level warrior. But now was not the time to care about that. The giant Scarlet Wind Emperor had become a live target. After leaving the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the five's speed increased. They were getting closer and closer to the purple air current at the edge of the green land, but the Emperor-level Death God vines were also getting closer. So, the five increased their speed to the limit. Among them, Yi Chen was the fastest. Swoosh. At this moment, the Rock Emperor, who was the slowest, suddenly stopped. His feet were entangled by a vine as thick as a wrist. The vine then split into even thinner vines, entangling the Rock Emperor's body. You guys go. Seeing the four turn around, the Rock Emperor's face flashed with a struggling expression. He then roared. No. The Fire Sparrow Emperor was usually carefree, but she was the first to rush over. Bang. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the Fire Sparrow Emperor and knocked her back. What are you doing? The Fire Sparrow Emperor glared at Yi Chen with fire in his eyes. I'm going to save him. Then Yi Chen quickly flew toward the Rock Emperor. Chapter 1189. The Stone Puppet Emperor was very strong, even stronger than the Scarlet Wind Emperor. However, once his limbs and body were entangled, he couldn't even use 10 to 20% of his power. He was like a strong insect stuck in a spider's web. He could only struggle on his deathbed. At this time, the Stone Puppet Emperor had already given up. It was good to buy some time for the others. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen would choose to save him. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Leave quickly. Don't die. If Yi Chen had the power to save him, then so be it. However, no matter how strong he was, could he be strong enough to fight against the Death God Vine? The Stone Puppet Emperor didn't want Yi Chen to die because of him. He was already very satisfied that Yi Chen had such intentions. This young man was one of the most outstanding youths he had ever seen, whether it was in terms of potential or character. Don't worry. I haven't lived enough. Yi Chen had about 70 to 80% confidence. His confidence came from the space ultimacy. The Eternal Night Emperor sword was unsheathed. Yi Chen didn't have time to use his strongest move. He directly used the peak second transformation sword technique, Raging Spring Incineration. The fierce sword energy cut the vine apart and cut off the connection between the Stone Puppet Emperor and the vine. With the power of the Eternal Night Emperor sword, even if it was only the peak second transformation sword technique, Raging Spring Incineration, it would still be very powerful. This vine wasn't the main vine of the Death God Vine. It was just a branch vine, so it wasn't difficult to cut it. The Death God Vine's terrifying part was that it was entangled. Its toughness wasn't that terrifying. Of course, if it was the main vine, Yi Chen definitely wouldn't be able to cut it. It was too difficult. Go. Yi Chen's figure flashed. He grabbed the Stone Puppet Emperor's shoulder and quickly fled. After breaking off the remaining vines, the Stone Puppet Emperor felt like he had escaped from death. However, he knew that things weren't over yet. During this period of time, the Death God Vine was much closer to them. That main vine was like a huge black dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Those vines covered a large area and were about to cover the two of them. So. Sure enough, 7 to 8 vines as thick as a human's wrist lashed out at the two of them. The speed was so fast that it was like an absolute whip technique performed by an expert. Be careful. Caught by Yi Chen, the Stone Puppet Emperor couldn't retaliate at all. If he did, he would die even faster. However, he had underestimated Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a step forward with his right foot, and with a swoosh, not only did his speed increase, but his height also rose by 10 meters. The process was like teleportation, and the 7 or 8 vines struck nothing but air. Although 90% of his space profound couldn't allow Yi Chen to teleport, it could allow him to almost teleport. This was a kind of manipulation of space, a kind of borrowing power. Amazing. The Stone Golem Emperor's eyes lit up. He thought that he was going to be chosen. With his control of space, Yi Chen dodged left and right, dodging the attacks of the vines by a hair's breadth. It was as if the attacks of the vines didn't exist in the same dimension as him. Gradually, Yi Chen caught up with the 3 in front. Although he was carrying one person, Yi Chen's speed was still a bit faster than the 3 in front. Close. The 5 of them approached the edge of the green continent one after the other. In the purple air current, lightning flashed like purple electric snakes. However, compared to the Death God Vines behind them, these purple electric snakes weren't too dangerous. At worst, they could enter the Scarlet Wind battleship. With the Scarlet Wind battleship's frightening defense, normal purple lightning couldn't hurt them. Yi Chen, do your best. The Scarlet Wind battleship Emperor and the other 2 in front said quietly. They were in front, so they weren't in much danger. The Death God Vines wouldn't attack them first. They were worried about the safety of Yi Chen and the Stone Puppet Emperor. Swoosh. Suddenly, the air current in the air started spinning violently, like a calm lake being stirred up, which greatly affected everyone's speed. Not good, it's going to attack the main vine. Using their soul power, they saw the tens of thousands of miles long and hundreds of meters thick main vine fiercely lashing at them. Although the main vine was 2,000 miles away from Yi Chen, the countless vines on the main vine were like a huge net, covering the sky and covering the earth. They twisted the air current in the area into a mess, sometimes forming whirlpools, sometimes forming sharp air currents, and sometimes forming tornadoes. Go! There were too many vines. Yi Chen couldn't guarantee that he could dodge all of them, and he couldn't use his sword either. If he did, his speed would definitely be affected. With a thought, the silver snake sword on Yi Chen's waist automatically flew out of its sheath, turning into a beam of silver light, slashing towards the incoming vines. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Although the defensive sword art wasn't that powerful for Yi Chen right now, it wasn't like Yi Chen hadn't studied it before. He could already control the sword through the air and perform different sword arts. Of course, right now, he could only perform the second revolution sword art. He couldn't perform the third revolution sword art. There were still some differences between performing it through the air and performing it on his own. It was impossible to perform it exactly the same. Heaven lightning earth fire. Raging fire burning spring. Autumn slaughter. 10,000 flowers snatch life. White dragon destroys the world. 5-second revolution sword arts were performed, especially the most powerful one, White Dragon destroys the world. With a wave of his sword, a white dragon formed by sword chi pounced out, tearing a large number of vines apart and burning them, which helped Yi Chen win a chance of survival. Performing sword arts through the air. The Stone Emperor admired Yi Chen more and more. As a sword artist, Yi Chen was too amazing. Bang! Suddenly, a 10-meter thick vine whipped the silver snake sword away. Their minds were connected and Yi Chen's face paled. The defensive sword art had one disadvantage: it was easy to be affected and his soul would be shaken. Fortunately, with his soul defense he could still endure it. Hastily putting away the silver snake sword, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. With his naked eye, he could already see the edge of the green continent. Success or failure depended on this. Yi Chen put me down. With this distance I can use a secret art to increase my speed. The Stone Emperor said. Yi Chen nodded and let go of the Stone Emperor's left hand. Before Yi Chen let go, the Stone Emperor's body was already burning with a bloody light. After Yi Chen let go, the Stone Emperor rode on the bloody light and flew forward. Its speed was actually not slower than Yi Chen's. Obviously, this was a secret art that consumed a lot of energy. With this secret art, the Stone Emperor's speed was comparable to Yi Chen's. Without the burden of the Stone Emperor, Yi Chen's movements became more agile. The feeling of being able to fly freely in the sky once again assaulted him. Ahead, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other two had already entered the purple chi flow. The Scarlet Wind Emperor took out the Scarlet Wind ship and started to store energy for the main cannon. Regardless of whether or not it could injure the Emperor Grade Death God Vine, the Scarlet Wind Emperor planned to vent his anger. 1,000 miles. 500 miles. 300 miles. Quickly dodge. The Scarlet Wind Emperor warned Yi Chen and the Stone Emperor. Swoosh. Yi Chen and the Stone Emperor quickly separated and entered the purple chi flow on the left and right. An extremely condensed scarlet light beam flashed between the two of them. Boom! In the next moment, a huge fireball exploded on the Emperor Grade Death God Vine's main vine. Visible to the naked eye, a hole appeared on the main vine. Die. The Scarlet Wind Emperor fired another cannon. Crack. The main vine suddenly broke and the juice immediately evaporated. However, this completely infuriated the Emperor Grade Death God Vine. A strong vine that was dozens of meters thick charged into the purple chi flow and whipped the Scarlet Wind ship. The Scarlet Wind ship was sent flying. Its energy shield flickered a few times and was instantly extinguished. This vine that was dozens of meters thick could be considered one of the more important vines of the Emperor Grade Death God Vine. Its attack power was terrifying, and it directly broke the Scarlet Wind ship's energy shield. Without slowing down, the Emperor Grade Death God Vine also charged into the purple chi flow. Looking from the back, one could see that this Emperor Grade Death God Vine was a humanoid plant life form that was 10,000 meters tall. The main vine extended from its right arm and it was getting thicker and thicker. It was many times bigger than its body. 7 vines that were dozens of meters thick extended from its left arm, and it was one of the vines that had whipped the Scarlet Wind ship. Crackle crackle. The purple electric current was not particularly sensitive to Yi Chen and the others. However, as soon as the Emperor Grade Death God Vine charged in, the purple electric current immediately gathered and turned into thick lightning bolts that struck the Emperor Grade Death God Vine. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts struck it, causing green smoke to come out. With a scream, the Emperor Grade Death God Vine hurriedly retreated from the purple chi flow and returned to the green continent. Its body was charred black as if it was burnt. It looked rather pathetic. Haha, good job. On the Scarlet Wind ship, all 5 of them were present. When they saw this scene they could not help but smile. Chapter 1190. Let's go. This Emperor-level Death God Vine clearly doesn't dare to enter the purple current. We can't kill it. Its life force is too strong. Snow Air Emperor said. Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded. The purple current is very sensitive to life. The stronger the life, the easier it is to be attacked by the purple current. It doesn't dare to enter. Then Scarlet Wind Emperor piloted Scarlet Wind and flew into the depths of the purple current. Yi Qin, thank you. Inside the hall, Stone Statue Emperor thanked Yi Qin. Yi Qin said, no problem. Since we are a team, we must help each other. If I encounter danger in the future, do your best to save me. Of course. No matter what, I owe you my life. No one didn't value their life. Stone Statue Emperor was no exception. TSK. Fire Sparrow Emperor circled around Yi Qin as if he wanted to find something. What is it? Yi Qin looked at Fire Sparrow Emperor. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. You're qualified to be our friend. Fire Sparrow Emperor patted Yi Qin's shoulder and chuckled. Scarlet Wind Emperor teased, little Fire Sparrow, not only does Brother Sure owe Yi Qin a life, you also owe him a life. I owe him a life. What? Fire Sparrow Emperor didn't understand. Snow Air Emperor said, if it wasn't for Yi Qin stopping you, you would have gone to save Brother Sure first. What do you think your chances of survival are? Hearing this, Fire Sparrow Emperor blushed. Alright, I also owe him a life. But what about you guys? Aren't you going to help too? The four were life and death friends, and they had experienced many dangers together. If not for Yi Qin, Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Emperor would have done their utmost to save Stone Puppet Emperor. They wouldn't have given up on him, and the final result would have been a complete wipeout. At that time, Stone Puppet Emperor knew that the three of them wanted to save him, which was why he told them not to be impulsive. Ah, that's right. We all owe Yi Qin a life. Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed. Not bad. The Snow Air Emperor nodded emotionally. Yi Qin laughed bitterly. Is it that serious? I can save him, so I saved him. If I didn't have a 10% chance of success, I might not have saved him. Yi Qin was telling the truth. When he was not confident, he would think about himself first. After all, he still had his family and his woman waiting for him. However, what Yi Qin didn't know was that his honesty made the four of them admire him even more. This kind of person was very reassuring, unlike some people who like to show their good side and say things with confidence. Let's go. It's not a good thing to always stay in the purple gas. This place is really strange. I've never seen it before. The Scarlet Wind went deeper and deeper into the purple gas flow, and the green continent could no longer be sensed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The deeper they went into the purple gas flow, the more purple electric currents there were. Occasionally, purple electric currents would gather into lightning and strike the Scarlet Wind, creating circles of ripples. The five of them weren't worried about their safety while staying in the Scarlet Wind. The Scarlet Wind was an Emperor-class warship after all. Unless the purple lightning's attack power was much stronger than a low-tier monarch or even a mid-tier monarch, it was impossible for it to break through the Scarlet Wind's energy barrier in one go. Of course, the Scarlet Wind was constantly being attacked. The Scarlet Wind expended essence stones very quickly. The 4 shots of the main cannons earlier had already expended 40 million essence stones. Currently, more than 50 million essence stones were not at home. If it wasn't for the fact that he was rich, another ordinary the Arch-Realm monarch would definitely not be able to hold on. Scanning with his soul spirit, Yi Qin discovered that his soul spirit felt a little numb as if it had been electrocuted. The good thing was that it was just numb. Not only was it not harmful, but it was also beneficial for tempering his soul spirit. It seemed like this purple electric current was more mystical than he had imagined. It was even effective for the soul spirit. And there are purple water droplets. Suddenly, Yi Qin's soul spirit detected some purple water droplets that were the size of water droplets. The purple water droplets were crystal clear and looked like liquid purple diamonds. The small ones were the size of sesame seeds and the big ones were the size of peas. Occasionally, purple electric currents would surge out from the water droplets, and they would interact with the purple gas flow in the surroundings. Haha, there is indeed purple electric spiritual fluid. The Scarlet Wind the Arch laughed loudly and said in pleasant surprise. Purple electric spiritual fluid? You mean these purple water droplets? Yi Qin asked. The Stone Man Emperor explained, purple electric spiritual fluid is one of the specialties of the Violet Secret Realm. It can only be produced in these purple gas flows, but it is not everywhere. Previously, we were in the air above the green continent, and the higher we went, the denser the purple gas flows became. There is a possibility of producing purple electric spiritual fluid, but it is too dangerous. Unless you are an 8th sky sovereign, there is no way to collect it. But here, the purple gas flows are everywhere, and the danger level is far lower than in the air. It is completely possible to collect purple electric spiritual fluid. Oh right, I forgot to tell you about the effect of purple electric spiritual fluid. Purple electric spiritual fluid can temper the spirit body, and also the soul. It is even useful for healing soul injuries. If you can collect a large amount of purple electric spiritual fluid and bathe in it, the effect will be extraordinary. The Snow Air Emperor also said, purple electric spiritual fluid can temper the spirit body of a 7th sky sovereign. Of course, there is no effect at the late 7th sky sovereign. Late 7th sky sovereign? Yi Chen's spirit body was only at the peak of the 6th sky sovereign, far from the late 7th sky sovereign. The higher the spirit body, the harder it was to improve. Some rare refining treasures were no longer useful. This purple electric spiritual fluid came at the right time. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone go out and collect purple electric spiritual fluid. I have already collected half a barrel of purple electric spiritual fluid. I wonder how much we can collect this time. The Scarlet Wind Emperor opened the cabin door and was the first to fly out. Then Yi Chen and the others also flew out. In a short while, Yi Chen had collected dozens of drops of purple electric spiritual fluid and stored them in a foot-high jade barrel. Don't look down on this jade barrel. It was made of 10,000-year-old spirit jade and spirit sealing stone. Yi Chen spent several million source stones to buy it. Before coming, Yi Chen was wondering why the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others wanted him to prepare a jade barrel. Now he understood. Dozens of drops of purple electric spiritual fluid couldn't fill a small wine cup. It was far from enough. Yi Chen continued deeper. With his soul eye, as long as he didn't leave the 1 billion mile range, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. 100 drops. 300 drops. 500 drops. There was a lot of purple electric spiritual fluid in the purple chi current, almost everywhere. Although each of them was small, there was a lot of it. However, Yi Chen discovered that his Zhen Yuan consumption was too severe. His defense was not low at the moment. High-grade Emperor-grade armor, 7-step Immortal protective sword intent, and Heaven-grade top-grade Green Lotus sword arts formed protective Zhen Yuan. Although Yi Chen wasn't at the peak among titled monarchs, he was still at the top. However, he was still a 6th-layer life and death realm, and his Zhen Yuan was not as dense and pure as titled monarchs. After collecting about 500 drops of purple electric spiritual fluid, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in the purple chi current and began using a large amount of source stones to recover his Zhen Yuan. Chapter 1191. The higher one's cultivation was, the more primordial stones he needed to recover his Zhen Yuan. After consuming 6 to 7 million primordial stones, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was soon replenished, and he could continue collecting. This collection process took an entire week. On the first day he collected the most purple lightning spirit liquid, more than 2,300 drops. On the second day, it dropped slightly to 2,000 drops. On the third day, it dropped drastically to less than 1,000 drops. On the fourth day it was also 1,000 drops. On the fifth day, it dropped by half again to 500 drops. Fortunately, it increased again on the sixth day, reaching 1,100 drops. On the last day Yi Chen's luck exploded. Although he only collected 1,000 drops, it included a potato-sized ball of purple lightning spirit liquid, which was more than the previous days. After 7 days Yi Chen's harvest was not bad. The foot-high bucket contained 1/8 of the purple lightning spirit liquid, which was about 1.5 inches deep. However, there was no purple lightning spirit liquid left in the purple chi flow. Even if there was, it was scattered everywhere and not worth collecting. After all, Yi Chen had to consume Zhen Yuan every second. Just the primordial stones alone had been used up by tens of millions. It was simply a bottomless pit. Haha, how are your results? Do you want to compete? Returning to the Scarlet Wind ship, the 5 placed the buckets on the table in the hall, and the Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled. Let's compete then. The Fire Sparrow Emperor opened the lid of the bucket. Purple lightning flashed inside and the spirit chi was oppressive. It seemed to be about 2 inches deep, more than half of Yi Chen's. Comparing them, the Fire Sparrow Emperor had the most, followed by the Stone Man Emperor, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and Snow Air Emperor. Yi Chen had the least, mainly because Yi Chen's cultivation was not as deep as theirs, and he needed to recover Zhen Yuan frequently. If not for the potato-sized ball of purple lightning spirit liquid on the last day, it would have been even less. This time, the 5 had not only collected the purple lightning spirit liquid, but also found the edge of the purple chi flow. Next, the Scarlet Wind Emperor drove the ship to the edge of the purple chi flow. What came into view was an incomparably majestic mountain peak. It was unknown how tall it was. Above the mountainside, it was completely covered by the purple airflow, layer upon layer. Below the mountainside, there was a white waterfall that was 3,000 feet wide cascading down, making a loud rumbling sound as if the world was being split apart. As for the two sides of the mountain peak, there were gusts of purple wind mixed with purple thunderbolts. From the looks of it, it seemed to be very lethal. Look, there's a cave behind the waterfall. Fire Sparrow Emperor pointed at the white waterfall. And everyone be careful. Without hesitation, the Scarlet Wind Chi flow. Boom. The waves exploded as Scarlet Wind passed through the waterfall and arrived outside the cave. The cave was huge. It was nearly 800 meters tall and 3,000 meters wide. It was enough for the Scarlet Wind to fly inside. The cave twisted and turned. Some parts were very wide while others were very narrow. It was pitch black inside, and there was no other sound other than the sound of Scarlet Wind slowly flying through the air. After flying for an unknown period of time, a ray of light finally appeared in front of them. The light grew brighter and more dazzling. Finally, Scarlet Wind flew out of the cave. It's a grassland. Everyone felt a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Although there was a purple airflow in the sky above the grassland, the purple airflow was very high. Through the purple airflow, a gentle light shone down. The vast grassland was boundless. When the wind blew, layers of green ripples spread towards the edge. It made people feel relaxed and happy, and they wanted to shout out loud. There are quite a lot of people. Yi Chen said. There are quite a few. What are these people doing? Emperor Shui Kong asked curiously. On the prairie within sight alone, there were dozens of silhouettes. These people seemed to be fighting over something, and battles broke out from time to time. Dazzling shockwaves radiated in all directions, swirling up grass fragments. However, no one used their battleships to attack each other. The puppet cannons on the battleships could only attack in a straight line, which was not enough to be used in battle. After all, others would not just stand there and let you hit them, and they were not as huge as the Emperor-class Reaper Vines. Let's go and take a look first. The Scarlet Wind battleship quickly flew over. When it passed by a battlefield, the five of them finally saw what they were fighting for. In the air, a colorful bead was suspended there, radiating light in all directions. There were two groups around it, the Yiksha race and the Greenman race. The two groups were fighting. Although the Yiksha race and the Greenman race were both members of the Devil Race's alliance, they would only gather together when they were fighting against the human race. Normally, they would fight each other for treasures, just like the internal strife of the human race. If there was a treasure, who would be willing to give it up? Both sides wanted to snatch the five-colored pearl. Fortunately, the five-colored pearl was very special and could not be destroyed. Strange, what kind of treasure is this five-colored pearl? Fire Sparrow Emperor touched his chin. No matter what, let's snatch one first. Scarlet Wind Emperor saw that it was the Yiksha race and the Greenman race. Scarlet Wind's main cannon began to accumulate energy. A moment later, two extremely condensed scarlet light beams and 22 lighter scarlet light beams shot out densely. Boom boom boom. Shockwaves spread in all directions. One of the Greenman race's Thearchs was actually blasted to death. The others could not dodge in time and were all sent flying by the shockwaves. It's mine. Scarlet Wind swept past the five-colored pearl, and it landed in the Scarlet Wind Emperor's hand. Courting death. Let's join forces and kill them. At this moment, the Yiksha race and Greenman race's Thearchs were infuriated. They joined forces to attack Scarlet Wind. However, the Scarlet Wind's defensive barrier was not something they could break. Bastard, this is an Emperor-class warship. One of the Greenman race's Thearchs gritted his teeth. Haha, let's snatch as many pearls as there are. When the time comes, we will split them evenly. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was extremely arrogant. Among titled monarchs, there were very few who had an Imperial-class battleship. He had obtained the Scarlet Wind battleship by chance in a mystic realm. With the Scarlet Wind battleship, he could completely ignore the attacks of titled monarchs. In terms of defense, the Scarlet Wind battleship was much stronger than a low-grade Imperial-class armor. It could even be compared to a middle-grade Imperial-class armor. Furthermore, an Imperial-class armor consumed its own energy while the Scarlet Wind battleship consumed essence stones. 5 pearls. 10 pearls. 20 pearls. Relying on the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the 5 of them snatched a total of 25 colored pearls. Each of them had 4 pearls, but they had also angered a group of people. A large group of Yiksha race, Greenman race and Demons race's Thearchs chased after them. The 5 of them did not snatch the pearls from the human race or the demon race. Boom boom boom. Tens to 100 attacks landed on the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor shook, and it could not increase its speed. In a short while, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was surrounded by more than 100 alien Thearchs. It's time to show our true strength. At this time, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was already useless. Although the other party could not break the defensive barrier, they could trap the Scarlet Wind Emperor and prevent it from leaving. The cabin door opened and the 5 of them flew out. They're out. Kill them. Seeing the 5 of them come out, the 100 alien Thearchs revealed sinister smiles as they attacked. Chapter 1192. The attacks of over 100 titled monarchs were extremely terrifying. Even if a normal titled monarch was wearing a high-level Thearch class armor, they would still be blasted apart. Blazing Divine Wind, extinguish. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's weapon was actually a fiery red iron fan. When the fan was opened, a giant spirit was carved on it. The giant spirit was surrounded by flames, and it held the fiery red iron fan in its hand. The Scarlet Wind Emperor used his killing move and fanned out violently. Instantly, a 3-colored light swept out and destroyed more than 10 attacks. Only 7 or 8 attacks actually landed on the Scarlet Wind Emperor's body. They couldn't break through his defense at all. The Snow Air Emperor was the weakest among the 5, but she was still a 3-star general. She raised both her palms, and cold air spread out in all directions as she pushed out violently. Ice Seal Freeze. Ka. A large amount of energy attacks were frozen. Even if the attacks broke through the ice, their power would be reduced by a lot. The Snow Air Emperor's armor was obviously not ordinary. It was actually a top-notch Thearch class armor. In the Golden Armor Star Treasure Pagoda, if one wanted to buy a top-notch Thearch class armor, one had to have a foreign race's 4-star general badge. The Scarlet Wind Emperor probably killed a foreign race's 4-star general and gave the badge to the Snow Air Emperor. After all, who wouldn't care about the safety of their girlfriend? Apart from Yi Qin, the Stone Man Emperor was the strongest among the 4. His attacks were big and powerful. Metal, earth, and wood profundities fused into one fist and attacked the most concentrated point. Boom. Almost 20 attacks were destroyed by the Stone Man Emperor's fist. Less than 5 attacks landed on the Stone Man Emperor's body. The Stone Man Emperor's forte was actually his defense. Together with the top-notch Thearch class armor, these attacks were like tickles to him. Fiery red tyrant body, Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. The Fire Sparrow Emperor's entire body emitted a red light, making her look like a goddess of war. Her weapon was a flaming long spear, and with a sweep of the long spear, a boundless chi surged out, transforming into a soaring fire phoenix. With a flap of the fire phoenix's wings, dozens of attacks were annihilated, and the remaining attacks landed on the Fire Sparrow Emperor's body, making tinkling sounds. She didn't even have the qualifications to move. There were also quite a number of attacks heading towards Yi Qin. There were a total of 22 attacks. Although these 22 attacks had different elements and moves and could not be combined together, with so many killing moves being launched at the same time, the pressure they gave off was not just a little bit. Ordinary Thearch-ranked monarchs probably would not even have the space to dodge. However, Yi Qin was no ordinary the Arch-King. The Eternal Night Emperor sword was unsheathed, and Yi Qin slashed out. The ferocious black flame wave looked as though it was going to devour the entire heaven and earth. With a fierce pounce, all the attacks were extinguished. But this wasn't the end. The black flame wave's aftershock was even stronger. After extinguishing 22 attacks, the remaining force didn't dissipate. It swept towards the 22 people who had attacked. Within the flame wave, countless black sword light could be faintly seen. Peak 3rd Revolution Sword Art, True Inferno Sword. What? No. These 22 people didn't expect Yi Qin's attack to be so strong. Not only did it extinguish their killing moves, but it still swept over. They couldn't even react in time. In the next instant, the black flame wave engulfed them. With puffing sounds, they turned into ashes one after another. In the end, only 7 people survived. These 7 people's armors weren't low-level. They were all mid-level or high-level Thearch-ranked armors. Amazing. The Scarlet Wind Emperor gave Yi Qin a thumbs up. Yi Qin's strength was already at the peak among the 5-star generals. I'm afraid it will be hard to return the favor of saving my life. The Stone Puppet Emperor also didn't expect Yi Qin to be stronger than he had imagined. This sword move was clearly a peak 3rd Revolution sword art, and the sword intent was even more terrifying. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. Kill? After withstanding the first wave of attacks, it was the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others' turn to counterattack. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's figure flashed like a gentle breeze blowing across the earth, nourishing everything silently. However, his attacks weren't silent. The sky was filled with tricolored light, like a tricolored divine blade, crazily slashing. Each slash would inevitably kill 2 or 3 people. The Snow Air Emperor's ice domain covered a huge area. The wantonly frigid palm attacks were sent out one after another. As long as one touched a little bit, their body would be covered with a layer of frost, and their movements would be restricted. Then they would be shattered by the palm energy. Both the Stone Puppet Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor were the type to attack openly. The two of them didn't care about their own defense and directly charged into the enemy's group. If the enemy wanted to fight with them, it would be best to kill them directly. If the enemy didn't, they would attack without restraint. They were like 2 killing gods, killing their enemies until ghosts cried and wolves howled. As for Yi Chen's side, there was no suspense at all. After using the True Inferno Sword, Yi Chen immediately used the more domineering and masculine Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. A black sun first appeared in the sky, and it was destroyed by the sword energy, turning into a dazzling black sword light that slashed out. Bang 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 bang. 4 explosions sounded out and 4 enemies fell. Only 3 wearing high-class monarch armor were left. These 3 were not weak, and they all had the strength of 4-star generals. They weren't cannon fodder. However, they were already terrified. Yi Chen's strength was almost 100 times stronger than theirs, and that terrifying sword intent also made their minds feel very pressured. Run. The 4 of them started to run at the same time, increasing the distance between them to avoid being implicated. Want to run? Yi Chen's eyes seemed to see through time and space. Pooh, he stabbed out with his sword and the wave of nothingness spread out. Then 2 brilliant fireworks exploded. The last person had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away with this opportunity. Unfortunately, this distance was still not enough. Without looking, Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword again, and the sword energy merged into the void. Bang! The brilliant fireworks bloomed again. 4th Revolution Sword Art. Moment of glory. Without momentary glory, Yi Chen would still be one of the top 5-star generals. If he still had 6 stars, then he would be a 6-star purple gold commander, or even a 7-star purple gold commander. But with his 4th change sword art, momentary glory, Yi Chen's attacking power would be able to compete with low-rank emperor warriors. It would only be the other aspects that he would not be able to compete with. While Yi Chen quickly finished off his opponents, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3 were not finished yet. Yi Chen didn't go to help because he didn't need help. His palm continuously sucked in the spoils of war. There were 15 low-grade Emperor-grade armors, 4 mid-grade Emperor-grade armors, and 3 high-grade Emperor-grade armors. The weapons and armors were of average grade, ranging from low-grade Emperor-grade to high-grade Emperor-grade. Apart from that, there were also 22 storage rings. It was unknown whether these 22 people carried the majority of their wealth with them or not. These 5 are too strong. 5 against 100, and they were actually beaten so badly. Fortunately, they are of our human race. Fortunately, we are also of the beast race on the same side as the human race. But that sword artist is too strong. He seems to only have a cultivation base of 6th layer life and death realm. The last 2 sword strikes were simply unfathomable, and the 3 died silently. Such a frightening sword art is not something ordinary people can imagine. On the prairie, many titled monarchs of the human race and beast race were watching. They originally planned to come over and help, but now it seemed like there was no need. Chapter 1193. In just a short while, only 30 to 40 of the more than 100 alien-titled monarchs were left. These 30 to 40 alien-titled monarchs felt that something was amiss as they frantically tried to escape. What they did not expect was that the surrounding humans and demons had already set up an inescapable trap, not giving them any way out. Total annihilation. In the end, more than 100 monarchs were all dead. And all of this was caused by just 5 people. Although the last 30 to 40 foreign race-titled monarchs were mostly killed by the human race and demon race-titled monarchs, these people did not dare to take the spoils of war for themselves. They were prepared to hand them over to the Scarlet Wind the Arch and company. The Scarlet Wind the Arch waved his hand. How can I return something that is already in my hands? Keep it. He didn't care about the ordinary mid-grade monarch rank artifacts. At his level, his wealth was beyond the imagination of normal monarchs. May I ask, what is the use of the 5 color pearls? Snow Air Emperor asked. A human old man walked out and answered, the 5 color pearls are formed by the heaven and earth rules of the prairie. I heard from the first batch of people that no one has been here for a long time. Before they came, there were a lot of 5 color pearls, but each person could only get 5. At the end of the prairie, There is a heaven and earth barrier that cannot be broken by force. One can only enter with 5 color pearls. A 5-color pearl can only enter the heaven and earth barrier for about 2 hours. If you don't have a 5-color pearl, you will be expelled. However, there are fewer and fewer 5-color pearls on the prairie. That's why everyone is fighting for them. And for some reason, more and more people are coming here. There are humans, demons, and even foreign races. I see. These 5-color pearls should be like keys and have a time limit. Stone Man Emperor nodded. Heaven and earth barrier? Releasing his soul power, Yichen saw that there was indeed a heaven and earth barrier at the end of the prairie. It was 5-colored and overflowing with light. Not a single 5-color pearl was left. Luckily, each of them had 4, one less than the 5. They should be able to stay inside the heaven and earth barrier for 10 hours. Let's go take a look. Scarlet Wind Emperor piloted Scarlet Wind and flew towards the heaven and earth barrier. After flying for a long time, Scarlet Wind finally reached the heaven and earth barrier. Let's see how the defense of the barrier is like. The Scarlet Wind Emperor boldly began to accumulate energy for the main cannon. Not long after, the main cannon was fully charged. Boom. The Scarlet Wind battleship trembled, and an incomparably condensed scarlet red light pillar blasted toward the barrier of heaven and earth. Like a clay ox entering the sea, the scarlet red light beam instantly disappeared into the barrier of heaven and earth. However, this wasn't the end. The next moment, a scarlet red light beam was reflected back and bombarded the Scarlet Wind. The barrier of heaven and earth could actually absorb energy and counterattack. Gotcha. Without any suspense, Scarlet Wind's defense shield was torn apart. Fortunately, after the defense shield was torn apart, the Scarlet Light Pillar's power was almost non-existent. Otherwise, Scarlet Wind would have been pierced through. That was close. The Scarlet Wind Emperor wiped his sweat with lingering fear. Looks like I can only rely on the 5-colored pearls. The Snow Air Emperor said. In terms of attack power, the Scarlet Wind battleship's main cannon's attack power was more than 100 times that of the rest. If the main cannon couldn't blast it apart, there was nothing they could do. Perhaps a true 8th-level Heaven Sovereign could enter the barrier without relying on the 5-colored pearls, but they clearly hadn't reached that realm yet. They could only obediently follow the rules. After getting off the Scarlet Wind battleship, the 5 of them each held a 5-colored pearl and flew toward the barrier. But the moment they approached the barrier, the 5-colored pearls shone brightly, and a 5-colored halo enveloped the 5 of them. With the 5-colored halo, the 5 of them entered the barrier. The barrier was very deep and thick. After 5 minutes, they passed through the barrier and arrived at a new world. What a dense spirit chi! The new world was a mountain range that looked like an immortal realm. The dense spirit chi was extremely moist. Taking a deep breath was like refining hundreds or thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Taking a few more breaths was probably comparable to a primordial stone. Looking over, the mountain range was hidden in layers of clouds, and the ground couldn't be seen. They couldn't even see halfway down the mountain. It didn't look like an immortal realm, but it was better than an immortal realm. They've all been plucked. After passing by a few mountain peaks that were shrouded in clouds, the 5 of them couldn't help but shake their heads. Although there were many spirit herbs on the mountain peaks, they were all ordinary spirit herbs. After careful observation, it was obvious that some of the spots with the densest spirit chi weren't plucked at all. Even if they used their lower bodies to guess, they would still be able to guess that someone had already taken them. Every time they passed by a mountain peak, the 5 of them would shake their heads. What a pity. In their hearts, they were guessing what precious spirit herbs and treasures the first batch of people had obtained. This group of bastards, they didn't even leave anything behind. The Scarlet Wind Emperor muttered to himself. After passing by mountain peak after mountain peak, Yi Chen's group finally found some fish that had escaped the net. The Scarlet Wind Emperor obtained 3 stalks of mature heaven aromatic grass. The heaven aromatic grass was a heavenly king-grade spirit herb. After being ignited, it would produce a very mystical fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, one's thoughts would become extremely clear. Many things that couldn't be figured out in the past would suddenly become clear, and it would greatly increase one's comprehension ability. The Snow Air Emperor obtained 2 stalks of Ice Heart Grass. Ice Heart Grass could raise one's spirit, and it was quite beneficial for cultivating soul arts. The Flaming Sparrow Emperor had obtained a Fire Jade Tree sapling. The Fire Jade Tree was a heavenly king stage spirit tree, and once it fully matured, it would bear Fire Jade fruits, which were extremely useful for cultivating fire attribute energies. Most importantly, it would not harm one's foundation, and using the Fire Jade fruits to break through to the next stage would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Stone Emperor and Yi Qin didn't obtain anything useful for themselves. The Stone Emperor obtained a huge gourd, which had its own space inside and could nurture treasures. Unfortunately, although this gourd was precious, it was a heavenly king grade and not an emperor grade. Otherwise it would be very useful. As for Yi Qin, he obtained 4 stalks of demonic king grass. Although they were useless to him, they were extremely useful to the dream-eating wolf, helping him stabilize his foundation and charge into the next realm. Currently, the dream-eating wolf was at the 3rd layer of life and death realm. 4 stalks of demonic king grass were enough for him to charge into the 4th layer. Finally, the 5 arrived in front of the only mountain that hadn't been looted. The reason why this mountain hadn't been looted was because it was protected by the mountain guarding great array. The lingering clouds seemed to have spirituality, sometimes turning into dragons, sometimes into fierce tigers, sometimes into fierce birds and sometimes into tortoises. This is the 4 symbols great array. It's actually protected by the 4 symbols great array. The Stone Golem Emperor immediately recognized the formation. The Snow Air Emperor said, with the protection of the 4 symbols great array, it's no wonder those people couldn't enter. But this is actually advantageous to us. As long as we can break through the 4 symbols great array, all the treasures on the mountain will belong to us. The 4 symbols great array was one of the peak emperor great arrays. Normally, only low-level emperors could break through it. Chapter 1194. In the mountains, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard continuously. As expected of the 4 symbols formation. We've been attacking it for 2 hours but we still can't break it. It was Yi Qin's first time seeing a Thearch level formation, so he didn't understand it. Logically speaking, his attack power was equivalent to the weakest low-level emperor stage. He thought it wouldn't be difficult to break the 4 symbols formation, but the result was clearly different from what he had imagined. The 4 symbols formation not only had strong defense, but it could also transform into 4 symbols chi to counterattack. If this continued, they probably wouldn't be able to break it even after another 4 hours. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, we can easily break a normal Thearch level formation, but the 4 symbols formation is one of the top Thearch level formations. Even a low-level Emperor stage cultivator would need a long time to break it. A Thearch level formation is equivalent to the power of many titled monarchs, and a top Thearch level formation is equivalent to the power of many emperors. Its defense is obvious. However, I didn't expect the 4 symbols formation's defense to be so terrifying. If there was no time limit, it wouldn't matter if it took a long time, but we only have 4 rainbow pearls. What should we do? We still have 4 hours. Also, after breaking the formation, it will take some time to find and collect spirit herbs. The Stone Man Emperor frowned. The Snow Air Emperor said, Lang Feng, why don't you use your Scarlet Wind? With the power of the Scarlet Wind's main cannons, it won't take long to break the 4 symbols formation. Yes, use the Scarlet Wind. Didn't you use it very diligently before? The Fire Sparrow Emperor glanced at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said with a bitter face, even though I'm rich, I can't afford to go through so much trouble. A single blast from the 2 main cannons of the Scarlet Wind ship costs 20 million origin stones. With the defensive power of the 4 symbols great array, I reckon that it won't be broken without over 100 cannons. That's 2 billion origin stones. Say so earlier. Each of us will support you with 500 million. That should be enough, right? The Fire Sparrow Emperor rolled his eyes. Yi Qin, I'll help you. The Stone Man Emperor said to Yi Qin. No need, I still have 500 million yuan stones. Yi Qin shook his head. 500 million primordial stones was nothing to him. Perhaps he could not compare to those 8th heavenly sovereigns, but among the 7th heavenly sovereigns, there were not many who were richer than him. However, Yi Qin clearly couldn't stop the Stone Man Emperor's determination. If he continued to decline, it would only make the Stone Man Emperor unhappy, so Yi Qin didn't argue any further. All right then. Yi Qin nodded. With everyone's support, the Scarlet Wind Emperor took out the Scarlet Wind ship. In the beginning, no one thought of using the Scarlet Wind ship because they thought that with the power of 5 people, they should be able to break through the 4 symbols formation within 4 hours. After all, Yi Qin's attack was close to or equivalent to a beginner heavenly sovereign. They had the mentality of being lucky, so they couldn't blame the Scarlet Wind Emperor for being stingy. The Scarlet Wind Emperor indeed didn't have that many primordial stones to spend. Ever since he had the Scarlet Wind ship, the speed at which he used primordial stones was much faster than before. It was simply a bottomless pit. After all, it was 10 million today, 20 million tomorrow, and 30 million the day after. No matter how much wealth he had, it wasn't enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he earned primordial stones very quickly, he wouldn't have been able to make ends meet. The Scarlet Wind ship's main cannons didn't take long to accumulate primordial stones. After about 30 breaths, the two main cannons launched their first attack. The Scarlet Wind ship violently trembled, and two scarlet-red pillars of light shattered the four symbols' chi energy, heavily bombarding the outer walls of the four symbols' formation. As the earth shook, two fireballs exploded and shockwaves swept in all directions. 1 attack, 2 attacks, 10 attacks, 50 attacks, 100 attacks. The four symbols' great array was becoming more and more unstable. Occasionally, the 5 of them would be able to see through the distorted outer walls of the array and see what was going on inside. Inside, there was a myriad of colors and dazzling spiritual lights. Spirit grasses were growing vigorously, and some of them were even emitting astonishing emperor chi. They stood out like cranes among chickens. Emperor-grade spirit grasses had different values. The lower ones might be worth several million yuan stones, while the higher ones might even be worth hundreds of millions of yuan stones. As long as there were 100 emperor-grade spirit grasses inside the four symbols' great array, the 5 wouldn't have suffered a loss. Of course, with the protection of the four symbols' great array, the 5 couldn't believe that there were only 100 emperor-grade spirit grasses inside, not to mention the countless heavenly king-grade spirit grasses. Bang, bang, bang. The Scarlet Wind ship's main cannons were still firing. Each attack cost 20 million yuan stones, which was enough to make many 6th-layer life and death realm heavenly kings go bankrupt. Finally, when Scarlet Wind's main cannon fired for the 132nd time, the four symbols' great array was broken. Without the restraint of the four symbols' great array, the true appearance of the mountain was revealed. It was an ancient mountain that was millions of meters tall and occupied thousands of square kilometers. Multicolored lights flickered on the huge mountain, almost blinding people's eyes. There was simply no need to use soul power to sense. Just the places with the densest spirit chi numbered in the hundreds. Many of them were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end, giving off the noble aura of a monarch. Seems like the 2,600,000,000 yuan stones were not wasted. The Scarlet Wind Emperor muttered. Originally, he was still wondering whether the harvest from the four symbols' great array could make up for the loss. But now he didn't need to worry. Each person's harvest would be no less than 1 or 2 billion yuan. So many fire attribute spirit grasses. The Fire Sparrow Emperor was the most sensitive to fire attribute spirit grasses. Sucking in a few deep breaths, the Snow Air Emperor said, "This mountain is several hundred times bigger than I imagined. How about we split up and harvest the spirit grasses?" I agree as well. The mountain was huge and it was unreasonable to gather them together. Splitting up was more suitable for everyone. Just like that, the 5 separated. The spirit chi on the mountain was too dense, affecting soul power perception. Yi Chen could only rely on the intensity of the spirit chi to distinguish the precious spirit grasses. This is Origin Emperor Grass. There are actually 10 of them. Origin Emperor Grass was one of the Emperor-grade spirit grasses. It had a great effect on recovering Zhen Yuan. A mature Origin Emperor Grass could replenish the Zhen Yuan of a 7th layer titled Monarch in 10 breaths. One stock was worth at least several dozen million yuan stones. After all, even a 7th layer titled Monarch would need several dozen million yuan stones to replenish Zhen Yuan. For example, Yi Chen, who was only at the 6th layer of life and death realm, needed 8 million yuan stones to replenish his Zhen Yuan. Of course, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was too dense and pure. An ordinary 6th layer life and death realm monarch would need less than 1,000,000 yuan stones to replenish his Zhen Yuan. This is Ice Soul Grass. There are also 9 of them. The effect of Ice Soul Grass was similar to the Ice Heart Grass Snow Air Emperor had previously obtained. It could also raise one's spirit, and was very beneficial to cultivating soul's secret arts. However, in terms of effect, Ice Soul Grass was 100 times better than Ice Heart Grass. This was because Ice Heart Grass was a Heavenly King-grade spirit grass, while Ice Soul Grass was an Emperor-grade spirit grass. With Ice Soul Grass, Yi Chen was confident that he could cultivate his soul ring to the highest purple soul ring realm in a short time. At the same time, he planned to cultivate another soul attack secret art. However, the premise was that he could obtain some Emperor-grade spirit grasses to replenish soul power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough soul power. The higher one's realm, the greater the disparity. In the past, Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of ordinary people. The advantage was clear. However, there was a chasm between the 6th and 7th layer. Once one broke through to the 7th layer, one's soul power would explode. Even Yi Chen couldn't compare. Therefore, Emperor-grade soul secret arts were more suitable for titled monarchs. Only they had sufficient soul power. Chapter 1195. In less than 2 hours, Yi Qin had collected thousands of Heavenly King-grade spirit grasses and over 100 Emperor-grade spirit grasses. Among the Heavenly King-grade spirit grasses, there were 36 Heavenly King-grade spirit trees, and 2 Emperor-grade spirit trees. Leaving aside the Heavenly King-grade spirit grasses, each Emperor-grade spirit grasses had an astonishing value, especially the 2 Emperor-grade spirit trees. They were the 7-star fruit tree and the starry sky path understanding tree. The 7-star fruit tree bloomed once every 500 years and bore fruit once every 500 years. The 7-star fruit had the effect of replenishing Zhenyuan. Normally, 10 7-star fruits were enough to replenish the Zhenyuan of a 7th layer titled monarch, and the 7-star fruit tree would bear at least several tens of thousands of fruits. At this moment, the branches of this 7-star fruit tree were filled with flowers. It wouldn't be more than 500 years before it bore fruit. The starry sky path understanding tree, as its name suggested, was extremely helpful in comprehending the Tao. Cultivating sword arts under the tree would increase one's speed by 10 to 100 times, and the chances of breaking through bottlenecks would also be higher. With so many spirit grasses, it would be hard to do without a plant ring. However, Yi Qin had already bought a supreme-grade plant ring. Plant rings were the same as storage rings. They were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, upper-grade, and supreme-grade. Low-grade plant rings usually wouldn't exceed 100 mu, mid-grade wouldn't exceed 1000 mu, and upper-grade wouldn't exceed 10,000 mu. As for supreme-grade, it was hard to say. In any case, the bigger the better. The supreme-grade plant ring that Yi Qin had bought had a space of 50 million mu, which was almost equivalent to a small plane. It was more than 150 miles long and wide. As long as there weren't any super-large spiritual trees, it could completely accommodate a large number of spiritual herbs. There were mountains, rivers, a sun made from supreme-grade sunstones, a moon made from supreme-grade moonstones, a mist made from supreme-grade cloud mist stones, and a whirlwind made from supreme-grade wind thunder stones. When the whirlwind collided with the mist, it would form thunder and lightning, followed by a spiritual rain. All in all, the ecosystem of the supreme-grade plant ring was very complete. Most importantly, the spiritual energy inside was very abundant. Yi Qin had buried billions of yuan stones underground, forming a yuan stone mine. In addition, the plant ring itself could absorb energy from the void, not just from yuan stones. After planting a large number of Heavenly King and Emperor herbs in the plant ring, Yi Qin continued to search for undiscovered herbs. Time passed by bit. Soon, 6 hours had passed from the original 8 hours. There was only 1 hour left. There are more than 5,000 Heavenly King herbs and 150 Emperor herbs. My initial estimate is that the harvest is at least 20 billion yuan stones. Especially the 7-star fruit tree and the starry sky path understanding tree. These 2 Emperor herbs are worth no less than 20 billion yuan stones. The rest are not even worth a fraction of that. It was hard to say how valuable the starry sky path understanding tree was. Yi Qin had no way of estimating how precious the 7-star fruit tree was. Based on his calculations, as long as the 7-star fruit tree bore fruit, one fruit would be worth a few million yuan stones. 10,000 of them would be worth tens of billions. If it wasn't for the fact that it took 500 years to bloom and 500 years to bear fruit, its value would be 10 times higher. Of course, the 36 Heavenly King herbs were not cheap either. Altogether, they would be worth a few hundred million yuan stones. Among the spiritual herbs, spiritual trees were always the king. They were worth 1,000 times more than spiritual herbs of the same level. In the center of the huge mountain there was a valley. Soon Yi Qin arrived outside the valley. The entrance to the valley was shrouded in a layer of purple light. It should be a restriction. Besides Yi Qin, Scarlet Wind Emperor, Air Emperor, and Stone Man Emperor were all here. Only the Fire Sparrow Emperor was missing. Yi Qin, how was the harvest? Scarlet Wind Emperor chuckled. Yi Qin said, not bad. I didn't come in vain. He believed that he was not the only one who had a great harvest. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others definitely had a great harvest, perhaps even more than him. As for how great the harvest was, only he knew. Yeah, I didn't come in vain. Now there's only this valley left. Scarlet Wind Emperor grinned. The harvest this time was too great. 6 billion yuan stones. The 5 of them divided it equally. Each of them had spent more than 500 million yuan stones, but the harvest was dozens of times more than 500 million yuan stones. Not only did they not come in vain, they earned like crazy. Ever since he was born, he had never encountered such a fortuitous encounter. After a while, the Fire Sparrow Emperor also arrived. Alright, since everyone is here, let's divide the things in this valley equally. The purple light at the entrance was a restriction. One person definitely could not break it. It required 5 people to work together. Of course, Scarlet Wind Emperor's Scarlet Wind could do it, but he didn't think it was necessary. This restriction was far inferior to the 4 symbols' great formation. Using the Scarlet Wind ship was too wasteful. Also, it was not good for one person to eat alone. Although the others wouldn't say it, if they wanted to cooperate for a long time, it was best to know how to share. Otherwise, if everyone wanted to eat alone, it would be better to split up. There was no need to cooperate. With the 5 of them working together, it only took 15 minutes to break the purple light. The purple light scattered, and the 5 of them instantly saw everything in the valley. There was a spiritual herb garden in the middle of the valley. It was about 100 acres in size, and it was filled with foot-tall, sparkling and translucent purple spiritual herbs. A dense purple aura gushed out from the entrance of the valley. Immediately, the 5 of them felt as if their souls were bathing in a mountain spring, extremely refreshing and transparent. This is. Scarlet Wind Emperor's mouth opened wide. It's the Violet Flower Immortal Herb Garden. Stone Puppet Emperor said word by word. Fire Sparrow Emperor's eyes opened wide. I didn't think that the Violet Flower Secret Realm really had a Violet Flower Immortal Herb Garden. How many are there? A few hundred? A few thousand? The Violet Flower Immortal Herb Garden was 100 acres, but the Violet Flower Immortal Herb was very sparse. There was only one Violet Flower Immortal Herb every few meters. But no matter how sparse it was still 100 acres. How could there be so few of them? With so many Violet Flower Immortal Herbs, it is enough for me to use an Emperor-class Soul Attack secret technique. The first thing that came to Yi Chen's mind was an Emperor-class Soul Attack secret technique. The Soul Defense secret technique had the Soul Ring, but the Soul Attack secret technique only had the Soul Sword Chi. Although the Soul Sword Chi was comprehended from the Divine Monument, Yi Chen's attainments in Soul secret techniques weren't high at that time. He didn't have anything to learn from. At most, the Soul Sword Chi was equivalent to a Heavenly King Soul Attack secret technique. Even so, with Yi Chen's soul talent that was 10 times that of a normal king, the Soul Sword Chi that he used was not to be underestimated. It was equivalent to an Emperor-class Soul Attack secret technique. If he could cultivate a peak Emperor-class Soul Attack secret technique, its power could be imagined. Just looking at the soul defense of the Soul Ring was enough. Spears and shields always existed together. Let's see how many Violet Flower Immortal Herbs there are? Yi Chen suggested after coming back to his senses. That's right. We don't have much time. Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others woke up. After entering the valley, the 4 started to collect the Violet Flower Immortal Herbs. The process was fast and smooth. After counting, there were 3,600 Violet Flower Immortal Herbs. The 5 of them divided it equally, and each of them got 720. It was a shocking number. Chapter 1196. One stalk of Violet Flower Immortal Grass can replenish the soul power of a 7th layer monarch. 720 stalks should be enough for 720 tries. Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled. Snow Air Emperor said, directly consuming Violet Flower Immortal Grass is too wasteful. Combining it with other soul materials and refining it into pellets is the best choice. Stone Emperor nodded. Among the Emperor-grade pellets, there is one called Violet Flower Soul Refining Pellet. Its main ingredient is Violet Flower Immortal Grass. 720 stalks of Violet Flower Soul Refining Pellet can be refined into at least 5,000 Violet Flower Soul Refining Pellets. Moreover, one Violet Flower Soul Refining Pellet can replenish half of a 7th layer monarch's soul power. If you are not in a hurry to use the Violet Flower Immortal Grass, how about giving them to me? There are many alchemy masters in our Phoenix race. Violet Flower Soul Refining Pellet is nothing. Only Violet Flower Immortal Grass is hard to find. The Fire Sparrow Emperor came from the Phoenix clan. Just like the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan was one of the top clans among the Yao clan. The Vermilion Bird clan was also a branch of the Phoenix clan. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Vermilion Bird King of the Divine Paradise were both vermilion birds. Yi Chen was somewhat tempted. What about the other soul materials? Yes, and the refinement fee? Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded. Fire Sparrow Emperor said, you don't need to worry about the other soul materials. The refinement fee is very simple. 10% of the pellets will be taken, and you can only get 90%. Otherwise those old fellows won't refine pellets for you. Even yuan stones won't do. You can think about it yourself. But I think it's a good deal. Every time I ask them to refine pellets, although I get a cut, it saves me a lot of effort. 10% of pellets? After thinking about it, Yi Chen nodded, not much. I'll keep 70 stocks for backup. The remaining 650 stocks are all yours. With that, Yi Chen took out 650 stalks of violet flower immortal grass and gave them to Fire Sparrow Emperor. 10% pills were indeed not a lot. After all, Yi Chen did not have any of the other soul spirit materials. Perhaps he could spend some effort to gather them, but that would be too tiring. Moreover, the cost of refining them would not be low either. It would cost at least a few $100 million. In that case, it would be better to just take 90% pills. He believed that 90% pills would still be around 4,000 pills. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other two also handed the Purple Magnificence Immortal Herb to the Fire Sparrow Emperor. Not long after, the 5 of them were expelled from this world and arrived at the prairie. At this time, all the multicolored pearls on the grassland had disappeared. The 5 of them moved in another direction and began to explore other places in the Purple Flower Secret Realm. In the end, the 5 of them were unable to find the map fragment. Although the Stone Emperor had been to Jade Maiden Peak, he didn't know where it was. A month later, the 5 of them found the exit and left the Purple Flower Secret Realm. Golden Armor Star Secret Art Tower. The 6th floor of the Secret Art Tower contained Emperor-grade secret arts, while the 7th floor contained Emperor-grade secret arts. After thinking about it, Yi Chen decided not to cultivate Emperor-grade secret arts for the time being. Firstly, Emperor-grade secret arts were much harder to cultivate. With his cultivation base at the 6th layer of Life and Death realm, it would be a bit too ambitious. The higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's comprehension ability would be. His comprehension ability might be at the peak of 7th layer monarchs, but among 8th layer monarchs, it would undoubtedly be at the bottom. Cultivating an Emperor-grade secret art would take a long time to reach major completion. Even if he had the Tower of Time, it would be of no help. It would be better to take it slow and steady. First, he would cultivate Emperor-grade secret arts. Then he would cultivate Emperor-grade secret arts to the highest level. At that time, he would not be any weaker than a minor completion Emperor-grade secret art. Moreover, his soul power was purer than ordinary people's. If he used a peak Emperor-grade secret art, it would not necessarily be weaker than the most ordinary Emperor-grade secret art. Emperor-grade secret arts were rather expensive, and Emperor-grade soul arts were even more so. Before, Yi Chen still had 200 million contribution points left. This time, Yi Chen spent 500 million yuan stones to exchange for 500 million contribution points. He believed that it would be enough to exchange for a peak soul art. Compared to the soul defensive secret arts, the 6th floor had a bit more soul attack secret arts. There were 17 of them. Soul Explosion, 400 million contribution points. Soul Death, 420 million contribution points. Soul Rain, 450 million contribution points. Soul Frightening Arrow, 480 million contribution points. Yuan Spirit Severing, 500 million contribution points. Yi Chen didn't miss a single one of the 17 soul attack secret arts. He looked through them one by one. Every time he saw one, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. According to the description, none of these soul attack secret arts were easy to deal with. Soul Explosion, as the name implied, was an explosion of soul power that could heavily injure or even annihilate the enemy's soul. It was very difficult to cultivate as it required one to condense soul thunders. Soul Death was an extremely strange soul attack. Without the enemy noticing, it would gradually erode the enemy's soul. By the time the enemy realized it, it would already be too late. The Soul Rain was even more peculiar. It was actually a soul attack secret art that covered a large area. In Yi Chen's opinion, it was a little useless. Of course it might have other uses. The Soul Frightening Arrow was very powerful. Yuan Spirit Severing was condensed into a large saw that could cut the enemy's soul. Ordinary soul defense wouldn't be able to defend against it. Without stopping, Yi Chen continued to look through the list. Nightmare Amazing. There's also this soul attack secret art that plants a nightmare in the enemy's soul and activates it at a critical moment. It's enough to cause the enemy's body and mind to collapse. Too bad it's not suitable for me. Yi Chen continued to walk. When he saw the 17th secret art, Yi Chen stopped and chose this one. Soul Chasing Sword, 630 million contribution points. The label stated, condense a small soul sword in one soul. At a critical moment, with a single thought, the small soul sword would directly attack. It could change direction midway and it could even be retracted. It's a bit like the defensive sword art but much more terrifying. After spending 630 million contribution points, Yi Chen obtained the secret art of Soul Chasing Sword. After looking through it, Yi Chen discovered that the Soul Chasing Sword was divided into 3 levels. The first level was soul refining, the second was soul tempering, and the third was soul chasing. Let's return to the paradise of gods first. Putting away the soul-chasing sword, Yichen walked out of the secret art tower. Paradise of gods. 1 month later, Yichen cultivated the second level of soul-chasing sword, soul tempering. The cultivation of soul-chasing sword was like forging a treasure sword. First, it had to be purified and then tempered. Once it was forged into a true treasure sword, it could chase the soul and kill without spilling blood. However, the difficulty of forging a sword was thousands of times more difficult than forging a sword. After all, what was being forged was one's own soul power. Every forging was a form of torture. It was as if one's soul was being cut apart. In addition, the arrangement of soul power was also very complicated. It was even more complicated than the arrangement of soul rings. Shwa. A faint light flashed in his hand, and a spirit herb appeared in his hand. It was the ice soul grass that Yichen obtained from the purple flower secret realm. The ice soul grass could raise one's spirit and was extremely useful for cultivating soul secret arts. After consuming the ice soul grass, Yichen immediately felt his soul become much cooler. The pain from before also disappeared, and his mind became exceptionally clear. Chapter 1197. As expected of the ice soul grass, my soul power seems to have become more controllable. Yichen did not dare to be careless. He immediately started practicing the soul-chasing sword art. The effect of the ice soul grass was limited. One ice soul grass could maintain its effect for about a month. In this half a month, the first 5 days would be the strongest, the middle 5 days would begin to weaken, and the last 5 days would be the residual effect. Above the Sea of Soul, in addition to the Immortal Sword Spirit and the Destruction Sword Spirit, a small sword was taking shape. It was the soul-chasing sword. However, the Immortal Sword Soul and Destruction Sword Soul were part of the Sea of Soul. They were unable to move. They were like the sun and moon of a living world. The soul-chasing sword, on the other hand, was free. With a thought from Yichen, the soul-chasing sword could drill out of the Sea of Soul and attack the enemy. Of course, it was unknown whether it could kill the enemy's soul. Currently, the soul-chasing sword could not be considered a treasure sword because it had not been sharpened. An unsharpened sword, no matter how good the material was, would not be able to kill efficiently. Clang clang clang. 2 whetstones formed from soul power appeared and continuously rubbed against the 2 edges and the tip of the soul chase sword. Every time they rubbed against each other, the soul chase sword would become sharper, and a chilling aura would spread out. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the Tower of Time. Basically, every day Yichen would polish the soul-chasing sword several tens of thousands of times. In 100 days it would be several million times. In a month in the outside world, in 100 months in the Tower of Time, Yichen had polished the soul-chasing sword a total of 100 million times. Although the consumption of soul power each time was negligible, it couldn't withstand so many times. Fortunately, Yichen had the splendid purple immortal grass. When his soul force was less than half depleted, Yichen would consume half of the splendid purple immortal grass to replenish his soul force. After a month in the outside world, Yichen had already consumed 15 stalks of amethyst immortal grass. Fortunately, I have the glorious violet immortal grass. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the soul-chasing sword art to such a level in such a short period of time. It really consumes too much soul power. The soul-chasing sword art was different from other soul attack secret arts. It focused on sharpness. Other soul attack secret arts only required one to comprehend the arrangement of soul power. How could it be so complicated? Of course, from this aspect, one could see how powerful the soul-chasing sword was. Ordinary monarch-level soul defensive secret arts would definitely be pierced through and cut open. As for the ice soul grass, Yichen had only used 4 stalks. After 1 stalk was used up, Yichen would only consume a second stalk after a long period of time. After all, he still needed it to cultivate his soul ring to the highest rank of purple soul ring. Time passed bit by bit. On this day, the soul-chasing sword suddenly erupted with a sword cry that soared into the sky. An extremely sharp aura swept out. This aura was so powerful that it even caused the Immortal Sword Soul and Destruction Sword Soul to tremble. Unbeknownst to Yichen, a sliver of the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent fused into the soul-chasing sword. Sword Intent could also damage the soul. However, this kind of damage was much weaker than soul attacks. However, when the two were combined, there were probably not many people who knew what kind of changes would occur. The Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent were too weak for Yichen to notice. However, once the soul-chasing sword intent grew stronger, Yichen would eventually find out. Finally, it's reached the large success stage. Yichen exhaled heavily. The soul-chasing sword intent was divided into 3 levels. Cultivating to the 2nd level was the small success stage. Cultivating to the 3rd level was the large success stage. Cultivating to the peak of the 3rd level was the large success stage. Cultivating to the large success stage was not something that could be done overnight. This had nothing to do with one's perception. This was because doing anything required a process. It was the process of grinding an iron rod into a needle. Once the soul-chasing sword intent was used many times, it would naturally reach the large success stage. It's a pity that I can't find anyone to test it on. The soul-chasing sword intent had reached the large success stage. Yi Chen urgently wanted to know the power of the soul-chasing sword intent. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it on the members of the Paradise of Gods. With the power of the soul-chasing sword intent, no one in the Paradise of Gods could block it. Even if they cultivated an Emperor-rank soul defense secret technique, they still wouldn't be able to. Yi Chen had a feeling that if the soul-chasing sword intent was used against him, even his soul ring wouldn't be able to block it. Unless he cultivated his soul ring to the highest rank of purple soul ring, only then would he know whether the spear or the shield was stronger. Next, I can also cultivate my soul ring to the large success stage. After walking out of the Pagoda of Time, Yi Chen went to the Paradise of Gods hotel to drink some wine and chat with some acquaintances. After returning, he officially cultivated his soul ring. Every time his soul ring increased by 1 level, there would be an additional layer of soul defense. On the battlefield, it was a secret technique to protect his life. Who knew what kind of expert would secretly use soul attacks to attack him? After consuming the ice soul grass, Yi Chen sank into a state of cultivation. Half a month in the outside world, 50 months in the Pagoda of Time. Outside the blue soul ring, a speck of purple light suddenly appeared. The purple light was like a purple mist that pervaded the air. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that this purple light, which was also the purple mist, was constructed from runes. It wasn't just a pure purple mist. What Yi Chen wanted to do was to condense the purple mist into a purple soul ring. This would allow it to have the ability to self-stabilize and absorb soul power. This was like building a building. How to make a building extremely stable and firm was Yi Chen's goal. After condensing half of the purple soul ring, it suddenly collapsed and turned back into purple mist. It was just that the purple mist was much thicker than before. As expected, condensing a purple soul ring is 10 times more difficult than condensing a blue soul ring. I need to understand the structure of the runes in order to finally form a purple soul ring. After failing 10 times in a row, Yi Chen stopped condensing the purple soul ring and turned to observe the purple runes formed by his soul power. The purple runes were very strange. They were like talismans. After the soul power formed the talismans, the condensation rate increased by countless times. It was a bit like carbon turning into diamond, a strange change. As the days passed, Yi Chen became more and more familiar with the purple runes. He even improved it a bit, making it easier to form a purple soul ring. Again? After he was almost done, Yi Chen continued. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Condensing a purple soul ring also consumed a lot of soul power. Although condensing a blue soul ring consumed soul power, Yi Chen's soul power was still able to support it. But now he couldn't support it at all. He needed to rely on the purple flower immortal grass. After thousands of uses, some of the purple runes couldn't bear the burden and directly collapsed, disappearing into nothingness. The consumption of soul power was very serious. Hard work paid off. After using 3 stalks of ice soul grass and 10 stalks of purple flower immortal grass, the purple soul ring was finally condensed successfully. Outside of Yi Chen's soul sea, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple soul rings revolved. The innermost soul ring was red, and the outermost soul ring was purple. It looked very gorgeous, as if he was wearing a layer of rainbow clothes. It was so gorgeous, but it didn't appear flashy. The purple soul ring was much more overbearing compared to the other 6 soul rings. It had a strong soul field. Any foreign soul power that came close would be affected by the soul field and automatically disintegrate or become unstable. Since then, Yi Chen's soul-chasing sword and soul ring were both completed. Chapter 1198. The annual trip to the hunting battlefield was coming soon. Yi Chen was really looking forward to it. It was not because of the powerful warriors, but the power of the soul-chasing sword. All the members of the theme parks were all geniuses. Because of their soul power, their soul attack secret arts might only be at the top of the Sky King realm, but their soul defense secret arts should be at the Emperor realm, especially those famous people. And what Yi Chen wanted to do was to see if the soul-chasing sword could break through the Emperor realm soul defense secret arts. Of course, it would be very difficult since the evil hunter team and Yi Chen himself were way too famous. In the high-rank hunting battleground, no matter who ran into the evil hunter team, they would only have one thought, and that was to run. They would run as far as they could, even if they had to use forbidden arts that would damage their own yuan qi and even their lifespan. High-rank hunting battlefield, hunting star. Run. A famous team from the evil god paradise sensed the exorcist team from afar and started to flee frantically. The bodies of a few of the slower ones started to burn with blood light. It was obvious that this was a secret technique that damaged their vitality to increase their speed. Otherwise, if they were caught, they would die. In the past, the demon hunter team would give up after chasing for a while. Both sides had similar speed, and no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to shorten the distance. However, this time Yi Chen did not plan to give up. Don't stop, keep chasing. Yi Chen pushed his speed to the limit, faster than everyone else. Although Thousand Arrow King and the others were a bit confused, they did not say anything. Yi Chen's speed was much faster than theirs and he might be able to catch up. The special rules of the hunting star made the attack range very short, and the soul power could only be released to a limited range. The first point of using a soul attack was to lock onto the opponent's soul. Otherwise, it would be like a normal attack which would be dodged easily. With his shocking speed, Yi Chen gradually caught up with the last member of the evil god paradise. The distance between them was less than 1,000 miles. Lock onto the soul. Go. Without any sound, the soul-chasing sword flew out. Without any obstruction, the soul-chasing sword pierced through the opponent's soul. The next second, the man lost control of his body and slid down to the ground like a glider. One sword and the soul was destroyed. Impossible? The leader of this team from the evil god paradise was a combat emperor. His face was filled with disbelief. The one who had died was called the Azure Blood King. He wasn't very powerful and was considered an ordinary quasi-emperor. However, the soul defense secret art that he cultivated was at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King stage. Even if the Arch-stage soul attack secret art attacked him, it wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. At most, his soul would be severely injured. Could it be that he cultivates a peak Emperor-level soul attack secret technique? Emperor soul attack secret arts consume too much soul power. Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of a normal king, so he could only use it 3 times. However, the geniuses of the Great Paradises had 3 to 4 times the soul power of a normal king, with some having 5 to 6 times the soul power of a normal king. There were less than 5 to 6 times the soul power of a normal king, and that was including Yi Chen. Even if others had an emperor-rank soul attack secret art for them to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. After all, with their soul force, they could only cast an emperor-rank soul attack secret art once. Once their soul force was almost exhausted, it would have a huge impact on their battle strength. Once their soul force was exhausted, they would even lose consciousness. When they woke up in the future, there would be huge repercussions. Everyone keep running. I don't believe that his soul power is that much. He said with hatred. Go again. The soul-chasing sword pierced through that person's soul, but it didn't disappear. It had only shrunk a little, but it was still as sharp as before. The second member of the evil god paradise had his soul destroyed. Then it was the third one. This time, the soul-chasing sword only had a vague sword shape left, and it didn't have much power left. Yi Chen took it back and nourished it in his sea of soul, replenishing his soul power. After cultivating the soul-chasing sword, Yi Chen could form a new soul-chasing sword in a short period of time. However, if the previous soul-chasing sword hadn't been used up yet, he could save some soul power and time. After killing 3 members of the evil god paradise, Yi Chen had used up a lot of his soul power, which was about 1/3 of it. If I have enough soul power, I can use the soul-chasing sword 3 times. However, after using it 3 times, my soul power will be empty. Using it once is the safest, and I will need to maintain my soul defense for the rest of the time. Although Yi Chen could use the soul-chasing sword 3 times, if he really used it 3 times at once, it would be suicidal. Using it twice was not very safe, and maintaining the soul ring with 1/3 of his soul power was very dangerous. Who knew if there would be a large amount of soul attacks that would consume the soul ring's defense? Without soul power, the soul ring would undoubtedly become weaker and weaker. If he didn't have the magnificent purple immortal grass, Yi Chen could only use the soul-chasing sword once at most, which was the safest. Of course, one soul-chasing sword could kill quite a lot of people. But with the magnificent purple immortal grass, all the problems were no longer problems. After swallowing a small half of the magnificent purple immortal grass, the soul-chasing sword in Yi Chen's Sea of Soul had already recovered. Another 3 members of the evil god Paradise fell from the sky, their eyes wide open as if they couldn't believe that they had died so easily. The soul-chasing sword's power was extremely terrifying. 1/3 of its power could easily penetrate a peak Heavenly King's soul defense secret technique. If it used its full power, even ordinary the Arch soul defense secret techniques could be penetrated. Finally, only one leader was left. No, I can't die like this. I have the power of a battle the Arch and I'm not even 500 years old. In the future, I will definitely be able to laugh at the universe and become the supreme of the evil spirit race. I'm different from them. I cultivated the Arch soul defense secret technique. Let's see what you can do to me. In his soul sea, the soul defense formed a tower, protecting his soul and making him feel much more at ease. He didn't believe that Yi Chen's soul attack could break through the soul tower. That was impossible. The distance between them was still very far, and this distance was barely enough to use soul attacks. Normal attacks definitely wouldn't be able to cause any damage. On the hunting star, the further the distance, the weaker the damage of normal attacks. As for soul attacks, as long as they were within the attack range, the damage would not be too low. Yi Chen used the soul-chasing sword for the 3rd time. The soul-chasing sword was extremely fast, and it instantly entered the other party's soul sea. Crack. The soul tower was broken and a hole appeared. Inside the soul tower, the person's soul sea was split into 2 and then turned into mush, completely dissipating. He really broke through it? Until his death, he still didn't believe that the soul tower couldn't defend against Yi Chen's soul attack. What he didn't know was that although Yi Chen cultivated a peak the Arch soul attack secret technique, Yi Chen's soul was much purer than ordinary people's. It was comparable to a 7th firmament the Arch. This caused the soul-chasing sword's power to be comparable to ordinary the Arch soul attack secret techniques. The soul ring was the same, and its soul defense was comparable to ordinary the Arch soul defense secret techniques. Chapter 1199. As expected. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The soul-chasing sword's power was about the same as he had imagined. It could indeed pierce through the soul defense formed by an Emperor-class soul defense secret art. In this way, coupled with his tyrannical strength comparable to a 6 or 7-star purple gold commander, Yi Chen could completely sweep away any 7th-layer titled monarchs. Only an 8th-layer sovereign could be his opponent. Of course, he was a bottom-feeder existence among the 8th-layer heavenly sovereigns. Whether it was soul attacks or martial arts attacks, they couldn't threaten an 8th-layer heavenly sovereign. He actually annihilated the enemy team? The Myriad Arrow Monarch and the others were dumbfounded. On a hunting planet, if the other party wanted to escape, the chances of successfully chasing them were less than 30%. In a desperate situation, killing 1 or 2 was already not bad. First, everyone's speed was about the same. In a vacuum, they were all existences very close to the speed of light. On a hunting planet, the difference was even smaller. Second, the hunting planet had special rules. Once the distance was more than 100 miles, the killing power would be greatly reduced. Within 100 miles was the optimal attack range. This made it very difficult for experts to kill their opponents from a distance. From the situation just now, it was obvious that Yi Chen had used a soul attack to annihilate his opponents. This shocked them even more. A soul attack secret art needed to be a major level higher than a soul defense secret art to completely destroy the opponent. When did Yi Chen cultivate such a powerful soul attack secret art? When did he cultivate this soul attack secret art to such a high level? They didn't think that a soul attack secret art at the initial stage could annihilate their opponents. Amazing. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. The Myriad Arrow Monarch and the others flew over. Sima Fei sighed. If this matter were to spread, the people from the other paradises would probably be even more afraid of you. However, you still have to be careful. They can't do anything to you in the advanced hunting battlefield, but they can report it to their superiors and have them send experts to kill you. You have to be careful. Zhang Yining reminded. Yining is right. Lu Di nodded and said, as far as I know, many geniuses have been assassinated in the history of the Paradise of Gods. Some of them were like you and even had the potential to become a paragon. However, once they died, and no matter what they achieved in the future, what's more important is the present. Of course, the upper echelons of the human race often send experts to assassinate the peerless geniuses of other races. Yuan Hong asked curiously, Yi Chen, with your current strength, you should be able to fight against a beginner-level emperor, right? Yi Chen nodded, then shook his head. I can indeed resist for a while, but I will still be killed in the end. I know what you are saying, so I will be very careful. How could Yi Chen not know that he had probably become a thorn in the eyes of the upper echelons of the other races? The more they didn't plan to assassinate him in a short period of time, the more important they were to him. After all, if you wanted to assassinate someone, the chance of success was the highest the first time, and it would gradually decrease in the future. Yi Chen had a premonition that the assassination would either not come, or it would be a very dangerous situation. If he thought that he wouldn't have to worry about assassination in the human territory, then he was gravely mistaken. The human territory was vast and some places were empty. Assassinating someone wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be. Of course he wouldn't be afraid. If he was afraid of being assassinated, then he wouldn't be himself. What he needed to do was to strengthen himself and face any challenges. If one day he really died tragically in the hands of the other races, then that meant that his fate was as good as it was, and he couldn't blame anyone. In the high-grade hunting battlefield, killing one person was worth 150,000 Shinbi, and killing 7 people was worth 1,050,000 Shinbi. Apart from that, annihilating a whole team would double the reward from 1,050,000 Shinbi to 2,100,000 Shinbi. Adding on the 1/10 of the team's reward, the total would be 2,300,000 Shinbi. Yi Chen could get at least 90% of it. After all, he had single-handedly annihilated the entire Evil God Paradise team. Adding the mid-level Heavenly King set, I have more than 7 million Shinbi. Exchanging for mid-level Heavenly King set was 1 million Shinbi, and 80% was 800,000 Shinbi. Currently, Yi Chen had more than 7 million Shinbi, which was undoubtedly a shocking number. The 7 dead people had 6 low-level Heavenly King set and 1 mid-level Heavenly King set, as well as 7 weapons and 7 storage rings. The storage rings didn't contain much, just 100 million yuan stones and other miscellaneous items. Currently, the 7 of them all had Heavenly King set and none of them were lacking. Yi Chen directly stored these things away as he could leave them for Yi family and Falling Dust Sword sect to replenish their contribution vaults, and the disciples could use contribution points to exchange for them. In the next few days the Evil Hunter team encountered a few more teams, but Yi Chen didn't chase after them recklessly. The magnificent purple immortal grasses were limited, and he couldn't use them all here. Right now he only had 40 or so magnificent purple immortal grasses left, and each one he used was one less. As for when he could refine the magnificent purple soul refining pill, he didn't know. After leaving the high-grade hunting battlefield, the Evil Hunter team's total harvest was 3,500,000 Shinbi. Later on, the ones they killed were all god insects, and Yi Chen had obtained 2,800,000 Shinbi, bringing his total to more than 8 million Shinbi. In the next few years, Yi Chen would go to the magnificent purple secret realm with Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3 every year, searching for treasures and collecting purple lightning spirit liquid in preparation for breaking through to the 7th-step spirit body. Compared to the first time, the harvests were not that great. Of course, they were not small either, with each harvest ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. What was a bit of a pity was that they still couldn't find the location on the map. Otherwise, their harvests would have been even greater, even surpassing the first time. According to Fire Sparrow Emperor, the magnificent purple soul refining pill would take another 1 or 2 years to successfully refine. The main reason was that it needed to be nurtured in the cauldron for a long time. Taking it out now would only be a half-finished product, which was quite a waste. After a few more trips, Yi Chen had already obtained 200 to 300 Emperor-grade spirit herbs. Yi Chen couldn't use much of them, but some were useful to Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. Su Jing had already broken through to the 5th layer of life and death realm, while Murong Qingqing was still a bit away. Due to her golden dragon bloodline, Su Jing's spirit body had always been very strong, which could improve along with cultivation. Adding all kinds of treasures, she had also caught up, and her spirit body had also reached the peak of the 6th step. Murong Qingqing had just reached the early 6th step, which was not unrelated to her dark witch bloodline. The 2's strength had also improved very quickly. Su Jing had reached the 7th floor of War God Pagoda, while Murong Qingqing had reached the 6th floor. As for Ajiu Lung Fifan and the rest, they had already reached the 9th floor. Especially Ajiu, who was already one of the strongest half-emperors. Under Battle Emperor he was practically unrivaled. Genius's changes were huge, and Yi Chen's changes were not small either. Although he hadn't made much progress in the past few years, mainly because he had reached a bottleneck, his sword domain had suddenly rushed from the peak of the 5th layer to the 6th layer. The 6th layer of sword domain had an inconceivable ability, and could even confine the void, preventing ordinary 8th layer emperors from teleporting. Of course, the exact effect could only be known in actual combat. After all, the domains of 8th layer emperors were not low, and they would cancel each other out. Chapter 1200. Now only the spirit body is left. If the spirit body can be upgraded to rank 7 and give birth to the immortal power, then I won't be so weak when I encounter a primary level emperor. 8th level emperor's strongest points were their defense and teleportation abilities. In terms of defense, Yichen could never catch up. After all, there was a gap of 2 whole heavens between their cultivation bases. Adding the emperor grade armor, in terms of defense, an 8th level emperor was more than 1,000 times stronger than Yichen. And this was because Yichen's Zhen Yuan was more like Sword Yuan. In terms of quality, his Zhen Yuan was far superior to a normal 6th level life and death realm Zhen Yuan. Therefore, if he encountered a primary level emperor, Yichen would not be able to turn the tables if his own defense and spirit body were not up to par. However, the rank 7 spirit body contained the immortal power, which could instantly heal any injury. As long as the immortal power was not exhausted, Yichen could at least hold on for a while longer. After several trips to the Purple Flower Secret Realm, Yichen had already collected nearly half a barrel of Purple Lightning Spirit liquid. According to the Scarlet Wind Emperor, half a barrel was not enough. Of course, if he added some Emperor-grade spirit plants that could upgrade the spirit body, it should be enough. Among the 200 to 300 Emperor-grade spirit plants that Yichen had collected, there were more than 20 that could upgrade the spirit body. Dragon Crystal Grass, Bone Refining Grass, 5 Organs Flower, Spirit Melting Flower, Soul Refining Flower, and so on. Golden Armor Star Yunlai Barracks, Purple Gold Commander's Residence. Inside the huge basement that was covered by the spell, Yichen was soaking in a small bath that was made of 1,000-years-old spirit jade and soul sealing stones. Although the materials of this bath could not be compared to the small bucket that contained the Purple Lightning Spirit liquid, it was big enough. Plus, it would not break in a short period of time due to not being able to handle the Purple Lightning Spirit liquid. The bath was mixed with Purple Lightning Spirit liquid and the juices of various Emperor-grade spirit plants. Of course, these alone were not enough for a bath. The bath was mostly filled with Spring of Life. Spring of Life came from some star secret realm and was also very precious. For this bath, Yichen had spent 500 million yuan stones. It could be said that he did not care about anything else. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to upgrade the spirit body if one did not walk the path of body refinement. And this was the case for a rank 7 spirit body. Perhaps only the legendary 50,000-year-old Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit could reach rank 8 spirit body. Body refinement kings were different. Even if they did not have any treasures, they could continue to upgrade their spirit body. At most it would take a long time. But if they had many treasures, they would advance by leaps and bounds. Su Jing was a good example. Yichen was glad that he had obtained the Yuan Stone Pond. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach his current realm. He estimated that it would take another few decades or even 100 years. Mixed with the Spring of Life, Purple Lightning Spirit liquid, and more than 20 Emperor-grade spirit plants that could upgrade the spirit body, the liquid was purple gold in color. Soaking in it, Yichen could not help but moan. It was painful and itchy, as if countless ants were nibbling at his flesh and gradually drilling into his bones. Purple electric currents spread throughout Yichen's body from the outside to the inside, and then from the inside to the outside. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being tempered. The pain and itchiness continued to increase. Blue veins appeared on Yichen's sturdy body like little snakes. It was a very frightening sight. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. It became faster and faster, more and more explosive. The purple gold liquid trembled and the surface of the bath began to creak. Ah! It was simply too painful. This kind of pain began to spread to his soul, especially since that purple electric current contained a special kind of soul attack. But Yichen could not use his soul ring. After all, it would lose its effect. The soul and the body were one, and had to be tempered at the same time. Otherwise the effect would be greatly reduced. The bone-deep pain made Yichen roar and clench his teeth. Of course, Yichen also knew that the more painful it was, the better the effect would be. If there was no pain, it meant that there was no effect at all. As time passed, black blood gradually seeped out of Yichen's body. This was the impurities in his body. Only by removing the impurities could the spirit body be more perfect. Normally, these impurities were deeply rooted, and Zhen Yuan could not be used to refine them. Only Qi could. This was also why body refining kings could upgrade their spirit body faster. This was an innate advantage. Zzzzz. As soon as the black blood seeped out, it was turned into nothingness by the purple electric current. Yichen's body began to emit a transparent light, like a flawless jade stone. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day the pain and itch had lessened by many times. The purple liquid in the bath had also lost its spiritual chi and became transparent. Just a little bit more. Yi Chen's spirit body had already reached the peak of the 6th step, just a little bit away from the 7th step. In the depths of his body, an invisible power was stirring. Yi Chen knew clearly that this was the immortal power. The immortal power was very strange. It seemed to have come from nothingness. At least Yi Chen could not sense how it had appeared. Perhaps it was a mutation of his body. Anything that reached a certain level would have an unimaginable power, and the spirit body was the same. As for how powerful the 8th and 9th step spirit bodies were, Yi Chen could only imagine. With Yi Chen as the center, a whirlpool appeared in the bath. The appearance of this whirlpool accelerated the absorption of the purple and gold spiritual chi. The purple electric current also exploded, turning into electric snakes that drilled into Yi Chen's body. Crackle. A popping sound could be heard. More black blood seeped out of Yi Chen's skin. No, it shouldn't be described as blood, but plasma. A large amount of impurities were squeezed out of the black plasma. When it came into contact with the purple electric snakes, they all turned into nothingness. At the same time, shocking changes occurred in Yi Chen's body. Endless life force was born in Yi Chen's body. The terrifying life magnetic field caused the liquid without spiritual chi to explode. Even the bath was shattered. This power was unimaginable. It was as if he had been reborn, becoming a higher life form. His eyes suddenly opened. The purple and gold light in his eyes crackled like lightning. Yi Chen's eyes seemed to have turned into purple and gold gems. After a long time, his eyes returned to normal. The life magnetic field was also retracted into his body. Standing up, Yi Chen's naked body was strong and strong. There was not a single bit of fat. Although his white jade-like skin was very smooth, it did not give off a feeling of weakness. Instead, it gave off a masculine feeling that only a man could have. My spirit body has finally broken through to the 7th step. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly. A surging power surged in his body. At his heart, there was an inextinguishable power coiled there, becoming the center of his spirit body. Compared to the powerful spirit body, Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was much weaker. As for physical strength, Yi Chen also had it. Every part of his body contained physical strength. However, apart from body refinement kings, the physical strength of others had become passive power. Their killing power and recovery power were limited. Regardless, a 7th-step spirit body was still a 7th-step spirit body. This was something that a 6th-step spirit body could not compare to. The advancement of the spirit body had also allowed Yi Chen to break through to a higher level.